Match umpires Chris Watts and Ant Harris. And it's good morning Borrowdale to the Glamorgan team led into the field by captains Sam Northeast. And good morning Borrowdale as well to the incoming batters for Gloucestershire, Cameron Bancroft and Joe Phillips.
Very good morning from the BBC Sport commentary team here at Sophia Gardens for this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. And the news is that Glamorgan won the toss and asked Gloucestershire to bat first. Glamorgan make one change. Andy Gorvin comes in for Ned Leonard. I'm Nick Webb, and a very good morning to Ed Seaborn. The Gloucestershire team news won't take long.
Good morning. No, it won't. Unchanged, which is a rarity, I think, these days with bowling rotations, etc. But I don't think in terms of strategy there was any real need to change it up. Gloucestershire are going with their quickest available attack, and with Todd Murphy the option to get through plenty of overs of spin as well, but it's with the bat that they'll be called into question first, with Bancroft and Phillips, a new look opening partnership for at least this block of fixtures, so two right-handers to start with.
And it is the Kookaburra ball again that Tim van der Hoogten is about to propel from the River Taff end, and he comes and bowls to Bancroft, who works it on the leg side, and there is no run. Doesn't seem long since we finished the last county championship match on Wednesday evening.
I thought you were about to say it doesn't seem that long since Gloucestershire and Glamorgan last played each other, but they do seem to meet about
yes.
15 times each summer.
Yes, the most recent blast game in Bristol as Van der Hoogten bowls and Bancroft leaves, and it's through to Chris Cook. But Gloucestershire had quite the excitement on Wednesday, which quite a lot of people, I think, would have been listening to the end of that match as it went the distance.
Yeah, last game standing, and 177 without loss. Derbyshire just absolutely cruising towards that target of, was it 316?
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Bancroft, who works that one away past point and will get the first runs of the day. A couple of them. Carlson chases from the slip since Callaway's dive left him on the turf, and he's getting up rather gingerly there, Ben Callaway. Maybe jarred something as he went down. Two without loss. So on his way in is Van der Hoogten again, and Bancroft plays that off an inside edge out to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Glamorgan lineup: Ul Hassan, Tribe, Northeast, Carlson, Ingram, Callaway, Cook, Van der Hoogten, Crane, Harris and Gorvin.
Yes! Well, it was a bitter disappointment when Andy Gorvin wasn't playing in the reverse fixture at Bristol.
He's a
delighted to see him here.
Home banker, Andy Gorvin. Van der Hoogten bowls and goes past the outside edge of Bancroft's bat and through to Cook, He's played in all the home championship matches and just one away from home.
Doesn't like the food away from.
Well, he was in Leicester for all the 4 days because he was doing 12ths and quite a lot of.
That's the best thing to do, isn't it? Because then you get the Charles Palmer suite to yourself.
Well, he was doing quite a lot of 12ths as in comes Van der Hogden. No shot played by Bancroft. 2 without loss at the end of the first over, on the grounds that Asa Tribe, the Glamorgan opener, having struck his maiden first-class century, retired to bed and remained there for 2.5 days with some sort of stroke unidentified virus. So Glamorgan had a sub-fielder all the time, and it was mostly Gorvin, though Douthwaite turned up and did a bit for him as well.
Yeah, that sounds less appealing now.
less appealing, yes. Although with the Kookaburra ball and Budinger and Ahmed in full flow for Leicestershire, Gorvin might have been quite happy that he wasn't eligible to bowl in that
yes,
match.
Mind you, fielding on the world's largest outfield with those two crashing it about wouldn't be top of my list of things to do.
It was quite bare, the Leicester outfield, very parched in places. And like Sapphire Gardens, which is looking pretty lush, the outfield.
Yeah, it looks in great shape. The pitch ends as well. Here's James Harris from the Cathedral Road end bowling a length ball outside the off stump, which Phillips leaves alone. Somebody more than familiar with these parts, with his studies at Cardiff. Well, I say studies and then also playing with the Cardiff UCCE. Seems to turn out here one extra time a year of late. Just can't get enough of this place, Gloucestershire, anyway, as Harris bowls, and a length ball again from Harris, played away out to backward point, and there is no run.
I think he was also involved in the second 11 match here, which I caught the end of.
That sounds about right.
With Tom Borman getting big runs on that occasion.
Yes, Phillips opened the batting, and Borman, I think, came in at 3. There was the declaration, wasn't there? They set the game up, and Borman got a big 100. He was in the squad. Was Borman again for this one, but understandably Gloucestershire unchanged as far as the batting lineup went, as again Phillips shoulders arms. Third delivery from James Harris, and Phillips did play in the fixture between these two sides last year, where again there was a game set up, and Glamorgan rolled Gloucestershire on what turned out to be the final day. But Phillips made 64 on that occasion, top scored for Gloucestershire. Harris past the umpire, bowls a fuller ball this time, drawing Phillips forward, and he looks in good order as he plays a defensive shot up to mid-off.
It was an unusual one, that one, at the end of last season, wasn't it? Because the forecast was awful for the last day, and so both captains assumed it would be the end on day 3 and set up the game accordingly.
It was just crazy that we were playing at all after day 1. I've never seen water on a ground like it. I took some of the pictures from... I can't remember the name of that stand, I'm afraid. In comes Harris, bowls a full ball, defended away, firmly to cover for no run. The Daffodil stand.
The grandstand.
The grandstand.
It's probably got a sponsor's name. I'm sure it has got a sponsor's name, but...
that's disappointing. I thought you were going to tell me something, sort of...
Well, there's the name of an engineering firm up on the back of it, so I presume it's known as that officially, but the grandstand in common parlance.
The demolition stand at Derby or something. No, I've just always known it as the Daffodil stand. In comes Harris and bowls, and can't tempt Phillips into a shot there either. So it's a maiden over from Harris to start off proceedings from the Cathedral Road, and 2 without loss, Gloucestershire, after the first 2 overs. But I just remember taking a picture from down in front of there, and with a little bit of creativity you could barely see any green at all. There was just the covers and then massive lakes reflecting the sky. And I just remember the rain belting down on the roof. It felt like the roof was about to cave in above our heads. I've never seen rain like it.
Thankfully, very little, if any, expected today as Van der Hoogten starts the third over and bowls to Bancroft and beats him, I think. I don't think that was a withdrawal of the bat from Bancroft as he pushed forward there. 2 without loss. A little bit sultry, the atmosphere, so I suppose if the ball is going to do anything, the first 20 overs will be when it happens. We're playing with the Kookaburra, which does tend to go somewhat soft for the next 60 overs, unfortunately. Van der Hoogten into ball as appeal for LBW not given. Looked as though Bancroft had a reasonable stride in there. Maybe a touch high as well. Not sure if we'll get a replay of that on the Glamorgan video stream any moment now.
Yeah, he does seem to be getting a fair way across as well, Bancroft. I don't know if he got himself so far across, and it might have been outside the line.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, and Bancroft clips this one gently up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Harris, and there's no run.
But you do feel, as ever, with Van der Hoogten, who always seems to get wickets against Gloucestershire, particularly in the first innings, you do feel with the Kookaburra, with Van der Hoogten opening with this cloud cover and humidity, that getting through this first period, no matter how many runs are scored, that's going to be the important thing as far as setting up this innings.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Bancroft is jamming down on that one defensively. Ball trickles out to cover. Morgan will be relieved to see Asa Tribe part of proceedings after, as I say, he was in bed for most of the Leicestershire match and not at the ground. On the penultimate day, he was at the end of the phone, willing to drag himself into work if necessary, as it were. Turned up on the final day and batted at 8 briefly at the end. 2 without loss. Van der Hoogten bowls and Bancroft plays no shot. Just had the one scoring shot for 2 so far in these opening minutes. A very good morning if you are just joining us on BBC Sounds, BBC Sport Online, Glamorgan and Gloucestershire County websites with the video stream. And if you want to contact us via email, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. Happy to hear from Gloucestershire supporters on that as well. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Bancroft steers this one away down towards third man and is willing to dash back for the second as Carlson slides and throws on the turn, but he's safely back and it's 4 without loss after 3 overs. Just to mention Carlson sliding there, when I was down going out to the toss before the start of play, there did seem to be just a bit of moisture on the outfield, the uncovered areas. We just had a very light sprinkling of rain yesterday, so they presumably watered the outfield as well to keep it in decent condition, because it is looking very nice and green. The pitch, by the way, is towards the pavilion side. I should have said that earlier.
Yeah, I mean, the boundaries don't look massively different in terms of size, as Harris bowls to Phillips and there's a defensive shot to mid-off.
It is such that they've had to use the screen, the physical screen at this near end, rather than just the white tarpaulins.
But it does look a different colour, this pitch. There are these strips of green and then some, I don't know, slightly muddy looking brown, as Harris is in. This is played into the onside out to mid-wicket for no run. But I don't imagine you've been turning up here enough times, and you know Bristol's like that as well. You can turn up and get some slightly odd looking pictures in terms of colour, but I don't think it really means that very much is going to happen.
You get 1 or 2 games where it sort of nibbles around for the first couple of days.
3 slips, Harris goes in and bowls to Phillips, who's well down the pitch, negotiating that one to Van der Huchten at mid-on. And there is no run, so no change of strike as yet. And Phillips is still yet to get off the mark, but not looking too itchy. Bancroft is just about halfway down the pitch for a bit of a prod. I can't imagine that he really needed to prod that particular part of the pitch. That was mostly just to keep everything calm out there as Harris bowls, and Phillips has tried to play that one late and maybe glance it wide of the slip cord, and it's a bit too much bat on it, and it's fielded at backward point, and still there is no run. But the Kookaburra ball, much talked about it, and it did absolutely nothing at Bristol. I think we saw one ball swing after it past the batter, and that's it. Harris bowls a shorter ball. It's been top edged by Phillips, but he'll get away with it. 1 bounce and for 4 over the keeper's head. So, I mean, he's got the moral victory there, I guess, as James Harris, but there is only a fine leg back there, so Phillips, I guess, thought that it was a bit more of a calculated risk to take that on at this stage, knowing there was only one fielder who could take the catch, but it didn't look as if he was fully in control of that. Anyway, he has the game's first boundary, 8 without loss, and that really is what Gloucestershire did with the new ball, and to a certain extent Derbyshire at Bristol. It wasn't going to swing, so make use of it whilst it's its hardest and actually use that to bash it into the pitch. Harris bowls, and a tidy defence from Phillips ends over number 4 as Gloucestershire are 8 without loss. But noticeable already that Van der Huchten especially, I felt maybe to Bancroft in the last game, and he made 58 in the first innings, got a howler of a decision to be out for 58 because he didn't look like getting out before then either, and then 176 in the second innings. I felt that Derbyshire maybe just bowled a little too straight at him. Mm-hmm. He was pretty much playing every delivery, and that seemed to work him back into some form. Van der Huchten is attacking him far more on 4th stump.
And continues to do so. Bancroft just looking for a single on the offside, but he'd hit that one straight to Crane at mid-off. And there's no run, so Glamorgan with Van der Huchten and Harris opening the bowling. Gorvin and Ul Hassan are the change seamers. Leg spinner Crane and off spinner stroke occasional slow left armour Kellaway are the main spin options, with Carlson as a possible backup. Van der Huchten into bowl. Bancroft does take the single this time because he's placed it into the gap in the covers, and not even a scampering Kellaway can cut it off. So the batters change ends for the first time, so Joe Phillips goes down and has a token bit of gardening, and Cameron Bancroft wanders a few metres down the wicket and does likewise at the other end. I'm convinced that it's 95% psychological.
What's it doing? Not a huge amount. That's it. Walk back.
There we are. Phillips then, used to this Cardiff ground, as he pushes that one down through backward point. They'll just take the single this time as Kellaway slides Gloucestershire into double figures on 10 without loss.
No, you take it. Don't like it at this end.
So Bancroft is back, facing Van der Huchten after all of one ball from faced by Joe Phillips. Van der Hoogten in bolts outside off stump, oohs and ahs. He's been tidy, Van der Hoogten, but just needs to get a fraction closer to fourth stump.
Yeah, they got Gloucestershire off to a good start in both innings, these two, whilst Phillips at 27 and 14. It wasn't until the 12th over that Gloucestershire lost the first wicket in the second innings. I think it was the 24th in the first innings.
Van der Hoogten bowls, Bancroft squeezes that one away to point. Kellaway is in quickly, and there is no run, and there's a leg gully in place now.
Yeah, not surprised. You do see a lot of teams do that to Bancroft. I think he'll walk so far across that if he gets one which is on leg stump, he might be falling over, so not able to control the ball in that area. Leg gully, leg slip. It's a fairly common feature, I guess.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Bancroft is forward, defending to mid-off. There is no run, and Gloucestershire have ticked genteelly on to 10 without loss, having been inserted after 5 overs.
I feel like I'm going to be accused of putting the curse on Bancroft, but it is a fact that his last 2 first-class innings against Glamorgan are 163 and 184. However, neither of those were on this ground, so hopefully that's enough to qualify it without people writing in.
Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk for all your emails.
No, don't tell them. Don't tell them.
BBC Sport Wales for your ex-posts.
Harris, past umpire Harris, and bowls, and this is played in defence straight back to Harris. There's no run. So chopper makes its way over the ground. A fairly familiar feature at Bristol as well, with the air ambulance and the pylon inspection helicopters. Harris bowls full and wide, and Phillips has had absolutely nothing to do with that. Stood statuesque with his bat lifted at shoulder height as the ball goes through behind the stumps to Chris Cook. And, well, Gloucestershire will be relatively happy, I think, with what they're seeing so far. I know that it's still early stages, and if a wicket were to fall now, you'd still say it was an early wicket, but as Harris is in now and bowls, and Phillips is right in behind that one and prodding the ball towards cover, you wouldn't particularly say from the first 5.5 overs anyway that it matters a great deal that Gloucestershire lost the toss. I don't know what they would have done if they'd won it. I think there's a conundrum in terms of you've got Murphy in the international spinner, but it doesn't really look like a pitch that's likely to turn too much at this stage, as Harris just strays onto the pads and Phillips picks him off through square leg. The ball's probably not quite going to get to the boundary. It's just tipped back in at the last moment. A bit of relay fielding between Crane and Tribe keeps the scoring down to 2 in the end. Bancroft that time didn't fancy a sprint back on the arm. They probably could have got there.
It's the longer side of the grounds towards the grandstand, isn't it? It's probably a good 70 metres.
Yeah, they had a bit of a chat there. I'm wondering if that was Bancroft saying, yeah, next time I'll probably come back for that. 12 for no wicket. Phillips on to 7. Harris bowls to him, a full ball. It's glanced away in controlled fashion past backward point. This will probably be another 2. Not quite enough pace on it to go out to the backward point boundary. And 14 without loss. That might also be one of the differences between batting first and second, whilst I don't think it really comes into the equation at all at the toss. There's every chance that a bit of sunshine later on today, sunshine tomorrow, and the outfield could quicken up by the time Glamorgan bats, so that those last couple of balls might actually have made it to the boundary. Harris bowls, bit of angle at least into Phillips, but he doesn't play a shot at it, and it's a good leave to end over number 6. 4 runs have come from that one, and a pretty tidy start from both sides, really. Not a great deal in terms of straying in line or length from Glamorgan, but Gloucestershire with Bancroft on 5 and Phillips on 9, doing a good job in the early stages.
Play at Pompey on X, asking, is Andy Govind the Dennis Bergkamp of Glamorgan cricket? Well, I don't think he's unwilling to travel. In fact, I think he's been in the away squads as much as the home ones, but hasn't actually been in the starting 11 most of the time away. Van der Hoogten bowls. Bancroft flicks it off his legs. Shouts of catch it, but in vain, as it's down to fine leg for a single. Straining around the corner of the box to see that there was actually a fine leg in place, as well as that leg gully type catcher. 15 without loss. Gloucestershire having been inserted.
I suppose it's mostly pot luck whether you have leg slip or leg gully, but yeah, I don't know. I might have gone with a leg slip.
Van der Hoogten bowls. A big appeal against Joe Phillips for LBW, not given. Died away relatively quickly.
Too high, I think, was signalled there by umpire Watts. Seemed to be pointing towards the top of his leg anyway. It was one of those that started off very convinced, and then almost immediately seemed to be the recognition of, hang on, maybe we better not appeal too loudly for that one.
That's pushed out on the offside. Fielded by Ul Hassan, who's now come into the covers. 15 without loss. In terms of Glamorgan's bowling, Van der Hoogten 21 wickets at 29.5. Harris, who started the season 4 matches later, 13 wickets at 35.9. As Van der Hoogten is in and Phillips is defending, back to the bowler. And amid all the talk about workload, I'm a little surprised that Van der Hoogten has played in everything so far. At the age of 34, he may be a willing workhorse, but I'd expect him to be rested maybe for a couple of T20 games at least in the block to come. As Phillips turns this one away on the leg side, off something of an inside edge, but very safe. Goes through for the single. 16 without loss, so Gloucestershire just starting to accumulate slightly more rapidly. Bancroft has 6 and Phillips has 10 on this overcast morning. Sultry conditions. No sign of much swing early on though, as Van der Hoogten in bowls. Bancroft defends back to the bowler. There's no run. It's 16 without loss at the end of the over. If you're listening in the Cardiff area and you've got under 17 youngsters about your household, then it is free admission for those under 17s today.
Yeah, so come here, drop them off, and then just leave them here. Well, not leave them here full stop, but you can leave them here all day.
Absolutely. And if you're listening in the Bristol area, a reminder that these two counties play in a women's T20 blast at 2:30 this afternoon.
Yes, and I mean, again, you add in the women's fixtures between the two counties this year, and it's just extraordinary. We're got, a couple of weeks until the double header here in the Blast. Harris in now, back of a length, and Phillips guides that one between third slip and backward point. Again, it's not going to have enough pace on it to go to the boundary, and there's the slide from the fielder running back. Is that Kellaway?
Yeah.
2 runs taken, 18 without loss.
Yeah, sliding is, I think, going to be quite a bit easier today than it was up at Leicester, where, as I say, areas of the outfield were looking rather parched, and sliding was a hazardous business.
Yes. Sliding on sandpaper. In comes Harris. Bowls now, and Phillips forward to that one. He's timed it pretty well, but it's picked out the fielder at point, and there is no run. And of course, the obligatory one-day cup fixture between these two sides to come. It's amazing. Maybe there was one. I'm not even sure there's been 1 year since it's been done this particular way, where Gloucestershire and Glamorgan haven't ended up in the same group, but just for a change it'll be at Bristol this year. Harris in now, and Phillips has timed that one beautifully, and I think he's going to get 4 for this one this time. He is. Over the boundary it goes in plenty of time, and that really is such a strength for Phillips. It wasn't a bad ball really from Harris, who has just bowled a length ball, not even really back of a length, on about 4th stump, and Phillips has just got himself into such a good position, put the middle of the bat to it, and it races without seemingly any effort through backward point for 4 runs, 22 without loss. Very strong in that area, so they've decided to put a gully in place, 3 slips and a gully. Harris bowls a short ball with deep backward square also having gone back, and Phillips, with that second fielder back, decides that it's not a invitation to pull that he wants to accept this time, and ducks underneath it. So good discipline, I suppose you'd say, with that extra bit of risk and a long boundary square on the leg side anyway. Top edge, and you've got a fair chance of top edging it for 6. Harris bowls, tries another short ball, and again Phillips ducks underneath it. Bancroft was never particularly drawn into the short ball in that game the other week either. He decided to take on about 2, I think, in the match. So given that he went on to score 230 odd runs aggregate, but one of the ones that he did take on struck him on the upper arm, and he was adjudged caught behind. Harris bowls full ball, edged, and just short was that of gully. Couldn't tell first up quite whether it carried. I get the impression, especially from the high fives, that it may have just been on the half volley, but the decision to put that gully in place was a good one. Phillips drawn into that drive, it wasn't quite full enough, a thick edge, and he gets lucky. 22 without loss after 8.
Yeah, Kellaway went down sprawling. I don't think there'd have been the smiles there as he hauled himself back up if it had been a chance. Ed Seaborn will be replaced by Edward Bevan for the next half hour, and then Herschel will depart and be replaced in turn by Ed Seaborn. As Van der Hoogten bowls, Bancroft works it into the offside, where it's again fielded by Kellaway, and there is no run. 22 without loss. Glamorgan having put Gloucestershire into bat. I think not expecting any huge immediate rewards from this pitch, but just on the grounds that it's more likely to have some greenness to it today, and it's meant to be blooming hot tomorrow. Van der Hoogten bowls, Bancroft steers it off the edge, down to third man for 4 runs wide of third slip. 26 without loss. Bancroft is into double figures. Good morning, Edward.
Good morning, Nick. Yes, it's cloudy, I suppose. That's one of the reasons Morgan might have decided to bowl, but as you say, nothing to warrant an insertion as yet. One big LBW appeal and a catch that dropped just short of gully in that last over.
Van der Hoogten in bowls. Bancroft pinches a very cheeky single there up to wide mid-off, playing it towards cover. There is no cover fielder, and Crane had a bit of work to do. 27 for naught.
Yes, good positive start here by Bancroft and young Joe Phillips. And we saw from last week's evidence that this wonderful Kookaburra ball is not going to give you any help after the first, 15 overs, 20 overs. So you've got to try and take wickets in this first spell.
As in comes Van der Hoogten, bowls. That one's come back a bit, and Phillips shouldered arms. Ball doing more after it had passed the stumps rather than before. Thankfully for the young opener, playing his second match of the season. 41 runs across the 2 innings against Derbyshire last week. A game which many people are following by Wednesday evening.
I followed it.
As Van der Hoogten bowls and Phillips is forward, playing out on the offside, no run.
And you've got to commend sides like Gloucestershire and Derbyshire and also Leicestershire. Glamorgan won the championship in '97 by playing positive cricket. And Matthew Maynard instructed that he wanted runs quickly to give his side the opportunity to either declare or bowl sides out. Having said that, he did have 2 test bowlers in Waka Yunis and Steve Hopkin and 3 test batsmen.
As Van der Hoogten bowls and Phillips pushes out into covers, and there was no run. Yes, it was nice to have Steve Watkin back on BBC commentary duties last week for the first time in a while. It did last, whatever the last T20 game was here. It goes in such a blur at this time of year. Rather more sedate for today's spectators for the championship than the...
rather sparse, isn't it?
Yes, it's not great for a Sunday.
The weather wasn't great this morning. It's much worse down west than it is here, but it's cloudy and rather oppressive. James Harris, who has taken 13 wickets and almost 36 this year. I'm rather surprised. I thought he might have been rested for this game, and Leonard, who I think has bowled pretty well in the opportunities that he's had as far.
Yes, his average is slightly higher than Harris's, but he's been useful.
Here's Harrison running away and comes up and bowls to Bancroft, who's right forward, and pushes it away out into the offside. Callaway fields, and there is no run. 11 to Bancroft, 16 to Phillips, 27 without loss, and going along rather nicely. Attacking field, 3 slips and a leg slip. Those are the close fielders. A fine leg, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off, and a cover. Here's Harris in past the umpire and bowls wide outside the off stump and goes through at a very gentle pace to Chris Cook behind the stumps.
Yes, I think it was not in expectation of greatly positive bowling conditions, but maybe just the expectation that the pitch will dry out, get browner, and tomorrow will be the hottest day. So if Glamorgan can bowl Gloucestershire out today, or at least take most of the wickets, then they might be batting in rather nicer conditions to bat.
Harris in over the wicket, bowls in the line of leg stump, and he's pushed away on that onside where Zainul San runs in from a sort of straightish mid-wicket to field. Cloudy, warm, really is conducive, I suppose, to swing bowling. I haven't seen anything really deviate out off the pitch as yet. Harris again, no runs so far in this over, comes in and bowls, and that's pushed away, goes quick single, and very good calling I think this morning, especially from Bancroft. He's called what some people think might have been risky singles, but has got there with ease and his partner every time. He pushed that just slowly to go in at mid-off and set off, and was home in no time. 28 without loss then. Van der Guten's bowled 5 overs for 13 runs. Harris about to bowl his 5th delivery of his 4th over, 0 for 15. As he prepares to bowl to the 21-year-old Phillips. In he comes now and bowls, well pitched up, driven, and stopped left-handed by the bowler in his follow-through. 28 without loss. This is a free day in most counties, but only a free day here, apparently, for the under-17s.
County Cricket Day, yeah, it's nice to see some promotion, but I can't say that there are vast numbers of youngsters in the ground.
A lot of people play, don't they, on Saturdays and Sundays. In comes Harris, bowls the last ball of the over. Phillips right forward, pushes it up to mid-off. That's the end of another over. We've had 10 overs here then after Sam North East put Gloucestershire into bat. They're 28 without loss. Bancroft, the opposition's captain, is not out 12, and Phillips is not out 16.
You will have commentated on many dismissals between Wallace and Cosca in your career. Yesterday in the South Wales Premier League, Newport had 2 Wallaces and 2 Coscas playing, father and son in both occasion.
Jack Cosca.
Yes. So there was a stumped Harry Wallace bowled Dean Cosca. There was also a caught Harry Wallace bowled Jack Cosca.
Yeah.
So Dean picked up a couple of wickets, Jack had 1, and the Wallaces did well with the bat. Harry got 43 and Mark got 28.
Oh, well done.
As Newport won by 4 wickets at St Fagans. Van der Hoogten bowls, Bancroft slightly squared up, playing back to the bowler. But it must make you feel your years a little bit when you get a dismissal in partnership with the son of someone you also played with.
Listen now, Nick, I'm watching grandsons play in a few occasions. We had an awful experience yesterday at the Knoll, I must say, and let's go through that.
Van der Hoogten into bowl, Bancroft drives to mid-off, no run.
It's a neat playing Clydach in a league game, and one of the Clydach lads collapsed at the crease, and it was a very, very scary moment, and the match was delayed about an hour or so. He's always known as CJ, not by any sort of Christian name, CJ Morgan, and we do wish him well. He was taken to hospital, and he was comfortable apparently last night. And not a nice experience at all.
Van der Hoogten bowls, Bancroft forward to mid-off, no run. Indeed, well, our best wishes to him. There was also, in the slightly humbler surroundings of Machen, a dismissal of Ian Thomas taking a catch off his son Henry's bowling.
It's come to that now, you see. Yes.
As in comes the next delivery, which Bancroft turns to mid-on, and there is no run. But Ian, who most people will remember as the T20 record holder for many years until Carlson beat it last year, the top score for Glamorgan in that short form competition.
Down at Taunton. Yeah.
That's right, and he got a beautiful century yesterday and picked up a couple of wickets as well, did Ian?
Bowling his off spin.
Van der Hoogten bowls through outside off stump.
And I noticed that Joe Davis took 4 wickets for Bridgend. I think it was last week. I haven't seen yesterday's results. Andrew Davis' boy, who opened the bowling for Glamorgan, of course, back in the 90s.
Yes,
the
Joe.
youngsters are coming through.
Joe has played, I think, a bit of second team cricket. Certainly played for Wales national county
I don't think
side.
he's on the staff, though, is he?
No, he's still a university.
Or was it his brother's at university? Anyway.
As Van der Houten bowls, and Bancroft will pick up another couple of runs for the third time, at least this morning. He's
Great
angled it
running.
away down through backward point, third man. Kellaway's had to chase it back from point, and they're back for a couple of runs. 30 without loss at the end of the over.
Yes, and I heard a very interesting
There's a
conversation.
change of bowling at the Cathedral end. Coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Andy Gordon.
Probably heard that. Andy Gorvin coming on at the Cathedral Road end. He's replacing Harris. 5 overs, 0 for 15. The conversation about how things might pan out next year, 2 less games, etc., etc. And you think of the rubbish that has been talked about county cricket over the past few years. One of the best things I heard, you mustn't have so many teams. Remember that one? We mustn't have so many teams in the county championship. It's far too many. Well, who would you perhaps, size, how many times have we heard it, Nick? Gloucestershire, Leicestershire, possibly Derbyshire is another one. And who are leading the second division now? And who are at the bottom? Middlesex.
Yes, quite.
Lancashire are far away.
Yes, quite.
So I just sat back and listened and see what wonderful changes they're going to make again. They just want to tinker, don't they?
Indeed. Gorvin is in.
Yeah.
Sorry,
bowl.
you're over. Apologies.
That's all right. This is
Stop ball.
prodded out onto the onside.
Yes, there's a members' meeting here tomorrow evening after play to discuss the latest discussions between Glamorgan and the ECB.
Tell me this, you probably know, Nick, because I haven't really looked into it. If the members at certain counties vote against the proposition, as Gorvin comes in at a brisk pace, bowls, and this is just pushed away again on the onside, there's no run. What decision does the club then take back to the ECB? Yes, our members voted against it by so and so. And what does Glamorgan do as a club? Do they take the members' decision, or do they say we'll vote?
Tomorrow is billed as a forum. Now, it might depend whether that eventually turns into a special general meeting.
Right. Gorvin bowls, and this is defended by Phillips right in front of him.
Because a forum is discussions and listening, and the thing is, members throughout the country are going to be pretty unanimous that
Against.
you don't want a reduction in
There was a petition
playing
here in the
days.
last
Yes.
championship match.
Yeah.
Gorvin in over the wicket, bowls aside the off stump. Oh, and just to show you how slow this pitch is, it was taken very low down on the half volley by Chris Cook. And the score remains at 30 without loss.
Yeah, the financial reality is, though, there's of course members and most counties produce a very small proportion of the county's income overall.
Well, they won't have to worry about this much longer as the next ball is clipped away on the onside down towards fine leg, and de Gooten is down there, and they'll come back for a second run as the score goes up to 32 without loss, and Phillips outscoring his captain. He's on 18. But I've been doing this rather a long time, and there's always something coming up. We want to change county cricket, and it gets rather tedious.
Yes. If only the format was settled for 5 years even, would
10 years would be better. Here's going again, and that's played off the back foot. Nicely timed. It was showed that he's a promising young player. Plays nice and straight. End of the over. Bancroft 14, Phillips 18, 32 without loss. So they will be discussing this, I take it, tomorrow night?
Yes, it's been called for members to hear what the latest is from the discussions between the county and the ECB, who sent representatives down middle of last week, I believe it was.
To try and convince them to vote for it.
Presumably so. Ul Hassan takes over from Van der Hoogten at the River Taff end, and it'll be a largely medium pace attack. You mentioned Joe Davis, the young seamer. He was playing for Bridgend yesterday, but they were beaten by 7 wickets at Punta Dulais on a DLS on a revised target.
Nearly every match yesterday was DRS down west.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It was not as bad in our part of the world. We played through a couple of very minor drizzle interruptions, well, non-interruptions in the game I was at. 32 for naught as Van der Hoogten, Ul Hassan bowls, and Bancroft plays it back to him. Zain Ul Hassan has got 10 wickets and an average of 42 this season. Did seem to work quite well when Glamorgan did field him as a fifth seamer. This time he's the fourth, and they've got the extra spin option in Mason Crane. As Van der Hoogten in bowls, Bancroft works it away on the offside, fielded by the aforementioned Crane.
You mentioned up at Leicester that Glamorgan have not signed anybody. And I agree with you, they badly need a seamer. You would have thought, if they're going to contest that last for half a dozen games or whatever it is until the end of the season, because they are in third position and want to strengthen it.
As Ul Hassan's lost control of the ball again. Now this happened at Leicester, and Budinger hit it for 4 and was appeared very aggrieved when the umpire said it's a dead ball, you can't hit it for 4.
Yeah, he didn't complete his action, though, did he?
No.
So that's the reason.
That was the.
But India should know better.
That was the ruling. Mr. Watts swings the arms at waist level to denote dead ball. Get a grip, young Zain. And he is in to bowl. There's a bill for LBW. He likes this one. The umpire doesn't. There's
drifting down, perhaps. The way he played it. Let's have a look.
And the replay available on the county video stream. Well, it's hit in front of middle and off. The umpire thought it was drifting down, maybe doing a bit too much, but I suspect had we had the test match facilities, that would have been around about umpire's call on leg stump.
I think that's about it.
And the umpire said no, as Ul Hassan is in, and this one is outside off stump and cut away fiercely by Bancroft. He'll pick up 4 runs here out towards the cover boundary. Ball only goes a couple of metres over the boundary, but that is enough. Bancroft has 18, so does Phillips, and it's 36 without loss here on BBC Sport Online.
Very early days, but it could be a long day for Glamorgan.
Yes.
Saying that, it's the pitch is very docile.
Ul Hassan bowls. Bancroft pressing forward, and there is no run.
Yes, I was just saying about would you sign a seamer for the last few games? I think batting it's good enough. Although, what's the position with young Tribe now? And he's been picked
for Jersey. I'll have to have a look at the fixtures there and how they intersect with the T20 Blast. Ul Hassan is into bowl, driven by Bancroft to mid-on, no run. 36 for naught at the end of Ul Hassan's first over, which contained just that one boundary. Yeah, coming up fairly shortly, the Jersey matches. On my next spell off air, I'll have to see whether we can fly back and forth and still turn out in the Blast. But as one Jersey contributor on social media rather plaintively pointed out he's our best player. Then,
Well,
for an official ICC event, that it would be great if he were allowed
Well, I
to
think
play.
he should certainly be released, don't you? You know, the young man. It's like England, and the focus on all county players is to play for England. As Gorvin about to start his second over, running away from us, in bowls to Phillips. Phillips is nicely forward. He does play that forward defensive so well, right by the textbook, gets his head right over the pitch of the ball and pushes it away on the offside. Good to see a young man opening the batting. 2 slips only, and then an arc of 3 on the offside, 3 on the onside, and a fine leg. Gorvin, brisk pace in bowls, short, cut away, and that's well fielded there by Callaway, the tall figure.
Down to 2 slips for Gorvin, as you might expect. I wonder whether we'll see Cook standing up to him in this first session, or to Ul Hassan. It has been known with both the medium pacers, and it's very much a containing field at the moment, with 6 saving the single.
Here's Gorvin, bowls down the leg side, and that will be 4 runs.
Yeah, can't afford to bowl that. Fine leg. It was fairly wide, and 40 without Larson. Gloucestershire
Looking
rather
ominous.
cruising at the moment.
Yes. Phillips goes in, has something's dropped from something. Either a ring, perhaps, or a contact lens, I doubt. He want it back on if it was. Here's Gorvin, ready. Comes in, bowls to Phillips. Phillips is right behind that and pushes it away onto the offside. Yes, going back to Glamorgan's quest for what I think should be an opening bowler. I don't know what your thoughts are, Nick.
Well, Fernando left just as he was getting going, really, didn't he, in the first...
he's playing for Sri Lanka at the moment.
Yes, he's playing for Sri Lanka. Kuhneman's in the Australian squad, so
yeah.
Can't get either of those back.
Yes, Gorvin comes in, bowls, short, cut away, but not timed at all by Phillips on this, well, I think we could call it a medium to slow pitch.
Yeah, it was a slightly defensive insertion, not particularly that we want to be bowling today, but more that we'd rather be batting tomorrow.
Or, as England did in the Test match, think of the final innings.
Yeah.
In comes the next ball. That's the end of the over. 40 without loss. Of course, last game of last season here, the 2 captains conjured up the final day. Glamorgan eventually won, but we were rather surprised in here, I remember, and it worked out for Glamorgan.
Yeah, I suppose last game of the season,
nothing in it.
Gloucestershire with nothing to lose, and it was credit to both captains for taking the risk and setting up a game.
As Derbyshire and Gloucestershire did, of course, last week.
Much the surprise and...
much of the delight, I would have thought, of most people.
Yes, but not the Leicestershire crowd. Ul Hassan bowls, and Bancroft plays defensively on the leg side, and there is no run. Our Leicestershire colleague Richard Ray was, who's a very mild-mannered chap, was getting positively grumpy at the Gloucestershire declaration, and then his temper improved as the day went on.
Yes, it's you got to entertain, of course.
Ul Hassan bowls, and Bancroft drives back to him, fields in his follow-through, and there's no run. So the forecast for tomorrow is meant to be pretty good, albeit not as hot maybe as in the southeast of England. As that's worked away on the leg side by Bancroft, mid-wicket, no run.
As much as I love the sun and the nice weather, I wouldn't fancy going out to Europe at the moment, where it's anything up to 47 and 48 in some countries.
Gosh.
Probably Portugal and Spain. Strongly advised to stay in between the hours of 12 and 6. Can you imagine going out on holidays and going into your room for 6 hours?
That's a long siesta. Ul Hassan bowls, Bancroft plays to wide mid-on, and there's no run. So down to 2 slips at both ends. Carlson is in at leg slip now, with this theory that Bancroft going across his stumps can be snared in that position. Ul Hassan on his way bowls, and Bancroft works it on the leg side. Tribe fields. I was pleased to see that Tribe was included in this match after his absence for most of the game up at Leicester.
Yeah, but Tommy upset or?
Well, I'm not sure whether they eventually identified it. No, I think it was more a flu-type symptom, some sort of virus. As Bancroft shoulders arms there, outside off stump, through to Cook, end the over 40 without loss, and that was a maiden over. So you normally see players around the hotel, but I literally didn't see Tribe for several days, and it wasn't between the time that he finished his innings and went straight back to the hotel on the first afternoon, and then turned up at the ground on the final morning, but didn't bat until
That's
later
the way to
in
do
the day.
it. Get 100 back to bed. I heard he play well, that boy. Yeah, I think probably it all depends how Jersey get on, I suppose. If they lose the first 2 or 3 games, it's the qualifying tournament for the T20 Cuppa, I believe. It all depends, I suppose, if Glamorgan are out of the T20 blast. As Gorwin starts another over, which is defended onto the offside.
Yes, I mean they need to win 4 from 6 effectively, don't they? And there are some difficult away games in that.
Yeah, they've got Surrey away.
Hampshire and Somerset, 3 away games.
And Somerset here.
No, we've had that one, haven't we?
That's Somerset, Hampshire here, is it? Middlesex here. Here's Gorvin again and bowls. Well pitched up delivery. Again, it's defended by Phillips, who's on 22.
Middlesex, Gloucestershire and Kent are the home games. Somerset, Hampshire and Surrey away from home.
Yeah.
And I look forward to being part of the commentary on 2 of those games, Southampton and London, the following day.
Here's the next ball. Gorvin ball in a good length, not getting much out of the conditions, but he's bowled his 2.5 overs for just 6 runs. I was saying that game at the Knoll yesterday, it spun absolutely square there.
All right.
So I'm just wondering, and a couple of lads were saying what it was going to be like for the Glamorgan match. 2 games rather.
2 games in early August, yeah. Yeah, Mason Crane won't be part of that though, because he's in the 100
He's the only one, isn't he?
at the moment.
This is again defended. Good accurate over, but not beating the bat at the moment. It's just keeping the score down. How many overs have we had here? 15. They're going along at almost 3 and over, which is about par for the first morning of a 4-day match, I would have thought.
Yeah, at the moment it's a question of bore them out already though, isn't it?
Afraid so. Gorvin in, bowls again. It's straight and defended. And another dot ball, and it'll be the second or the first maiden for Gorvin. I suspect Messrs Crane and Kellaway will have a fair bout of bowling to do in this game, or this innings.
Yes, it looks that way, doesn't it? Unless Glamorgan can get a couple of wickets. Nothing in the first hour.
Last ball of the over, it's bowled and defended, as were the other 5. End of the over, accurate over, but no real problems for Joe Phillips. 40 without loss, Bancroft 18, Phillips on 22, and we're going to have some musical chairs here.
No, don't worry, it doesn't matter, stay where you are.
As Nick departs, and Ed comes in on my left.
Yes, you'll hear me creaking my way out of the commentary box, probably.
Will keep wicket at your age. Ed Seaborn, good morning. As Ul Hassan comes in and pushed out to the offside, no run, just in time to describe the next 5 balls. And
Sorry, was I a little bit dilatory in getting in?
no, it's Nick, you see, as I say. He keeps crouching on a Saturday afternoon when he plays behind the wicket. Shouldn't be playing at this age. Missed a couple of games last year because he did something.
Well, Hassan then bowling to Bancroft, and a forward press sends it back to the bowler. Yeah, I think I'm with you on the whole. You decide these days when you win the toss to chase. That seems to be the kind of
That's exactly
terminology
what,
that people like to use.
Mr. Stokes said, wasn't it? That worked out nicely.
It just feels, as Al Hassan bowls, Bancroft forward, turning the ball to mid-on, it just feels as though you're in the stronger position when it comes to games where there's a declaration. It's easier in your mind, I think, just to know what the target you've been set is, rather than have to make the calculation constantly of how many overs, what run rate. Just makes it a whole lot easier. Yeah, exactly. Trying to read that pitch in 4 days. I don't think anybody really knew. Al Hassan in, Bancroft forward playing very straight.
I think North East must have known Ed, because he's been playing here long enough to know that nothing turns on the last day. Not since many years ago when we had Messrs Croft and Koska. Then it wasn't even a big turner.
I remember a September game here. When would that have been? 2021, I think it was. And Zafar Gohar bowled Gloucestershire to victory in the 4th innings. This is clipped away through mid-wicket for 4 by Bancroft. Just a little move over to the offside, but nothing too extravagant. Just accessing that leg side, opening up the mid-wicket gap, and picking it off a delivery on about leg stump, and that moves Bancroft to 22. So again, both batters level in terms of the scoring. 44 without loss, not rattling along Gloucestershire, but they don't have to, especially as they were put in. Ul Hassan tight to the stumps as he bowls, and Bancroft is just jabbing that one defensively. Not too much of a jab really, but seeing if he could manipulate the ball maybe between mid-off and extra cover, but couldn't. 44 without loss at the end of 17 overs.
Yes, you might have heard me singing the praises of Gloucestershire, Derbyshire and Leicester for playing positive cricket in the last round of games. It did work out for Leicestershire, of course, because we had that superb partnership between North East and Ingram, who batted a day and a half. Both got centuries. But of course, it did work out, but not quite, because there were 8 wickets down, Derbyshire. And for entertainment value, and you have to think of entertainment, if you want punters to come along, that must have been good viewing. I heard either Fletcher or yourself saying the spectators are really enjoying this, as Gorvin comes in short, tries to Phillips rather tries to whip it away, but didn't time it, and it landed not all that far short of Crane fielding at a rather straightish mid-wicket. But no, everybody probably enjoyed the game, and a draw was a just result for two enterprising sides.
Just on that delivery, I think Phillips is quite lucky he mistimed that to the extent that he did, because it just looked as if it might have been planted straight to mid-wicket. Just the first signs that Gorvin's accuracy might be starting to bother Phillips a bit, and he actually doesn't have to be scoring.
Here he is again. Oh, that's a beauty that beat Phillips. The first, probably the best ball of the morning as he pushed forward. Interesting to see if it did move off the seam or he played down the wrong line.
It looked just from first viewing as though that left him, but
might have been just playing down the wrong line, but unless we get a replay we won't know. Andy Gorvin bowling very accurately here now in his fourth over, conceded just 6 runs, bowls again, that's clipped away, a half volley, that's going to run away for 4 runs down to the right of us into the members, not the members stand, but the big stand in front of us. So after bowling one that really left the bat, that was, I'm afraid, drifting down the leg side, half volleyish, and whipped away by Phillips, who moves on to 26 and the score to 48 without loss.
Yeah, I'd be really cross with that, Gorvin, because he was really starting to build that pressure, and especially the previous 2 balls, one nearly hit to mid-wicket and then beating the edge. The last thing he wanted to be doing was just settling Joe Phillips with a nice full delivery on leg stump.
Here he is again, bowls to Phillips. Phillips gets a short ball, which clatters away on the offside for 4. So, 1 half volley, one short of a length, begging to be hit, and Gorvin, quite rightly, kicks the floor in anger at himself, and so he should, because they were not particularly good deliveries, and 8 runs from them, having bowled accurately until then. That brings the 50 up, 52 without loss, and all of a sudden the chirping and the encouraging has stopped. The slips have disappeared. There's just the one where there were 3 an hour or so ago. And here comes Gorvin again and bowls, and this time it's well pitched up and well defended up towards mid-off, where the captain northeast must be saying, what can I do to try and get wickets here?
I'm a little bit curious about this deep mid-wicket.
It's probably for the short ball. He's got a fine leg. Normally it's a bit further back, more on the square side, but probably because of this relatively slowness of the wicket, I would have thought that he's in front of square. Gorvin bowls, again it's defended, and again there is no run. Good start for Gloucester, 52 without loss, Bancroft 22, Phillips 30 leading the way, and the medium pacers haven't really got, like the opening bowlers, anything out of this pitch. And I think perhaps it's even time now, perhaps we see a little bit of Crane, just a change, because it's been sort of medium pace all morning.
I just think, I wonder, I mean, Gorvin, I don't know, is he like, does he bowl short much?
Not a lot. He just
no. That's sort of what I think. Really, why have you got a deep mid wicket out when actually you've beaten Phillips with a full ball in that over?
It might be a short ball for a bluff or double bluff, as they do.
Anyway,
we shall see.
Ul Hassan, 2 slips and a leg gully for Bancroft, is across his stumps, turning the ball gently into the onside, right where it was supposed to go, out to mid-wicket. Mason Crane. You mentioned those Jersey games. They've got a couple of warm-up matches on the 1st and the 3rd of July, and then their first
he's going to miss those
game as far as the main competition. That's the Europe qualifier to the next T20 World Cup, as Bancroft across his stumps, head over the ball, defending into the covers for no run. First game is on the 5th of July against the Netherlands.
He'll get there for that, of course, because this game finishes on the 2nd. He'll hop down to Exeter and They go on a daily basis, I think. Flights, I remember going there once. Get down there quite easily. So, if they're playing in Jersey, where are they playing?
Netherlands.
Oh, no, well, it's just as short, isn't it?
Al Hassan bowls. That's prodded through the covers by Bancroft. There should be a fairly comfortable 2 runs there as it's chased back, not particularly close to the boundary, by Northeast. 54 for no wicket. Bancroft 24. So they play Netherlands on the 5th. This is Jersey. Italy on the 6th. Guernsey, the big rivalry, on the 8th. And then Scotland on the 11th. The top 2 of those 5 teams win the spots. You'd have thought Scotland and the Netherlands would be quite hot favourites, as Bancroft squeezes that one to backward point, and there's no run. Still, though, you only play each side once. A rained off game, the right rained off game, and then, you know, just a little bit of luck. When does it finish? It finishes on the 11th.
So 4 games of the Bash.
So as Al Hassan bowls, Bancroft on drives, he'll beat mid-on here, and already giving up the chase there is Gorvin, as Bancroft plays a fine shot. There's a bat tap between the 2 openers and 4 more onto the total. It's firm high elbow in that on drive.
Very innocuous bowling, really. It's just a case of putting it there, and there's no any threat from Al Hassan. He's just trying to keep it tight. He might surprise us, of course, as he comes in.
Al Hassan in now, full ball. Bancroft well out of his crease to defend the ball to mid-off, and we haven't seen Cook come up to the stumps to either of these 2 yet. Noticed that.
No.
Nick was mentioning that, and I wouldn't be too surprised if they're going to continue that the keeper would come up. 58 without loss, 19 overs gone. There's plenty of county cricket interest across all of those squads. Italy of Emilio Gay from now Durham, Grant Stewart from
got
Kent.
140 the other day, number 8 or 9.
180 against Gloucestershire.
Did he?
It's amazing what he's
down
doing.
there for them?
Yeah. I mean, he just goes in and he tees off and he just keeps on middling them. You think, well, he's not, he's only going to hit a 40 odd doing this. Oh no. Goes on and scores a massive 100.
Who's is the champ Joe? Who's coaching Italy now?
Joe Burns is the captain.
Yeah. There's somebody who played for Lancashire is coaching, and he was qualified. Gareth Berg is coaching somebody.
Yes, he's coaching Italy.
He is it.
Yeah, he did play for them for a bit.
That's right. Here is Gorvin, looking to make amends for that last pour over, but he bowls to Phillips, who seems to have taken much more of Gorvin than his partner, Bancroft, and the first ball is defended.
Oh, they've actually got split coaches, according to this, of Li Azzurri. They've got a chap called John Davison, who I think played
Australia.
Canadian. Played for Canada. I'm pretty sure he played in one of the World Cups, maybe 2003 in South Africa.
I was there for that World Cup, and Gorvin bowled, and I think it was Canada played Pakistan down a place called Pal.
Oh, beautiful.
I was out there for a newspaper, and I was doing my report when I go back to the hotel before lunch here. I think they bowled out from a 30 or 40. Was a macro there. Just ran through them. So I had the day to myself. Hottest place I've been to, Pal. In comes the next ball, and this is defended and pushed up to short mid off.
Oh, well, it's often overlooked because of Newland's relatively close, but in terms of beautiful cricket grounds, it's got to be right up there.
Absolutely.
Pal, surrounded by the mountains
and the
wineries. Yes, of course.
Geoffrey Boycott had a house there for some years. I think he's still got one. Yes, nice place to spend your winter. Here's Gorvin, bowls, short of a length, defended, and again, there's no run. So, Italy, yes. Scotland have been playing well recently.
Yes, well, they had that game against the Netherlands, who they'll play again there, which went to a double super over.
That's right.
Which,
so who are the other teams? Italy, Netherlands,
Italy,
Jersey.
Netherlands, Jersey, Scotland and Guernsey.
Oh, yes. Gorvin bowls. Again, it's defended, pushed away into the offside. Done that on numerous occasions. But unfortunately for Gorvin and Glamorgan, there's no real threat.
Brad Curry playing for Scotland, the Sussex left armour. Charlie Tier is, I think, probably going to be the backup wicketkeeper for Scotland, who had a brief spell last season in Gloucestershire's second 11.
Right.
Still on Sussex's books.
Again, that nips in just a little off the pitch. That's a much better over from Gorvin. He's now bowled 5 overs for 14 runs. And it's 58 without loss. Phillips is on 30. Bancroft is on 28. And, well, North East must be thinking, who can I have a look at here? I'm still thinking Crane, even at this early stage of the match.
Sandwiches are already coming out in the crowd. Yes. It's only 20 past 12. Gone early there. The keeper is coming up to the stumps now for Al Hassan into his 5th over. Just wonder where Glamorgan going to go after this spell. Is it straight to spin, or do they bring back one of the openers maybe as well?
Vandergood in.
2 slips, short mid-wicket. Al Hassan into Bancroft, who's up tall and defending that one away into the offside.
Cook hasn't taken long, is he, to come up?
No. Kind of needed to happen, really. You could see how far down Bancroft was at the end of the last over. Score at Derby, by the way, between Derbyshire and Lancashire. Derbyshire, who... in fact, Lancashire won the toss and elected to bat there. They are 44 for 4. Al Hassan bowls, and this is played leg side to short mid-wicket for no run.
I don't know about you, but it amazes me, you know. Everybody was saying, oh, well, Lancashire will be down and back up immediately. What a game. Yeah. They're hovering in the bottom 3 or 4.
2 wickets each for Aitchison and Chappell. Jennings has 16 from 58 balls. Wells out for 3, Bohannon for 9. Ashton Turner for 8 and Matthew Hurst for 8.
Good batsman, you see.
No, that's as good a top order as you'll see in the division, but it doesn't seem to be working that way. Bancroft plays a slightly unconvincing shot, which I think was aimed into the offside, but ends up at mid-on, but it never really left the floor.
Again, I think Ed shows you the slowness of the pitch, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Is the Knight of the Realm playing for Lancashire?
I assume he is, because I think he's meant to be captaining, isn't he? Yeah, he is. Still captain for this round. And then Lancashire's next game will be in the Championship, that is, at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire.
Oh.
Al Hassan bowls, driving thick outside part of the bat on that from Bancroft, and he might pick up 4 for this. There's 2 fielders giving it a go, but it'll just tease them and hop over the boundary. Al Hassan, hands clasped behind head, but slowish pitch, not a great deal of pace on the ball. There's every chance it's just going to do that.
That's the 3rd 4 that's gone through. 3rd man.
So 32 to Bancroft and 62 without loss. A couple of drives not out of the middle of the bat from Bancroft, but in the end relatively safe. The second slip's gone more to a gully now, Sam North East, as Al Hassan bowls and covering up, playing a defensive shot out to mid-off. Kent 74 for 1 against Northamptonshire. Kent winning the toss and deciding to bat at Canterbury. Jaden Denley, a man out for 35. Ben Compton settled in 11 off 42 balls.
I'm just going to say, please, I don't When they come up here, I don't want to see Compton bat for a day and a half at 46 not out.
Yes, he's going to. Yeah. Very much out of the old school of
Very old.
red ball opening, Al Hassan bowls, and off the outer part of the bat again from Bancroft out to backward point. 62 without loss at the end of that over. Rumours that, along similar lines, it's the time of year for those rumours that Ben Compton might be off to Essex.
Yes, expected.
Well, I suppose they're thinking the next Sir Alistair at the top of the order.
James Harris.
Middlesex 76 without loss against Leicestershire at Grace Road.
That was a put-in, wasn't it?
That was, yes, Leicestershire putting them in. Robson 36 and De Carey's, who's also having a lot of rumours around him. He's 31 not out.
Yeah, he bowls a bit of off-spin as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think makes him an attractive potential signing for a county in that, especially Division 1 sides aren't tending to go for too many specialist spinners, and somebody who can just bowl a bit of spin and bat at 7 or something, that's just what teams want.
James Harris has been brought back, as you mentioned. They might bring someone back. He's bowled 5 overs for 15, and he comes in and bowls to Phillips. And the appeal for LBW is he walk across his stumps, but turned down by the umpire, and they cross for a leg by. Now, he played the shot and was walking down. Yeah, that was missing by
I was amazed that the umpire even stood there considering that for that long.
what you call a desperate appeal.
I mean, it struck him almost outside leg stump.
Yeah. .63 without loss, and a slip in the gully are the only close fielders as James Harris comes in and bowls short. A ball that sails over the left shoulder. And Bancroft, he's on 32. Phillips is on 30. And the day here, gloomy. Well, there's a few fluffy white clouds, but basically it's full of cloud. And I looked at the weather forecast for Cardiff the other day, and it was given bright sunshine, so I don't know what's going on up there. Next ball is defended. The line of off stump, and there's no run.
It feels as though the weather's just waking up a little bit like most of Cardiff this morning. It seemed like it was quite a heavy night in the city last night. A few sore heads, I think.
Yeah.
Josh is lively in the centre of Cardiff on a Saturday night. Good grief.
Was it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
A couple of concerts on as well, I think.
The next ball, one place I would not like to be is Glastonbury now. Gosh.
Especially with a little bit of overnight rain.
Things are going
all
on
those
there.
leaking tents. Squelching in the mud every morning.
Grandson went last year down to one of those, and he was back the next day.
Surprised. Adrian Harms, I think, went last year, the Sussex commentator.
What?
Yes. I was
He's got
shocked.
to go right at his age.
He goes to everything. Gives it the French Open as well.
Here's the next ball, and this is turned away to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Mr. Harms, what are you doing?
Which is worse, wicket-keeping or going to Glastonbury?
Oh, dear.
It's the BBC commentator.
I think I'd rather keep wicket. Well, I don't think I know I would. God.
Yes, I think Sting was here yesterday.
Oh. Here's the next ball, short, pulled away, and that's going to bisect the fielders, and they'll get 4 runs. Very poor delivery. Glamorgan attack is not very good, I'm afraid, this morning. They got in no help, but there's nothing threatening. Don't know what. Anyway, it's 67 without loss, Bancroft 36, and Phillips is on 30.
I think that's the thing about the Kookaburra ball and so many people have said it, and there does seem to be quite a unified, from the top, that is, dislike of it in terms of the teams. I mean, a couple of coaches have come out and, well, wasn't it Alex Stewart a couple of years back who said it was the worst decision ever to use it? And Anthony McGrath
came out last week.
Has said that he doesn't understand why we're using it, and this is the thing.
This is for Australia, isn't it? How many of these lads are going to be playing in Australia?
Quite. You've got to be probably of a slightly higher pace as Al Hassan bowls to Phillips, and this is defended back to the bowler. I'm not saying that you won't get wickets, and actually we saw in the last match Ben Charlesworth came on, quite a docile session really, and Madsen and Kane were just absolutely taking the game away from Gloucestershire in that Derbyshire reply. Gloucestershire coming up well short in their first innings, and Ben Charlesworth came on and got 2 for 10 in 4 overs. So it's not as though you can't take wickets.
Surprise wickets.
Pace, but Al Hassan in now, and this is turned into the onside by Phillips.
I think it was Championship. No, it wouldn't have been Championship here. Glamorgan were down at Taunton, and they couldn't get this pair. Mushtaq Mohammed, of all people, he wasn't a bad player. He used to come in about number 8, was holding Glamorgan up. And I think it was something like the last over before tea, Matthew Main had called upon David Hemp to bowl, who he'd taken a few wickets, but he was in no way a top-class bowler.
Al Hassan in now. Phillips forward carefully, playing this on to mid-off.
Third ball, Mushy nicks it to slip, and he's gone on his way, and Glamorgan are on the way up the M5 in no time. So, David Hemp, and he did it again at Southampton one year. I think that was in. It was in. Was that a one-day match, Nick? I can't remember.
Treble wicket maiden.
Can you imagine that?
Nick? Gosh.
He never got bowled again. He was no good. He wasn't any good as a bowler. But the surprise element and the batsman licking his lips and saying, "Oh."
Al Hassan bowls, and Phillips, well, he was looking at his lips as that one came down, but he's picked out square leg, a full half volley on leg stump, and there's no run as the ball's hit to Mason Crane, who just begins to do a little bit of shoulder rotating. Wasn't a full-on warm-up, but I think he's just thinking about.
You often see, as you just mentioned, Charlesworth and other people coming on. It's the surprise element, and I'm sure batsmen do relax.
Al Hassan in, and Phillips forces that one not past, tumbling mid-wicket. Good fielding from Asa Tribe, down to his right, one-handed, just almost patted the ball into the ground to stop it. Good work, because again Phillips might have been a bit frustrated actually at missing out on the previous ball as well, and then got another one there that he thought maybe he was going to score off. So just seeing if they can frustrate the batter here. Al Hassan in now, and this time back to rigid defence into the offside, but it's maiden over from Al Hassan, 67 without loss. Gloucestershire 36, Bancroft 30 to Phillips.
I also think that looking at the scoring rate, 2.91 reflects the slowness of the pitch and the ball not really coming up, and it makes for, I suppose, I enjoy watching any sort of cricket, but not very, I suppose you can say, dull watching for the spectators when the runs are not coming at a brisk pace, and there's the bowlers find it difficult to take wickets. Let's see if Nick can do anything here. He comes in, I'll go and see what's for lunch, and it'll carry on.
Thank you very much. As Harris bowls one to Bancroft that wasn't that far away from the off stump, but was left alone. And just to labour the point on the Kookaburra, because what else can we do but talk about it? I think the whole point of it is that it works better on bouncier pitches, and the pitches here in this country are not. Harris bowls, and there we go, back of a length, and gets up maybe hip height. Bancroft is able to nudge it away for a single through square leg. 68 without loss.
I was hoping it would be a bit better at this time of year because we had the awful experiment at the start of the year, didn't we, which was even more inappropriate. I thought it might be a bit better for
pitch is even softer.
Towards the middle stroke back end of the season. But lots of draws last week, certainly.
Yeah, well, it was quite funny, wasn't it? The only game that really looked as if in Division 2 it might be a positive result as Harris pitches that one up. It's worked up to mid-on and there's no run. Was that Leicestershire Glamorgan game where it looked as though Leicestershire might be able to bowl Glamorgan out? Then that one didn't end in a victory for either side, and then you had Lancashire pushing for a victory at Blackpool, the thriller at Bristol, and then that game between Middlesex and Northamptonshire where again a target was set up and Northamptonshire chased it down. Harris goes in and bowls a shorter ball. It's pulled away along the ground by Phillips. Handsome looking shot, but will only add 1 to the score as it's fielded at deep backward square. 69 without loss. Yeah, it just, especially in the second division, and you know the discussion earlier on about seamers. I mean, we don't know what will happen as far as Gloucestershire seam bowling stocks. I think it's pretty public knowledge that there are several out of contract as Harris bowls a slow delivery. Bancroft waits for it to come to him, angles it to point. But you know, it seems as though there are an awful lot of counties who are scrambling around trying to find enough seamers as it is, and then all of a sudden you're raided by Division 1 counties who will say, oh well, we need this for our depth, we need this to get through the season, we need all these seam bowlers. Harris in now, Bancroft a little bit of a hop as he goes across his crease and blocks it out. 69 without loss after 24 overs, but of course no consideration really given as there's no desire seemingly for any sort of a transfer system or anything like that. It's just too bad really. You produce players and off they go, but especially if we're going to have rounds with the Kookaburra ball and the bowlers that can potentially be that point of difference with the Kookaburra ball just going to depart, then what? Well, I'm going to go quite so far as to say what attraction is there to come and watch, but yeah, it just feels as though you're being squeezed from all sides. Basically, you're being squeezed from the point of view of pitches getting better to bat on, Division 1 counties depleting your bowling stocks, and then you're bowling with a ball that doesn't help particularly either. You know, if we just change one thing, we have to change 5 things that all do the same thing and then pile in on top of each other. I don't know.
And you're the youngest member of this commentary team. It's meant to be left to Ed and myself to be the Waldorf and Stettler, the grumpy old men up aloft. Anyway, this will cheer us up. A bit of spin at 12:35 on the first morning from Ben Callaway. Right arm off spin to start, and Phillips playing his first ball to short mid wicket. Gloucestershire supporters may think, what is he talking about? Callaway can bowl left arm occasionally as well. That is driven by Phillips nicely, but straight to mid on, and there's no run. So there's a slip and a leg slip. I like this. Ingram has gone to leg slip. Carlson at slip. Carlson in, bowls, and Phillips turns it round the corner, but there's a backward square leg. Harris fields just behind the umpire, no run. Short mid-wicket and shortish cover are more or less on the drive in semi-catching positions. There's Callaway in to bowl. Bancroft does dab this one just wide of leg slip. The inevitable shouts of catch it, and they've gone through for a single. 70 without loss. Here on BBC Sport Online. BBC Sounds. and the Glamorgan and Gloucestershire websites with the video stream. This mid-wicket was deep, but is now being brought in. In fact, there are two mid-wickets now. One's straightish and semi-catching, and the other's single-saving. Callaway bowls and turned away by Bancroft down towards backwards square. They've gone through for a single, 71 without loss. And precious little really to get this crowd excited in the first session, but a very solid base being built by the visitors after being put into bat. Callaway bowls, Phillips knocks another one onto the leg side for a single. So 3 singles off the last 3 balls of Callaway's opening over. 72 for no wicket after 25. Bancroft has 38 and Phillips has 33. Was it the Netherlands super over that you were mentioning earlier on?
Yes.
I think it was a treble.
It was treble, wasn't
treble
it?
super over.
You're right, of course it was.
It was the bowler who won it for Netherlands.
Yes.
Was a chap called Zach Lariche, who's played once or twice for Glamorgan seconds. Is on the Sussex staff. I think he's still on the Sussex staff.
Yes, I think you're right.
He certainly was, and he is the son of a former Welsh tennis player, Sarah Loosemore, who was the only Welsh tennis player in Wimbledon for several decades, it seems like.
Okay, I didn't know that. It was just absolutely bizarre. I was following along with it as Harris bowls, back of a length played past sprawling gully, but backward points there to stop it. There's no run. Harris continuing. And I think something like the last over of the actual game, I think was something like 16 needed. The last 2 balls went 6-4 to send it to the super over. Then I think the first super over, it was a 4 and a 6 to tie it. Harris bowls full ball, it's driven and then stopped in his follow through by Harris. Something similar in the second super over as well. It was something like 19 and 17 in the first 2, and then this guy comes on we're talking about, and he takes 2 wickets in 3 balls, and they need 1 to win.
It's bizarre. It doesn't look like he's still with Sussex.
Right.
A couple of reference books I've consulted.
Extraordinary game. Harris approaches, bowls, driving. Phillips straight to cover. And no run.
Well, I did witness a super over this season, bizarrely.
So did I.
All right. Oh, yes.
Somerset Women and Durham in the knockout
All right.
T20 Cup played a super over. And because Somerset have to change their batting and bowling strips because they've got 2 different ones, they actually did do that for the super over. Harris runs in now and bowls. Again, it's a slower ball, which Phillips pushes into the covers. There's no run.
That's a little pedantic.
We did wonder whether they would do it, and they did. I was very pleased because it's a rare occurrence to get a super over in domestic cricket, because in the blast it's just a tie's a tie.
Well, Glamorgan had one in their pre-blast friendly, which appeared to have been made up on the spot as they faced Wiltshire away.
Harris running in, bowls, a short ball crunched away through, just backward of square by Phillips for 4. Goodness, he's hit that hard because it's a long boundary out there, and Asa Tribe is a good fielder, really didn't have much ground to make up and still couldn't get there. Got every bit of that. He's on to 37, 76 for no wicket.
Yes, Wiltshire hit a couple of boundaries, I think, in the last over to get a tie, and there seemed to be a general desire with a few hundred people in the ground as well to get a result. So Wiltshire, I believe, asked for the super over, and Glamorgan said, "Oh, why not?" And Dan Dowthwaite won it for Glamorgan to rather deflate the home crowd.
Right.
It was fun.
Oh, it was. Well, the cracking game at Exmouth. The Somerset Durham game, short down the leg side, pulled down to fine leg, controlled well enough by Phillips. He'll just take one, and yet again the batters are all square at 38 all, 77 without loss. But a cracking setting down there, beautiful evening. It's a good job it was, because if it were at all cloudy, there's no way they'd have got the super over it. The sun had just dipped down behind the trees as they were coming out for the super over. It was something like a 5:30 start, and there's a little bit of a hill at Exmouth just off the seafront, and the sun went down behind there. But Alex Griffiths, actually, the Welsh product, was responsible for getting it to the super over, but it was a very short chase. They needed about 120 odd, and then made an absolute mess of it, and Griffiths scored something like 30 odd off 17 balls just to get them in there.
Callaway bowls, Phillips forward, no run.
So it really was a sort of snatching a victory from the jaws of defeat, and from Durham's point of view, but they didn't go on to make finals day.
Forward presses Phillips. Yes, it's just looking at the setup for this particular Vitality Blast, where Gloucestershire host Glamorgan this afternoon. Down leg side. Oh! He's out, given down leg side. Phillips looking to push it away, and Ben Callaway has the breakthrough with the third ball of his second over. 77 for 1. Phillips has gone for 38, as that has been just deflected, and an excellent catch for Chris Cook.
Well, it's very well taken, but good grief, what a way to lose your first wicket. And again, Phillips has looked in good order. He seemed to be batting patiently, even a few times when he was tied down he got through those, found a way to score, but yeah, tossing away his gloves, he'd be furious with that, to get out to a ball which was really, just fired down the leg side, and maybe a little bit of turn sending it further down, but especially with the leg slip in there as well.
Yes.
There was plenty of danger. Yeah.
Trap alert.
Yeah.
We are setting a trap. Oh, he's fallen into it.
Yeah, quite. And having done all that hard work, you're facing a spinner inside the first session on a pitch which is still, well, in strips anyway, relatively green. You're just thinking there's every chance of really cashing in here with a big score, and it's a good start, but now it's going to be up to Bancroft and now Ollie Price coming in to see Gloucestershire through. It's been their session so far, but another wicket, and actually, especially with the fact that they haven't let the scoring rate get away, Glamorgan might not be too disappointed.
That's a great grab from Cook. I mean, who have absolutely no time to see the path of the ball coming down the leg side there, or turned towards the leg side. 77 for 1. Ollie Price, 606 runs at 46.
Yeah, the 253 not out at Old Trafford certainly does, as you say, help that along.
As Callaway bowls and Price drives through the offside and will get off the mark first ball with a couple of runs. Van der Hoogten makes his way around the outfield and fields, but they're comfortably back for a second run. The presence of a short leg and a leg slip means that the offside is rather underpopulated. It's a 5-4 leg side field for the off spinner. As Callaway bowls and Price presses forward and defends. And there were a couple of pitches that did take turn here last season. round about this time of year. Price drives but doesn't really time it. The oohs and ahs are entirely manufactured. The applause for Ben Callaway making the breakthrough for Glamorgan. Gloucestershire are 79 for 1 with 13 minutes to go here until luncheon on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah,
There's a change of bowling as well at the Cathedral.
spin from both ends.
Coming on to bowl for Glamorgan.
Marvellous.
Is Mason Crane.
Some leg spin.
Yeah, he had a bit of
overs
a
in.
tough time at Leicester. Mason Crane won for 139 in his first red ball appearance of the season, but he's been going well in the T20, to be fair.
Yes, he bowled terrifically at Bristol. I think something like back-to-back threefers going into that one, and then he took a four-fer there.
Yeah.
So Gloucestershire are going to have to be careful with him. And Bancroft just surveying, as you'll see a deep forward square leg and a deep point. No leg slip for Crane, turning it away from the right-hander, just the slip, no short leg. Crane in to bowl, and a bit of straightening there as the fielder on the 45 initially went the wrong way, and then Ingram scrambled back to his right and prevented a run. Bancroft on 38. Particularly vital, you'd think, for Gloucestershire that he is there at lunch, having done all that work this morning. Goes back and drives out through extra cover. There should be I say there should be two, there might not be two actually. In fact, there's just a single, because a good off-balance throw, quick pick-up from Harris out at deep cover, and the shortness of the boundary dissuaded them from coming back. 80 for 1, Bancroft to 39, but there does seem to be a bit out there for Crane. There's clearly some moisture in the outfield, so there's a bit of moisture in the pitch, you might get a little bit of grip. As Ollie Price carves out his guard and prepares to face. Crane whirls in, bowls, reaching forward, almost lunging at that one. Ollie Price playing it out into the covers. There is no run. In Division 1, by the way, Essex 85 for 1 against Yorkshire. That match taking place at York, which was a enjoyable trip for Gloucestershire last year in the one-day cup, as Crane bowls, and leaving that one alone is Ollie Price. Sure, he must have picked the leg break there. He does have a good googly on him.
Well, yes, the outground situation is yet another reason against the reduction of county championship and
yes,
county cricket generally.
I think we're going to be talking about that an awful lot next month at Cheltenham, as Ollie Price guides that one off the open face of the bat down to backward point. There is no run. Crane settling in straight away here, and Ollie Price clearly wanting to play him off the front foot, but Crane not over pitching as yet, allowing the ball to turn. There's another nice looking delivery which Price has to be watchful to. There's no run and just the single from Crane's first over. 80 for 1. Warwickshire 103 for 1 against Sussex at Hove. Fairly similar scores for most of these games really. Surrey 97 for 1 against Durham, with Jimmy Neesham playing his first red ball game for 3 years. He's taken the wicket for Durham. Rory Burns out for 55. Durham putting Surrey in there at 98 for 1. Big match between Somerset and Nottinghamshire at Taunton. Somerset winning the toss and electing to bat. You'd imagine they're probably going to make that pitch turn. 88 for 3 is the Somerset score.
Callaway is in to bowl. Bancroft drives on the leg side, stopped by a tumbling try, but shortish mid-wicket, no run.
A couple of wickets to Brett Hutton and one to Mohammed Abbas, and Worcestershire 94 for 2 at the utility bowl.
Callaway bowls and Bancroft works that one wide of leg slip. He'll get runs, he may get 4. It's being chased down towards the fine leg boundary, and it is being picked up and returned by Harris, throwing on the turn. which is another marvellous skill that professional cricketers have that I always marvel at, throwing at on the turn, pick up and throw and get your throw in somewhere in the right direction. Kellaway in, and Bancroft blocks it back to the bowler. Glamorgan looking to make it 4 out of 5 in the Women's T20 Blast this afternoon at Bristol. Gloucestershire looking for a second win in their 5th game. As that is blocked by Bancroft again, back to the bowler.
Yeah, got their first Blast win a couple of days ago. Gloucestershire's women against Kent. Many congratulations for that.
As that's turned on the leg side by Bancroft, and there is no run. Yes, I was over in Newport on Friday to watch Glamorgan women defeat Sussex for the 4th time this season. As Bancroft plays this one through the leg side, it beats the dive of Tribe at short mid-wicket, but there's also a sweeper out on the leg side boundary in front of the pavilion. And it's a single, so 3 off the over. Gloucestershire 83 for 1. Bancroft 42. Ollie Price is on 2. 7 minutes till lunch. That might just be 3 overs, given that we've got spin at both ends. Gloucestershire will probably do a little bit of gardening and chat between the batters to try and avoid that. Or Bancroft might say, well, yeah, bring it on, we've got another chance to score.
Yeah, well, I suppose you've got to face the overs at some point. Mason Crane continuing, and delivery which is driven into the ground and fielded at short extra cover. There's no run, no temptation to hurl the ball in mock celebration up in the air there. I don't think there would have been too many people caught up by that one.
Friday night. Few pints in.
Crane in, and Bancroft down the pitch and just nudging the ball towards mid-on, thinking about a single, but Gorvin is in pretty close there. I think they pretty much know that at this stage, so close to lunch, Bancroft is not likely to be taking on the mid-off and mid-on fielders. Goes across and turns the ball into the onside. Little bit of shall we, shan't we between the batters there. I don't think you could really say it was a mix-up. It was just Price coming down and expecting to get the call of no at some point, and it didn't really come. Sam Northeast, the fielder at short mid-wicket, they decided not to take him on. Crane bowls, some turn there. Not a huge amount, but just enough potentially to bring that outside edge into play. So Bancroft has to again do due diligence and keep it down into the offside. 83 for 1. Crane in now. Bancroft forward again, playing in defence into the covers. This is really good stuff from Mason Crane. So often with these Kookaburra games, it's the spinners that have to bear the brunt of it. The seamers go, right, well, we're not bowling with this, over to you. And the spinners seem to have to bowl pretty much non-stop for about 50 overs. Crane, last ball of the over, bowls. Bancroft plays it late, runs it through point where there is no fielder inside the ring, and it's fielded by Harris out on the boundary, so spoils the maiden over. But both Crane's first 2 overs have just gone for the 1 run apiece. Bancroft has pinched the strike again, as he's got 43, and the score 84 for 1, with probably still 2 overs to go until the break.
You'd have thought so, unless there's an assault on Kellaway here. Be Gloucestershire's morning, unless Glamorgan can strike again. 84 for 1, the visitors, after being put into bat in what is billed as the 7-side derby. As Kellaway bowls, knocked away past, leg slipper for a single to the shouts of catch it. 85 for 1.
Yes, of course, it was part of rivalry week, wasn't it, in the Blast, which I had no idea about until I saw a tweet containing that piece of information. Had no idea there was a rivalry week.
I presume Gloucestershire-Somerset is
Yes.
the rivalry, isn't it? And
And then there was the game a couple of days later.
Callaway bowls. Oh, that's chopped away by Price down towards third man. He didn't look entirely certain of that one, but it'll pick him up a couple of runs as Carlson runs back towards the boundary in front of us and retrieves. 87 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. Run rate just under 3. Run rate will matter relatively little. Glamorgan certainly found it difficult scoring against the Kookaburra, getting old on the first day last week. As Price squeezes that one out on the offside, they go through for a quick single and Bancroft is home. Well, it really has been a positive approach from the Gloucestershire captain. Cameron Bancroft in terms of his running between the wickets this morning.
Yeah, it's just a real hallmark of his batting.
He's left very few opportunities go past as he turns it towards leg slip, shouts of catch as Ingram fielded. I don't think it quite carried.
No, just maybe did enough as it bounced a bit. Almost didn't control it.
Callaway bowls, Bancroft forward driving to mid-on, no run. And the Callaway over is on its final delivery, so we'll get another one. As Bancroft back on his stumps, dead batting it on the leg side, tried from short leg, jogs round to field. 88 for 1. And we're going to get 32 overs, ladies and gentlemen, in the morning session of a county championship match, the first session of the match as well.
There you go. What's all this moaning and grumbling about the Kookaburra ball and the over rates? You know, which pick your poison, really. There's no way you'd be seeing 7 overs of spin before lunch. The first morning with the Duke's ball, not in these conditions, that's for sure.
Wouldn't be a county championship match without something to grumble about.
Yeah. Here's Crane to Ollie Price, who is taking a huge stride forward to get towards the pitch of the ball and push it to cover. So 5 balls to survive, and it will be lunch if a wicket falls, as the clock now just ticks over to 1 o'clock anyway, as Crane bowls, driving Ollie Price out through the covers, and they'll trot through for a single. 89 for 1. These two doing a lot of the damage with the bat in the fixture between these two sides at Bristol. I mentioned the 163 for Bancroft earlier on, but Ollie Price making 101 as well. Crane bowls up to the bat and worked away by Bancroft up to mid-on. No run. Ground staff already getting ready, leaning on the big brush. One of them, there's going to be some serious sweeping seemingly done during the lunch break as Bancroft comes forward. I do like it when you can hear that, no run! Very occasionally. He's not the loudest caller, Bancroft, but he's an excellent judger of a run, and as soon as he hit that he realised that he'd hit it too firmly. A couple of balls to go. Crane with a rather dirty towel sticking out the back of his trousers as Bancroft plays in defence into the onside for no run. I think it's probably, maybe it is all from this morning with a little bit of moisture out there. Either that or it's a favourite. It's a little bit stained red, that towel. Last ball of the morning. Crane bowls full and wide. Bancroft drives it up to mid-off, wants a single, and again it's an excellent run. He hit it quite firmly, but wide enough of mid-off, and not for the first time this morning. Callaway just down, and I'm not sure what he's feeling out there, whether it's a fingertip or something. He's still squatting down there even now as they took that run. 90 for 1. Looks as if he probably will be okay, but there's, his right shoulder now seems to be clutching a bit, and he's gone down again. Not fully, but bent over. Or Hassan just giving a bit of a massage. I'm sure that'll help. 90 on the board. Bancroft has exactly half of those runs. Ollie Price 6, and just Joe Phillips out to probably still be either kicking himself or various parts of the dressing room, because he batted so well for his 38 and then strangulation job down the leg side.
Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow. Gloucestershire 90 for 1 at lunch, so putting the visitors in hasn't quite worked for Glamorgan so far, at least. You suspect it was with a view to conditions possibly tomorrow as the pitch dries out. Ben Callaway has taken the only wicket to fall, dismissing Joe Phillips for 38, caught behind down the leg side by Chris Cook. Cameron Bancroft, the visitors' skipper, is on 45, not out and looking ominous. Gloucestershire 90 for 1 at lunch. So ball-by-ball commentary resumes at 1:40 here on BBC Sport Online. We'll speak to you then.
I've got some lunchtime scores in the other games in the Rothesay County Championship. All of them, like here at Sapphire Gardens, are in their first day. We'll start in Division 1 at the Utility Bowl, where Worcestershire won the toss, elected to bat against Hampshire. At lunch, Worcestershire 101 for 2. At Taunton, Somerset won the toss. They also elected to bat against Nottinghamshire. And at the interval, Somerset are 100 for 3. At Hove, Warwickshire won the toss. They also elected to bat against Sussex. Warwickshire 113 for 1 at lunch. At York, Essex won the toss. They're batting first against Yorkshire. They're currently 97 for 1. And at the Oval, Durham won the toss. They elected to bowl against Surrey, and Surrey 101 for 1 at the interval. Moving into Division 2 of the Rothesay County Championship. At Grace Road, Leicestershire won the toss. They're bowling first against Middlesex. Middlesex at lunch were 119 without loss. At Chesterfield, Lancashire won the toss. They're batting first against Derbyshire. They're currently 96 for 4. And at the Spitfires, St Lawrence in Canterbury, Kent won the toss. They're batting first against Northamptonshire. And Kent at lunch are 110 for 1. A reminder that if you're seeking a scorecard for this match, they're available free of charge from reception. Reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is also open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It'll be open until the close of play. And as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, don't forget a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's also a 10% discount on all food sales for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit situated beneath the Castell Howell stand. That's up the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. And snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. And with the temperatures still rising and hovering around 30 degrees, don't forget there are various refill points around the stadium where you can recharge, free of charge, your water bottles. A reminder as well that there's a members' forum at the close of play tomorrow, and the forum will be held in the Pyramid Lounge. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and together with the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery, the facilities have recently had a refurbishment, so there's lots of new material for you to enjoy, as well as watching new films in both English and Welsh. And one of the new features in the museum is a memory match. And for this match, the memory game is the Sunday League contest 50 summers ago, when Majid Khan of Pakistan and Glamorgan scored the fastest televised 50 of the 1975 season. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of this facility. These items for sale also include the newly published research monograph. The first booklet has just been published, tracing the fascinating history of women's and girls' cricket in Wales. And the museum will be open until the end of the tea interval later this afternoon. A date for your diary is Thursday the 10th of July. That's when the next speaker in the very popular Walkers and Talkers initiative will be Terry Davis, Glamorgan's wicketkeeper from the 1970s and 1980s. Terry, once he retired, emigrated to Australia and New Zealand, where he's become a very successful cricket and business administrator. Terry is back in the UK for a short period, and he'll be talking in the Museum of Welsh Cricket, as I say, on Thursday the 10th of July, with the Walkers and Talkers event starting at 10 o'clock, with tea and coffee, as well as light refreshments available from 9:30. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sapphire Gardens for the second session of this championship match, with Gloucestershire 90 for 1 after being put into bat by Glamorgan. And Ben Callaway, who was holding his shoulder rather gingerly before lunch, is going to continue after lunch. Jonathan Ray has emailed glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk and he says, where is the Gloucestershire flag today? Well, it's not on the flagpole, that's for sure. Here's Ben Callaway in to bowl to Bancroft, who turns it round the left side and goes through for a very well judged quick single. Has been the hallmark of his innings so far. I presume they've got one for home matches and one for away matches.
I'm not sure.
Or perhaps there's only one flag and it's on duty for the women's game this afternoon.
Yeah, I have no idea on that. I must say it's something that I seem to answer quite a lot, and I every time I've got no answer.
Price stretches forward and defends. I wasn't particularly expecting you to have
last year
inside knowledge of.
I think at one point it was being repaired last year because it was getting a little frayed. It's quite an old flag, but I don't imagine that it's fallen into disrepair that quickly. I don't think we've had too much in terms of gale force wind. I suppose it was quite windy for the last home game, but no, I've no idea. Maybe if somebody is listening, they could
let us know.
Let me know, or let the email address know.
Yeah, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk is the relatively new one. If you could use that one rather than my private one, that would be appreciated. Kevin Higgins is from Istanbul, is joining us and hopes to get here in time to watch the final play because he's flying to the UK on Tuesday, so hoping for some action on Wednesday. Callaway bowls and Price drives into the offside, well fielded by a sprawling northeast at cover, and there is no run. Price, tall young man, looking to get on the front foot straight away. That's on the back foot though, and is forced to defend inside edge on the pad. Rolls out on the offside for northeast again. 91 for 1 Gloucestershire. As Glamorgan have posted a short leg and a slip at the moment, and that's turning down leg side. So there's a bit of turn there for Callaway straight away.
Yeah, I think the previous one that caught the inside edge turned. Now I'm sure he'll tell you he was deliberately trying the Joe Phillips ploy that last delivery.
As Price is pressing forward, defending to cover, one off the over after lunch. So yes, Kevin, be great for you to be at the ground on Wednesday, provided there's still play, and on the evidence of the first session, there's every reason to think that this game may well go the distance.
Right, Tim van der Hoogten is going to switch ends, having produced the 6 overs for 15 from the River Taff end. He's going to come in from the Cathedral Road end. Typically accurate van der Hoogten, but not a great deal out there for him. But still, with that one wicket just to open the door, Gloucestershire have got a reset this afternoon, and particularly if Bancroft were to fall early, then Glamorgan have every chance of getting themselves in a strong position come the tea break. Here comes van der Hoogten, bowls and driven and edged for 4 by Bancroft, and that's going to be his half century. It squeezed away off a thick outside edge all along the ground, but a
7th boundary to bring up a 96 ball 50 for Gloucestershire's captain, and that is his 5th consecutive county championship 50 plus score.
It's just efficient, isn't it?
Yes, that is the word I've often used to describe Bancroft. Yep, it's just calm, measured, picking off the runs where they're available on a good length. He goes forward and plays into the covers, and there's no run. He has had a bit of a torrid time of it at times in the T20. Gloucestershire have not got off to the quickest of starts, but as soon as he had the red ball in his sights, I mentioned the 58 when he was adjudged caught behind. I think he's probably still got the bruise on his upper arm, and then the 176 in the second innings as Van der Hoeken goes in and bowls to him, beats him on the inside edge, but it falls way short of the keeper, so that's going to be the problem there. I don't know whether that was a cutting slower ball there from Van der Hoeken, or whether it's just gone straight through Bancroft, but that was actually how, in the end, after the 176, Zach Chappell got him with one that just cut back and went between bat and pad and was bowled. But if you're getting out to those ones, I think, sometimes the bowler's just allowed to bowl a good ball as Bancroft works it leg side for no run. But yeah, it's so funny, isn't it, how so quickly in this game, particularly because you can go back to before the T20 when he made a pair of 60s at Northampton, and then you include those with last match, all of a sudden he's in rare form, having really not looked in the best of touch in the blast. Van der Hoeken bowls to him, that's a confident leave inside the off stump to his 100th delivery, so really small fry compared with the 366 balls that he faced for his 176 against Derbyshire to rescue Gloucestershire after they faced a first innings deficit of 211 in that game. Bancroft and Graham van Buren both making scores in the 170s to turn that game around and give Gloucestershire in the end a chance of victory as Bancroft comes forward and defends back to the bowler, and there's no run, so just the 4 from the over off the first ball, and it's 95 for 1. An extraordinary game for Graham van Buren, especially the second half of it with 175 followed by 4 for 64. He was doing a bit of bowling up front this morning, and you actually don't see Van Buren bowling as much in warm-ups as some. I thought that was quite interesting, given that I'm sure he's probably going to have to do quite a bit of bowling in this game, and there's nothing that we've seen in the first 34 overs to suggest that he won't have to do a fair bit of bowling.
Callaway is in from the River Taff end, and Price turns that one to backward square, and there's no run. Well, I suppose, would he be the third option after Murphy and Price?
Second, really.
Second,
I think,
before Price?
Before Price.
There's Price goes pressing forward and is beaten by one that went straight on, I think, that time.
He's got a good record, Ben Callaway. 24 wickets in his 14 matches, average 30.
Callaway in, bowls, and that's defended by Price. Yes, he was possibly the better 21-year-old off-spinner in the Glamorgan side, even when Glamorgan had Shoaib Bashir playing. As the reverse comes out from Price, that's early, and it's swept away towards the third-man boundary. Gorvin runs round and does the fielding, and they're back for 2 runs. On X, player Pompey saying, after Edwards' remarks about the less fashionable counties, maybe the Cinderella counties will go to the ball this season. Callaway bowls, Price pressing well forward, defends on the leg side. Freddie and the Mumbles reminds us of Mumbles Cricket Club centenary celebrations on the 20th of July when they're playing a Glamorgan Masters 11. Forward comes Price and defends. I'm not available for celebrity commentary, even if I qualified for it, I'm afraid, Freddie. I'll certainly mention it to Edward, who lives rather nearer to there than I do. Dowlow's Tup on X, dipping in and out of the live stream here in Valencia, hoping it's cooler with you. It's 38 with them in Spain. Well, it's probably low 20s, I think, here today. It's quite sultry. It's meant to be higher temperatures and hotter tomorrow. Meant to be the warmest day of the match. And David Battersby says, great to watch Majid Khan's fastest 50 in the Welsh Cricket Museum at lunch against Northampton 75.
Van der Hoogten in now. Bancroft forward, well down the pitch, and not getting a run out into the offside.
50 off 22 deliveries, which was a Glamorgan record for some years. Back in the days when they didn't do that sort of thing.
Yeah. Where was that?
Wellingborough School.
Oh gosh.
It was televised, I'm not sure, across the UK. It was certainly televised on BBC Wales.
Gosh. Huh. Wouldn't get cameras to that sort of place now. Van der Hoogten in and struck on the pad. Looks close. Gone, LBW. He's gone across his stumps, has Bancroft. And up goes the finger from Ant Harris. And Tim van der Hoogten has struck. And that's exactly what Glamorgan wanted. They've prized out the Gloucestershire captain. And 97 for 2 after really cruising along at 77 without loss. Gloucestershire's first innings against Derbyshire started off very well and fell away through the mid part of the innings. There's a bit of a danger now that could happen again.
Yeah, Bancroft was playing across that one, probably hit middle and off. Umpire ruling that it would have gone on to strike leg stump.
Let's another look here. Ooh.
It's doing quite a lot.
Wow.
Ed is not entirely impressed with the decision.
Well, I think it's amazing how brave umpires are without DRS with those decisions now. We've seen it time and again this season where, you know, with DRS maybe you'd actually be a bit more aggressive, but yeah, it just, you know, I wasn't surprised to see the finger go up, I'll put it that way, because you do see it a lot. Umpires are just, it's almost like when you're sweeping now, it's almost a guaranteed up goes the finger. If you've gone across a long way and then you're hit in front of about leg stump, you know, you're probably going to be given. That just seems to be the way that it is.
I think psychologically, if you think the batter is making a mistake as an umpire,
yes, exactly.
Bancroft's fallen over or fallen all round that delivery, really. If you think it's a mistake from the batter, which obviously it is when you hit on the pad to some extent, but it wasn't a great looking shot, and you think, maybe it's back of your mind, well, he deserves to be out for that sort of thing.
No, I think that's exactly right. And when you're shouldering arms as well, so
absolutely.
often you sort of look at a replay and think, good grief, that's nowhere near being out. But just because of the fact that, like you said, the bowler, there's sort of that bit surely in the umpire's mind where he thinks, yeah, the bowler sort of deserves this wicket because he's done him there. Miles Hammond's the new batter, left-hander, first left-hander for Gloucestershire. He comes onto the front foot to his first delivery and defends it straight to Harris at mid-on. And, well, in that last match, Gloucestershire were 82 for 1, 68 without loss. Just got to be a little bit careful here through this afternoon session. 2 slips in place, second slip in very close as Van der Hoogten tries a short ball and that loops through to the wicketkeeper.
It's painful, isn't it? Ball 36 overs old, and it gets that little response when the bowler bangs it in. Not that Van der Hoogten does that often anyway, but It's real tennis ball bounce personified.
So Hammond waits and Van der Hugten bowls to him as he's squeezed away into the onside. There was a little bit of a roll of wrists there from Hammond, as if to suggest, at least to the fielding side, that was where he did mean it to go, but I don't think Glamorgan were overly convinced. But Hammond is off the mark with a single, 98 for 2 at the other end. So, I mean, always you feel with Gloucestershire's batting lineup, Bancroft is that steadying presence as well. Not that there aren't quality players through the middle order, and say Van Buren coming off runs due in next. James Bracey, who has probably been Gloucestershire's most consistent batter this season. As Van der Hugten bowls to Ollie Price, who's forward and defends into the offside. Bowler fields 98 for 2 at the end of that over, but you just don't want that wobble to occur.
You're remarkably pessimistic given the averages of these Gloucestershire players.
No.
Price 46, Hammond 37, Van Buren 39, Bracey 60.
Yeah, well, as I said, there's quality there. It's just you need to cash in the first innings, and they know that. And it was a rare time that they missed out at Bristol last week, because coming into that game, I think they were behind only Leicestershire in terms of the batting points. Derbyshire actually overtook them in terms of batting points for the season in that game.
Here's Ben Kellaway coming around the wicket to bowl to Hammond, who works it to backward point. All Hassan fields, no run.
But you just can't be chasing these Kookaburra games, I don't think. Okay, they've fought their way back in last match, but this is a vital game for Gloucestershire. They've got to make up some ground here.
Kellaway bowls, Hammond drives back to the bowler, no run. Yep, third against fourth. In the hope and expectation that 2 will go up, but who knows. Kellaway into bowl. Hammond works it into a gap on the offside and will take a single. I suppose even if we go to some sort of conference system, then where you finish will improve your seedings, if you like, and make sure your draw is slightly more favourable for next season. As Kellaway bowls to Price, who's forward, defending into the offside, no run. But there we are. Kellaway bowls, Price is forward defending again, back to the bowler this time. As Mr. Bevan was remarking earlier, it would be nice to have a period of stability in the county game. Seems unlikely. Price forward, defends back to the bowler again. No run, 99 for 2. Single off a very tight Kellaway over. Elsewhere in Division 2, Derbyshire against Lancashire, which is at Chesterfield. Lancashire 112 for 5. 2 wickets apiece for Aitchison and Chappell. Keaton Jennings is 47 not out there at Kent against Northants. At Canterbury, Kent going well on 124 for 1. Compton's dropped anchor, 38 not out. Denley out for 35. Young Singh 35 not out.
Van der Hugten approaches Hammond and beats him with a beauty, which angled in from round the wicket and then seemed to hold its line and past the outside edge. I haven't seen too many genuine beating of the bat so far, but that one certainly did, and would also have carried through behind the stumps.
I think Singh of Kent, a young all-rounder who had a rather torrid debut against Glamorgan, I'm afraid, so nice to see him getting a few.
Van der Hugten runs in past the umpire bowls now to Hammond, who drives pleasantly past cover. I'm not sure that's quite got enough on it to go to the boundary. It's a long corner out there. Hammond's sprinting the second run. He wants a third, and he'll turn and go. It's good running from Hammond, even though Gorvin was just picking the ball up. It's a long throw, and those 3 runs mean Gloucestershire have passed the 100 mark. 102 for 2 as Hammond is on to 5.
So 100 has taken until the 38th over to come up, which is rather slower than usual.
Yeah.
2.73 the run rate at the moment.
It hasn't been particularly easy so far trying to make strokes. We've seen quite a lot of 2s and 3s as well. The outfield not the quickest around the country, but that's absolutely fine as Van der Hugten bowls to Price, inside edge on to Boot. In fact, sometimes I think this season you've got too much for your runs, really. You haven't even really had to hit the ball and it's sped away to the boundary. I think it's good to see 2s and 3s.
At Leicester, the other Division 2 match, Middlesex 128 without loss. Sam Robson, Josh DeCaires have unbeaten 50s to their credit.
Ollie Price back on strike, shuffles across and defends to point.
And free admission there was at Leicester today, so not much to enjoy from the partisan home point of view, but I'm sure they'll be enjoying the cakes anyway.
I did wonder what Leicestershire would do come Kookaburra time, because they did have an attack with a lot of right arm seam of a certain pace, but they've built up such an advantage through the early part of the year that it's not going to matter really. And they've got a batting lineup that's so strong that they shouldn't be losing many games. Van der Hugten to Price as a leg slip in place now, but it's bowled outside the off stump and there's no shot. But yeah, both these sides needing to make some ground up on Derbyshire, but the problem in a way, even though it's the Kookaburra ball, is that they're playing that match at Chesterfield, which is notoriously lively, I think, when it comes to pitches, so not a huge surprise to see Lancashire 116 for 5. If it were that at Derby, you might be starting to get a little worried for the Red Rose. Van der Hugten in now and carefully defended to cover by Price as a pigeon doesn't move a muscle. So confident was it in Acer Tribe's fielding. It was only about a foot away. Just kept pecking away at the practice pitch there. End of the over, 102 for 2.
The news from Bristol is that Gloucestershire women have won the toss and decided to bat against Glamorgan women.
Well, I suppose it worked well the other day at Canterbury.
Update for BBC Radio Wales Sport to follow. Gloucestershire are 102 for 2 now, and Glamorgan have got rid of the informed captain Cameron Bancroft for 50, leg before to Tim van der Hugten since lunch. Joe Phillips, the other man out, caught behind off Ben Callaway for 38. The applause there as Miles Hammond drives a cover 4. Glamorgan put Gloucestershire into bat, but the visitors going reasonably well at the moment despite those couple of wickets. 106 for 2. Callaway is in again to bowl, and Hammond's played that one away through the offside as well. Maybe that outfielder needs to be a sweeper at the moment. Some confident shots from the left-hander Miles Hammond there.
He's used the pace of that really nicely, because it didn't seem to be that short.
Moves on to 13 not out, 110 for 2. Callaway bowls, and it's a better delivery with Hammond forced to stretch forward to get to it. Ingram is fielding at cover. Carlson has slip. Callaway bowls, back on his stumps goes Hammond, plays it out to Ingram. So Ingram tends to be the choice first slip for seam bowling, but Glamorgan seem to be using Carlson in that position at the moment for spin. Hammond stretches forward. Plays it out to Ingram yet again.
Yeah, Gloucestershire do similar. The man facing Hammond will be the first slip for spinners, but tends to be positioned at backward point or somewhere like that for seamers.
Tribe goes across from short leg to silly point as Callaway bowls, and that's pushed forward into the hands of Ace of Tribe, but on the bounce. 2 boundaries to start the over to Miles Hammond, but Ben Callaway recovering well, 4 dot balls to follow. 110 for 2 then, Gloucestershire, having been inserted by Glamorgan.
I mean, you would guess, not a given, but you'd guess with Hammond out there that the scoring rate might just move along a little more, but it's not to say he can't be patient as well. The innings, in the second innings, for example, in the last match, 44 of 94 deliveries, so it wasn't as though he was going out there looking to counter-attack it. It just depends how he's reading the situation. The sun comes out as Van der Huchten bowls to Price, who again is forward and defending away into the covers, and Ollie Price 8 from 31. As long as he's happy enough to just see off a period and wait for the runs to come, then there shouldn't be a massive number of issues. It's just if he starts to get a little bit twitchy, because Glamorgan, I'm sure, will be mostly thinking about staying patient out there. Sort of got to do that really in these circumstances, as a good length ball is played into the offside defensively again.
You can hear the ball off the bat would make that soggy, clothy noise, can't you? It's coming up to halfway through its life of 80 overs. James Harris polishing furiously to try and maintain some sort of vestige of life on it.
Yeah, it's a little bit like hitting a wet cabbage on slow pitches, as outside the off stump it's left by Price.
Steve Grant on X says he can remember watching the live Majid Khan innings that we were talking about. An incredible innings for the time. More standard fare these days. Yes, Glamorgan's fastest 50, I think, still stands at 18 balls, unless it went in that Carlson onslaught last year.
Van der Huchten in now, and Price once again meets it respectfully. Ball trickling up to mid-off. And, well, in fact, in terms of mentioning the batting to come, I didn't mention Gloucestershire's joint fastest 50 scorer Ben Charlesworth, who's been pushed down to number 7 in the order, opening with Phillips now. Charlesworth may be in more of an all-rounder's role as Van der Huchten bowls, and Price again won't get a run as he taps it to the sun-hatted Ul Hassan at backward point, and no runs off this over so far.
Yes, it did go last year. It was one of the many records that Kieran Carlson and Glamorgan set in the final. Oh no, maybe I've got the year wrong. No, it's actually a couple of years ago. Oh, I wrote about that at the time now, come to think of it.
Van der Huchten to complete the over, and it's rinse and repeat, as Price can't do much with that one on off stump, and he has to play at it. He can't do a great deal in terms of attacking. Van der Huchten just holding his line and his length. And Gloucestershire remain 110 for 2.
As Edward Bevan will come back in, it is Carlson 15 balls, fastest 50. That's the Glamorgan yearbook. Tells you everything if you know where to look. Beating the previous best, which was the Kiwi pair of McCullum and Franklin. Yes, that is the same Brendan McCullum as coaches England. Callaway bowls, Hammond jabs it away through the covers. They'll pick out a single. As Glamorgan have got the sweeper on the cover boundary now in front of the pavilion. Slightly shorter side of the ground. Not outrageously short, but probably 55 to 60. It's probably a good 70 on the grandstand side. Right-hander Price playing cautiously at the moment, and remains that as he just chops it down to slip. Carlson Fields, no run. As Price going for the sweep, gets that one away, and it's well stopped by James Harris in front of the pavilion, and gets his throw on the way in quickly, and that deters them from trying a second. So James Harris, one of the senior members of the Glamorgan side, chucking himself around in front of the pavilion there. 112 for 2. Brings left-handed Hammond back on strike, and Kellaway bowls faster, and that's cut away into the offside. More duties for Harris. Again, just the single. Just looking to milk Kellaway a little bit at the moment. He's 1 for 27 in his 9th over. The wicket of Joe Phillips, caught behind down leg side by Chris Cook for 38. As Price goes on the sweep and hammers that one. It was through mid-wicket, and it's raced away for 4 runs. So Price showing signs of aggression this over after a quiet start to his innings.
Yeah, he's made those, Nick, into 2 full tosses. He's stretched right forward. I was going to say that Kellaway before now has bowled a very good length, and he's varying his flight so well.
Price combating it well as he steps
short
back and plays it through the offside for a single down to deep backward point. Gorvin the fielder, and 8 came off that over. Ollie Price on 14 off 40 balls, despite his aggressive play in that over. Hammond 15 off 16 with a couple of nice boundaries already to his credit.
Yeah, and the run rate of under 3 reflects how tightly Glamorgan have bowled since lunch. Van der Gooten is accurate as ever, although he is bowling at the other end that we always see him bowling from the rear end. But he's kept that length and given the batters not much opportunity to score, and he is going to continue now with 2 slips and a leg slip, which Glamorgan have had for Van der Gooten for most of the innings. Here he is, bowls to Price. Price is forward, pushes it away to extra cover. Kellaway fields, and there's no run. Just been outside, Nick, getting very warm, which augurs well for tomorrow. Either side will be happy to bat tomorrow, and then it's pleasant for the rest of the week, I think. Not too hot. Van der Gooten over the wicket, bowls to Price. Price is back on his stumps and pushes it up to mid-off. Harris just lets the ball come to him. I wasn't right behind for Bancroft's dismissal. It looked pretty adjacent. In other words,
the Gloucestershire commentator was not in entirely 100% agreement with it, shall we put it that way. May have hit leg stump.
May not. Here's Van der Gooten. Again, it's a good length ball, just back of a length, and nothing at all Price can do but push it gently back down to him. I'm just wondering whether Crane will come on at that far end. I had a good look that last over, which he didn't bowl very well, Kellaway, to see if there's any turn, but minimal turn, I must say, and he was just varying his length and line, and reflects on how he got Phillips out earlier on. Here's the next ball, and it's left at the last moment, taken low down by Chris Cook. As you say, he was a very good catch down the leg side to dismiss Phillips, and not getting a lot of runs in the one-day competition, but my word, he's keeping, I think, as well as ever.
Yes, his keeping isn't in question, but he is backing top 5 in T20 and has only got past 20 once in...
Has come in late once or twice, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Van de Guten bowls the Price. Price drives not exactly where he wanted to go, and he's looking to play it away on the offside. It ends up at mid-wicket. 118 for 2, one ball left of this over.
Yeah, Glamorgan's record in that comp has been 1 lost, 1 lost, 1 lost, 1 lost. So they've been consistently inconsistent.
Yes, they've beaten the sides at the lower end of it, haven't they? Essex bottom side, Gloucester hadn't won a game when they beat them. And they want to try and beat the top sides, which they haven't done as yet. Last ball of the over, and in it comes. That's a maiden as it goes through gently to Chris Cook. Hammond is on 15, Price. Ollie Price is on 14, and Glamorgan not letting the innings run away. Still 2.81. I see Alex Horton got 180 or 170 not out. It really is. If you're going to play a wicket-keeper batsman and give Cook a rest in the 220s, which they might well do if they don't progress any further, I think he deserves a chance, don't you?
Yes, there's an argument for playing him up at the top of the order. He's got some quick runs in second 11 T20 cricket. Could be an argument for just giving the gloves to Smale and playing an extra batter as well. Glamorgan do have those options, which they will need to explore over the next couple of years, because although Chris Cook is keeping really well, he can't go on forever.
But Horton was signed as wasn't he a 14-year-old wicketkeeper?
Very young, yeah. Callaway bowls and Hammond is forward defending. No run. Yeah, I think at 16 he was given a 5-year contract.
So he hasn't played, I don't think, has he? Has he played any games for the...
Oh, he's played some first team cricket, yeah.
Has he?
There's Hammond down the wickets, but hits it straight to mid-off. Played the One Day Cup and a couple of T20s here and there. Is knocked away on the offside again by Hammond.
That's a better length he's bowling now, and Hammond is an aggressive player, isn't he, by nature, especially in one-day cricket. Although he didn't get any against Glamorgan in the game the other day.
Callaway bowls quicker, and Hammond defends it back down the pitch. I tell you what, the over rate's +2. I mean, unless there's a clatter of wickets, we might even get a 6 o'clock finish if this continues. Callaway bowls, Hammond forward defending.
What I like here, Nick, is he got his mid-off and his mid-on up, as if to say to Hammond, okay, I'll give you first bang. If you want to try and hit me over the top, fine. Then I'll put a man back.
Driven rather sketchily off the edge there by Hammond. Stopped by Ul Hassan, made an over, delivered in double quick time from Ben Callaway, who thankfully seems to be showing a few ill effects from his morning knock, when he seemed to be flexing his shoulder with some concern after a bit of fielding. 118 for 2. To answer your question, Edward, Alex Horton has played 7 List A games, One Day Cup, and 4 T20s.
No championship, right?
No championship.
No, that's my main. Yeah, I remember him playing, but not championship. No. We have got Tim van de Guten to continue. He is about to bowl his 12th over. Again, under 3 is such an economical bowler, and he's going to go over the wicket. He bowled the last maiden to Ollie Price. Man on the drive. As in comes Van de Guten, bowls, and this is nurdled away. Hammond is anxious, but Price decides, no, I'm not going to try and get a run there. And start asking for trouble. It didn't go all that far towards square leg. Good vantage point here because it's only about 3 wickets, 3 pitches away rather, from bang in front of us. All the other games seem to be played up towards the other end.
But at least we have the benefit of a real-time screen here, which we don't in quite a few away grounds.
No, I noticed that. Here comes the next ball. That's a wild shot. There is an appeal, but I don't think Cook heard anything. It was short, outside the off stump, and well, Ollie Price gave it the kitchen sink and a few other things from the kitchen there. He went full. He'd been tied down for the last overs. It was, well, just a little bit short. He's got hell for leather after that. And if he'd got out, then I think he wouldn't have been happy with himself. He probably tells himself, that's the end of that, I'm not trying that again. In comes Van der Gooten, bowls him, and he has blocked this one. Probably the last 9 balls now he has not scored against Tim Van der Gooten. Keeping this end tight, and the odd boundary coming from Kellaway, but he is also bowling very accurately from the river end, which is not the end, I suppose, that the spinners like to bowl, because it's not far for a sail into the river with a straight 6 hit. Here's Van der Gooten. Bowls just a little bit short, and Price takes his hand off the bat as he plays that.
Looking down in front of us, in fact, the sight screen here is inside the advertising hoardings, and so it's probably a slightly shorter boundary at this Cathedral Road end for this match as well, because the rope has to be in a certain distance from the hoardings, and the hoardings have to be brought forward because of this physical sight screen rather than the tarpaulins.
Yes, good point. Van der Gooten to Price. Again, the defensive prod away onto the offside. Or perhaps they're just keeping it for the T20.
Yeah, we've had a televised Glamorgan T20 game here, which of course was in the middle. We've got the franchise stuff, which will be in the middle, and the England T20 match in September, which presumably, but still with, 3 or 4 central pitches, you'd think they could maybe get them towards the middle a little bit by now.
Absolutely. Van der Gooten, aiming to get another maiden, comes in and bowls, and he does. Some very good over, as Price has to jab down in it, and that's the end of the over. No change to the score. 118 for 2, Hammond 15, Ollie Price 14. The batsman out. Phillips, just before lunch, caught down the leg side by Cook of Kellaway for 38. Shortly after the interval, Bancroft, LBW to Van der Gooten for 50. Wickets falling at 77 and 97. And it is Ben Kellaway to bowl his off-spin from the river end.
As Kellaway continues, several changes in the Glamorgan women's side by the way for that match in Bristol this afternoon, with Emily Burke returning, Eve Jackson, 18-year-old all-rounder, getting a chance after big innings for the academy side, and Katie Cobb, spin bowler as well, in. Hammond plays that one through the offside and will take the single. Glamorgan women at the moment, rather confusingly, have 2 B. Ellises. One of them is called B. Ellis and the other is called Bethan Ellis, which could get a few mix-ups. But it's Bethan Ellis, the on-loan one from Warwickshire, playing today, I'm assured. Or according to Glamorgan official media, anyway. 119 for 2. Hammond is 16, Price 14, as Kellaway bowls, and Price just rocks back and punches that one through the offside. It's a long chase for Gorvin, and the ball is going to win that one out to the deep extra cover boundary, with the leg side relatively thickly populated. There are gaps on the offside, and Price certainly didn't overhit that one. It's just all about the timing. Beautiful shot.
It was a lovely timed shot, and on the fast outfield here, of course, it must be rock hard. No rain, real rain for a while.
As that's driven by Price up to mid-off, no run, 123 for 2. Yeah, there just seemed to be a touch of moisture on it when on the outfield when I went out for the toss. Maybe watering rather than artificial watering rather than anything from the heavens. As Price has swept that one straight into the helmet of Asa Tribe at Silly Point, and it's bounced back again, and Tribe is relatively unconcerned about it.
Why don't they bring the man to have a look at Tribe now? Because they do. If he was batting, they would. I can't understand that. Can you? Because that was a harder shot than sometimes you're hit in the nut by a bowler.
I think they've decided.
Surely
that's going to be a good course of action. I think the umpires have suggested yes.
Just going like a rocket, as you say.
It's pretty well hit from Price, and Tribe thankfully had managed to duck in time. Most short leg fielders do a reflex duck these days when they see a big shot coming out, and it just bounced, I think, off the top of the helmet, which is being examined by Sam Northeast, who is pointing out the impact position on the helmet, I guess. Tribe seems relatively unconcerned, but I think he's going to have the once over from the physio. And should they be not getting a fresh helmet out there?
There's one coming out.
Yeah.
You watched the rugby yesterday, talking about concussion.
I wasn't able to watch the Lions match, unfortunately, due to the fact that I had to
assemble,
drive for the cricket and assemble.
There were a few grumpy cricketers around yesterday because they could only watch, if you were playing home, the first half. Played locally, but if you were playing away, you missed the whole game. And that's going to be the same kick-off time for every game.
Is it?
11 o'clock.
Really? I thought it was just because it was in Western Australia.
No, they kept on saying 11 o'clock, 11 o'clock.
Oh, well. There won't be much. Well, if I'm playing, I won't be watching much of the Lions then.
Well, obviously, working, then if there's cricket on, commentating, so...
Yeah, there's not too many games on Saturdays for Glamorgan from now on, as we are having a delay here at Sophia Gardens because of the concussion check on Asa Tribe, fielding at short leg, just taking a bit of liquid on board, and physio having a word with the umpire, presumably to just reassure him that Tribe is okay to continue.
Well, as we are talking to West Country listeners and viewers, the one superb performance was by Russell at outside half, Bath outside half. He was absolutely superb. Didn't think much of the opposition, but you can only play what's against you. And as it happened, well, he had the ball from one movement, and they had a close-up on him, and he looked up immediately to see where the wing was, gave it to the wing pass inside, captain scored. It was genius.
Yes, I've always enjoyed watching Finn Russell. And
coaches don't let him.
Well, he seems
you do what you want to.
He seems to have cut down the error rate as well, because before you had a few howlers intercepted with intermixed with the moments of brilliance, but the howlers seem few and far between these days. Anyway, we're free to continue, and Callaway will be bowling again to Price on 123 for 2, and Price defends on the leg side. And there's no run.
Yeah, I'm with you. I get quite excited when Russell is playing.
There's Callaway into bowl. Price stretching forward. He always makes the best use of his height, doesn't he, Ollie Price?
He does, yeah.
Able to get well forward.
Yeah, he made those 2 fours into full tosses a couple of overs ago. I wonder if it's time for a bit of crane.
I wouldn't thought it was far away. 6'3" is
big lad.
24-year-old Mr. Price. It's time for a bit of Andy Gorvin to try and frustrate the Gloucesters even further.
Yes, it is, and he bowled 5 overs, 0 for 14, economical. So it's Gorvin, not Harris, coming on to bowl. He had an opening spell of not very many overs to James Harris. Gorvin had one poor over, but then he also bowled the usual wicket to wicket. How many times have we said that? Keeper standing back this time, not standing up. Here he is then. As he comes round the wicket to the left-handed, and that was an absolute beauty to start off with. Beat Hammond. Yes, we know that, Miles. He's telling us it moved off the seam, yes. As most batsmen do tell their partner. I often find, well, why do you tell your partner when he's the other end and he can see exactly what the ball is doing? But they all do it.
I presume it's to reassure him that he's been beaten by a decent ball and not a rubbish one, that he just bats a straight one, which is possibly slightly more concerning for a batter.
Here's Gorvin again. He's in and bowls. Plays a little bit of a cross-bat shot, that, but he just rolls along the ground.
Yes, it's time to wheel out the adjective attritional, I suspect, for some of this afternoon session.
Yeah, 2.71 is the... it hasn't got much more than that, actually. It briefly went into the threes. I must say this outfield looks wonderful in the weather we've had compared to the Leicester outfield.
Yep.
Must look like a beach. Wide of the crease this time, and angles that one in.
Yes, the sprinklers are obviously well placed here, and it's cut reasonably short. And almost talking sort of snooker table outfield.
You are.
Even mid-season as we are.
And you could see at Leicester exactly where the drains were underneath, couldn't you? Everywhere.
You get that occasionally here, don't you, in really dry periods where you see where the drains are. You get this criss-cross marking, but not too often.
Round the wicket comes Andy Gorvin, runs away from us and bowls to Hammond, who plays it back down. They got a very quick single as a shy of the stumps, hits the stumps, and well, in the end he was comfortably home. But Leonard, the 12th man who's on the field, hit the stumps. But as I say,
it's quite a risky run. It's actually Harris who made the pick up.
Was it?
But it's quite a risky run, given that Price had to turn at the non-striker's end and make his ground in case the ball was flicked onto the stumps. Price would have been in some danger at the other end, I think, but Hammond was okay.
Chris Cook tells Ollie Price, I'm standing up. And he comes up to the stumps. Price now adjusts his guard as he reverts to over the wicket to the right-hander. Now that's clipped away to short mid-wicket. They must think about the field northeast, because to use an odd word, it's a funky sort of field you see sometimes. We've seen 2 straight on the onside, you've seen 3. And that, I think, predominantly is for the in-swinger that comes in. As Gorvin bowls, good length ball, pushed to Carlson, who is there at that short mid-wicket. End of the over. 124 for 2. Hammond and Price carefully building their innings. 17 to Hammond, 18 to Price. And it will be Callaway, presumably, to continue at the River Taff end of the ground.
Yes, I shall give way to Mr. Seaborn after this over. 124 for 2, then are Gloucestershire. And it's Callaway round the wicket. Hammond pushing forward.
You sense, I've seen quite a lot of Hammond, I saw him make his debut, you sense that he's looking for that straight drive over the top, don't you?
Down the pitch he comes and then defends when he gets there. Well read, Edward.
Yeah.
Certainly advanced a couple of strides on that occasion. As Callaway is in bowls, Hammond is forward. Umpire's standing miles back, by the way, so that Callaway can operate.
I know what he's doing, I think, is that he's waiting for the left arm round. Can come in between him. We haven't seen that for a while.
Callaway right arm over, Hammond driving off the edge to Al Hassan, backward point, no run. Umpire Chris Watts.
Tall, isn't he? Well, both of them are really.
There's Callaway bowls Hammond down the pitch and then drives it back to the bowler. Oh, he's got twitchy feet, Miles Hammond.
He's waiting, waiting to go down there, but Callaway saw him coming then and just pulled it down. Good contest.
Fascinating battle. Callaway is in to bowl. Hammond steps back and slaps it through the offside to prevent it from being a maiden. It is just a single, though. Gorvin is in front of the pavilion. It's 125 for 2 after 47 overs. Hammond has 18. So does Price. Edward Bevan will be joined by Ed Seaborn, and I'll be back for my 3 o'clock bulletin.
Thanks, Nick. And yes, that word you use, attritional, certainly at the moment. And it's a good contest, and those purists who like 4-day cricket, don't worry about this sort of game where the rate is going at just over 2.5, 2.6, because you've got, well, I don't suppose Hammond is young, but you've got relatively young. You've got Gorvin and Callaway bowling against 2 batsmen well set. Oh, that's gone across the Hammond, the first ball of the over. Gerard squared him up a little. Welcome back, Ed.
Hello.
Good, isn't it? Good stuff, this.
Yeah, it's.
Or would you rather see the ball
No, it's a fairly
into
grinding
the
pace, but it is compelling, isn't it? Because which side is going to blink first? Are Glamorgan going to offer up a few more loose deliveries, or are they going to get what they're looking for?
Gorvin round the wicket, bowls to Hammond. Hammond pushes forward. As we saw 2 overs ago, when Price couldn't get a run against Gorvin, he had a huge smash outside the off stump. It shows that he is fallible. He's, he wants to get on with it, but he's been tied down.
Yeah, I mean, no batter these days likes to be tied down, and then you feel there's that pressure of people waiting in the wings to come out there, and I'm not scoring quick enough, but actually it's fine.
That's a good ball again and brings Hammond forward.
You know, I still think the old-fashioned mentality of you were put in, you bowl us out. I know that there's, we've got a 4-day game and you're already starting to think a little bit along the lines of, might need pushing on to get a result at some point, but not on the first afternoon, not at this point.
Yes, Hammond waits as Gorvin comes in. He didn't really play that convincingly. And another point I've noticed, when I look at the morning scores in the newspapers, and you've looked earlier in the afternoon and so it's 320 for 3, it suddenly clicked to me. The following morning you look again, 350 for 8.
Yeah.
The second new ball, and have a look now, the second new ball often does a bit of damage. Because probably the batsman's tired or whatever. This is driven nicely, but straight to Leonard, feeling as a sub at mid-off.
Yeah, that's definitely happened in several Gloucestershire games this season.
Second new ball is vital. You have to bowl it well, because you're a tired bowler by then, and if you don't, and we say this many times, you do get punished if you don't bowl it well.
Particularly, second morning.
Oh, you
first
see it,
half hour with that newer ball.
Here's Gorvin, bowls to Hammond. Hammond drives, doesn't middle it. It goes up to mid-on. That's another very good over by Andy Gorvin. His third maiden, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 15. Nobody's going to quarrel with that. And Callaway's bowled 12 on the bounce, 1 for 38. And he is going to continue. Now, if you go back 15 years or so, we had that ridiculous thing that the 18 years old were told he must not bowl 18. No, you wouldn't remember that, the TCCB. Yeah, young lads, you mustn't bowl so many overs. Now, I remember at the Oval one day, and James Franklin, who was, you well remember, the New Zealander who was Glamorgan's overseas player. And as you start this, well, I'll go through this little tale.
Callaway's just positioning his mid-off. He's actually gone a little bit deeper. Might be a single there if it's played softly enough.
Yeah, they might go for it as well over the top.
Callaway bowls, Price sort of looking for that. I think it's driven back to the bowler.
Anyway, Glamorgan were in the field against Surrey at the Oval, and James Franklin opened the bowling left-arm seam. And he took 4 wickets before lunch.
Callaway round the wicket to Price. Reverse sweep, he's looped it in the air. Oh, good grief, that was very nearly out. And the problem is that the anticipation of Carlson is in the end what's done him, because if he just stayed where he was, I think that would have been a much easier catch off almost the back of the bat, and he's gone sprinting off towards gully, and
it's landed between keeper and slip.
It's ended up having to stop himself, come back forwards, and couldn't quite take the catch. Callaway bowls, turned into the onside, no run. Gosh, that was real heart in mouth stuff for
another lapse,
Price especially.
Really, from Price, wasn't it? You know, he tied down again, and he's gone for that shot we get so many people out.
Callaway in and back to defending now to short leg. He's already been out once this season at Northampton, going for a little paddle. Vasconcelos, the slip, anticipated it, went to the leg side and actually caught it, but that time the anticipation is done, Carlson. Callaway bowls, a fraction of straightening there. Again, it's defended for no run, and the run rate for the innings
good
is getting down below 2.5 before too long. But yeah, and North East has made this decision to stick with Callaway and bowl Gorvin, a control bowler. Callaway is in, and another maiden over's completed, head over the ball, and
for a young lad,
lucky Callaway not to have picked up a wicket in that over. 125 for 2.
Yes, excellent bowling. And going back to the little tale, so Robert Croft was captain, I showed you how long ago, and come out in the afternoon session. I thought, here we go again, just keep this lad going. He didn't bowl, so he was running around the field. So I said to Crofty at the end of the day, interview or whatever, was James Franklin injured or what? No, he said it was the New Zealand board saying he can only bowl so many overs for you, because he was on a limited 73, as they do, 6 games or whatever, but you mustn't bowl him too much.
Yeah. I mean,
remember that?
You still get that now a little bit sometimes from various boards dictating that sort of thing.
And you must come back if you're an Australian at the end of July or whatever for our camp to start. So there we are. Here's Gorvin then, bowling to Hammond, bowls to him, and he has played that up to mid-on, and there's no run.
It's just that air of frustration about the pair, but Hammond especially, the last couple of overs he's been wafting away, and he's pacing about the crease, just looking as if he really wants to find the middle of the bat, and he can't do it.
Well, he wants to do it, but he knows that if he tries and gets out, he will look rather silly. Andy Gorvin runs away from us, bowls, not striven. That's a nice looking shot. It goes between extra cover and mid-off. It won't quite get to the boundary. It's picked up by Carlson. They're going to get 3 more runs. So breaks the shackles, as they say. 3 runs there to Hammond, who moves into the 20s on 21, and Price is on 18. Just past the halfway mark. 49 overs bowled, 46 to go, 47 or whatever. Plenty of cricket left on this absorbing first day.
Ollie Price back into the firing line at the Cathedral Road end as well, where he's just been completely tied down. He scored
Both ends, yeah.
12 runs in the hour since lunch, but I think about 6 or 7 of them came in one Ben Kellaway over when he got that sweep out and met it on the full, hit it through mid-wicket, got another couple of singles.
Here he is again, bowls. It's a nice looking shot, but straight to Kellaway, who it wasn't a Kellaway at all. It was Asa Tribe who fumbles it, but they didn't get a run. Here's this funky field, as I call it again. We got northeast nearly on the cut strip there at silly mid on, and then some 10 yards to his right there's a man on the drive. So he's either bowling in swing all the time or the reverse swing, as they like to call it, as he bowls again, and that's a nice looking shot, but fielded by northeast in that very position.
Yeah, I wonder.
That's all I can think of.
Does the Kookaburra
All the
reverse? I
pick
don't know.
Kookaburras finished with anything 10 overs ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's not actually particularly abrasive out there. I wouldn't have thought either. The pitch doesn't look particularly abrasive, and then the square is in immaculate shape. Probably isn't really even going to get scuffed up on one side.
Next ball is played the other man, Ned Leonard, a sub. Who did we say was off the field?
I'm not sure. My
Where is
guess might be,
Zayn?
where's Van
He's
der
at cover.
Hoogten? I don't
Yeah,
see
probably
Van der
right.
Hoogten out there.
Yeah, who's down? No, that's not him at fine leg. No, you're probably right. Last ball of the over. Gorvin bowls, and again it's defended. 128 for 2 at the end of the 50th over, and it's slow going, but enjoyable to watch if you are a purist. I think that's the right way to say it, gentlemen. We all agree, we all enjoy this.
Yeah.
And if you want your wallop, bash, whatever, you can wait until August.
You might have to wait too long for some
Oh, the T20
walloping
course.
between these two sides. 2 weeks' time for the double header, but it's only 2 days after the end of this match that Gloucestershire play their next blast game against Essex.
Is it?
Here's Kellaway into Hammond, who is covering up, playing almost with his toes facing the bowler, back straight up the pitch.
Now you can either have a crack at cow corner, long on, there's bags of room on the onside, but
Kellaway bowls, Hammond drives, a flowing shot, but he'll just take the one out to deep cover. 129 for 2.
he's reined himself in, doesn't he, in fairness to Hammond and Price, except for those 2 wild shots he played.
Yeah, and I think actually to give Hammond his due,
Yeah.
he has come down the pitch a few times, but every time it's not been there, he's then just patted it away. A little bit of turn there from Kellaway, but down the leg side, Price manipulates the ball past short leg and out to deep backward square, and he will take a run. 130 for 2.
He was coached, of course, at Clifton College by the former Gloucester player, Paul Romains. He's the man in charge of cricket.
Kellaway bowls. Here's Hammond using his feet, smashing this one way up in the air, and it has gone for 4. It lands short of the long off boundary. He's sort of got underneath that a
didn't
fair
it though,
bit,
did
yeah.
he? Yeah.
He sort of scooped around the ball, sliced it somewhat, but Crane, I mean, he gave that up pretty early. I think maybe just bounced twice before going over the rope, but enough bat on it from Hammond. 134 for 2. Kellaway bowls and Hammond drives, back leg right on the floor.
He could put one of mid off or mid on back to try and stop that shot, but if you want to try and get Hammond out, just keep it going as it is. He might just lift one in the air.
So a dot ball to cover in the last ball of the over, and Hammond reaching for that one a bit as he can't quite get to the pitch of the ball off the front foot. Keeps it down though, and again Ingram at cover the fielder, so 134 for 2 at the end of that over. I did get, by the way, some clarification on the flag, the Gloucestershire flag, which is currently
non-existent,
not flying. Apparently, it is here, and it's awaiting a maintenance man to put the flag up. He has to climb out of a window in the score box to put it up.
How did you
And
learn that?
Says
now?
any help from the commentators would be greatly appreciated.
Certainly not.
Yes, I think I don't quite fancy that, actually.
Now, where did you get that news
That's from Adrian Bull, the Gloucestershire.
Oh, the scorer, Adrian. Yeah.
The flag should be hoisted during
Wow.
the tea interval, I'm told. So that's solved that particular one.
Will it be announced? We'll have people standing around. Here's Gorvin then. He's about to start his ninth over, and the first ball is defended, as Price has done many occasions in this innings.
What do you want, like a Rivali or something, is it?
Yes, ladies and
Busted
gentlemen,
up.
if you'd like to gather in front of the pavilion, we will see it.
Donald Trump, bestest flag ever.
MAGA man. This is a defensive field. Just the one slip. Gorvin bowls. It's driven up to mid-off. And but it's a no run.
No, I don't
Very
think there's any
disciplined bowling.
obligation to stand up and salute or anything, is it?
No.
Is raised.
The glorious Gloucesters.
Well, as you say, could have a rendition of the Glorious Gloucesters. There seems to have been a few more people who've come in since the morning. And that's not a massive crowd, but there's a bit more of a smattering of spectators.
Yes. It's quite hot out there now. Gorvin in bowls, and that's driven nicely, but evades the fielder. Doesn't evade the fielder, rather. And he is such a good fielder in any position, Kieran Carlson, as befits a former rugby player, diving about there, quick. But he's a little bit too quick for that reverse sweep.
Yeah,
He just stayed where he was, as you say, to be straight into his hands.
it was just pot luck, isn't it? You know,
And Cook would have got there had he not seen Gorvin. So, if he'd had, hadn't seen Carlson, rather. Here's Gorvin bowls. Immense patience from Ollie Price, in fairness. But he knows also, you see, that Cook is prowling behind the sticks. So if he decides to take half a step or a step and he does miss it, then it's curtains with Cook there.
yeah, and they've kept the pressure on in terms of the field. I mean, we know it's not the easiest with a soft ball and probably a slightly soft surface as well. You set your cover and mid-wicket quite straight, and it's hard to get away.
Here's Gorvin bowls just back of her length, and it's pushed away. Harris is warming up at mid-off. No doubt he will come on at this end after a very good little spurt from Andy Gorvin.
But what Ollie Price did so well in his Magnum O Price at you don't like that, do you?
What?
At Old Trafford.
Here's Gorvin bowls, and this is why won't I like it? The end of the over, excellent over again. 1-3-4 for 2.
Magnum O Price. At his
Is that a
253
nice
not
streak?
out at Old Trafford. It could be. It sounds like a nice one, doesn't it? But what he did quite well in the first part of his innings there was, I don't think it was quite to this extent, but he left really well, judged that actually there were a few times when he just needed to bed in and block, and towards the back end of the day, George Balderson came on, and he didn't bowl badly, but all of a sudden Price was just creaming him through the covers for about 3 or 4 fours in pretty quick succession. And actually, you know, you've got to still be at the crease when that comes along, and at some point maybe it just clicks, and that seemed to happen in that innings. And once you've done that, bearing in mind Ollie Price didn't have a first class 150, never mind then double 100 and then 250, once you've had that knowledge that you can bat for that long, surely
No doubt it was
you
a
can
draw
just-
game, was it?
it
On that other
was,
pitch,
yeah. Although Gloucestershire were putting a lot of pressure on Lancashire at the end of that one. I think they were they 7 down at the end? I'll have to check, but
You see, you look at that side, it's still a very good side, Lancashire.
yeah.
Especially when Mahmood plays and Sir James plays, and their batting looks strong.
157 for 6 they are at Chesterfield.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Keaton
Oh.
Jennings is still there on 70.
What a lovely day to be at that beautiful ground.
Do you know, I've never
Oh.
been. I've been to Chesterfield many times, but never been to
I
Queen's
think Nick
Park.
went there once, and it rained for 4 days, or 3 days, or whatever.
Mason Crane's into the attack, replacing Kellaway, whose spell for
Oh,
now is
it's,
at an end. First ball played back to him.
It's lovely, with the crooked spire there in the distance, and the pond at Long On, with the ducks.
Slip in place, no short leg. Crane over the wicket to Hammond, rocks back and pushes
They
it
were going up
to
there,
cover.
some real characters up there. And as the Glamorgan opening pair went on the first morning to open the innings, down towards the far end with the big ducks on the pond, a voice bellowed out, "There for you, Glamorgan, there, Brooks, there for you."
Crane bowls over pitched and driven out through the covers. Might be a couple, no, just the single. In fact, they never even really considered 2. It seems as though they've decided that boundary is so short that, I say so short, I mean it's not that short, but it does seem as though
Relatively
there's,
short,
yeah,
yeah.
it does seem as though there's not many 2s out there. Hammond has 27, and it's 135 for 2. But it does always seem somewhere where you get fast-moving games, and clearly the Kookaburra ball hasn't had a huge amount of effect on that so far. Crane to Price, beats him. Ball that turns past his attempted drive. It wasn't really very full. And
It was a bit wide though, I'm surprised at Price.
yeah, I mean, I suppose again he got that big stride in, and
Lovely
it was
ball.
almost as if he just got done a bit by the length. That's full down the leg side, swept and straight to Al Hassan on the 45, and there's another one of those occasions where Zabati have just got to walk away and try and put it out of your mind that you didn't score.
We got one for the reverse sweep here in the 45 and the offside as well.
He does like to sweep. Crane bowls, that's a bit shorter, and that allows Price to drive off the back foot. Just a controlled shot through point. He was running as though he was thinking about a second, but there's no chance of that. And it's 136 for 2 as Ollie Price is on to 20.
And I will be departing for how long, Mr. Webb? Do you want me to depart for? Half an hour. I'll try and see if I can get some sun.
There's a gentleman who's reclined across 4 of those plastic swing chairs. I have absolutely no... Yes, they're not green benches, they are blue seats, but that does not look very comfortable.
It is the vibe of the former Conservative MP who is controversially pictured reclining as if on a chaise longue, as Wet Leg would say. Pop reference there, kids. Gorvin in bowls, and that's driven to mid-off. No run. 136 for 2.
Might be having tea basically on time
Way.
at this rate.
Price 20 of 80 deliveries. Hammond 27 off 49. As Gorvin is in to bowl, and Price turns it on the leg side. There's no run. Trying to keep an eye on the women's game as well, where Gloucestershire are 36 for 3 in the 7th over, having had a very rocky start. They were 16 for 3.
Yes.
And it's not going to be one that you can mention to your occasional colleague, Melissa Story. She got a
No.
first baller.
No, she scored runs a couple of games ago, got out to a fantastic catch at Canterbury the other day.
So that's driven hard by Price, but straight to short mid on, no run.
Yes, she allowed, if I say allowed, Poppy Tulloch was on a hat-trick after she was dismissed. They've got, well, I say they've just lost a fourth wicket now. I was just about to mention Amu Surin Kumar, who I think is on loan from Warwickshire for that game. She's a bowling all-rounder. Some promise, actually. I think she's played England under 19s, but she's just been dismissed for 13.
Gorvin bowls and Price covers up everything and defends. Yeah, that was a 12 ball over from Tulloch. There was a load of wides after the 2 wickets as well, so mixed fortunes. Yeah. 2 for 13 off her first over.
Strange looking figures.
Yes, that's a strange peculiarity of the women's game at the moment, the number of lone players. As Gorvin bowls and Price defends.
I mean, it's just such a different side, that, from the one that won at Canterbury a couple of days ago. And some of that is because it's just the way it's going to be, because you've got a squad of players and it's not a professional environment. I'm not saying they don't want to win. Of course they do want to win, but actually it is important to get the whole squad out on the field at some point. But they've got a new opening pair, Surin Kumar in at 4. It does change the dynamic of a side that won 2 days ago.
Gorvin bowls, and that's defended up to mid-off, maiden over from Andy Gorvin. 10 overs, 0 for 18, which lack of action enables us to carry on with discussions on the women's game between times. Yes, Glamorgan had a player called Daisy Mullin who top scored on Friday and is now not available today. So they had Emma Jones from Surrey who made a century in her only appearance and hasn't been seen since. Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow. As Mason Crane will continue from the River Taff end. Gloucestershire 136 for 2, so no wickets in the last hour, and that almost changed as Miles Hammond hoiks one over mid-wicket for 4 runs just over the infielder, but it's been mostly slow going. Ollie Price is an obdurate 20 off 80 balls. Hammond slightly more aggressive, 31. Tim van der Hocht and Ben Callaway, Glamorgan's successful wicket takers so far. Gloucestershire 140 for 2. Don't you just hate it when someone plays an attacking shot during the 30-second update?
Isn't it? Every time so far. At one point, this is probably not going to interest listeners too much, but a 20-second update for Fletch in that last session of the exciting finish at Bristol. Wicket fell in the middle of the 20-second update. I think, to be honest, at some point you've almost just got to pretend that it hasn't happened. I don't know how you work that in. But again, Hammond opening his shoulders. It wasn't... In fact, both times he's done so, it's not exactly been middled. Crane bowls, and that's left by Hammond, and everybody's looking back somewhat confused by that one, including Hammond, who I think didn't quite realise how close that was going to be to his off stump. Ended up leaning forward over his bat and using it as a crutch. Crane bowls, edged straight to first slip, gone, and Hammond is out. 140 for 3. Mason Crane just holding that one back. It might have been the googly, and he's just really dabbed it straight to first slip. It wasn't even a sort of a attempted defence that was edged. He's pretty much helped it into the hands of Carson. Let's have a look there. If it wasn't the googly, it certainly went on with the arm. Good low catch from Carson, although it wasn't going very quickly. and the partnership's broken. And how often do you see that? A batter who has struggled to move the scoreboard on in Ollie Price, but it's the one who was scoring more freely, Hammond, who's gone. And again, Gloucestershire have built a partnership, 43 there, and they have yet really to have one go big.
Well, the trouble is, in these conditions today, with the bowling reasonably accurate, the Kookaburra ball, as soggy as you like, I presume by now, you're going to have to bat such a long time to get a big partnership, and this is what Glamorgan found at Leicester on the first day, that they got bogged down in the middle overs, didn't really push the scoreboard along, and then when the second new ball came along, they lost wickets in a heap. So, and they hadn't got a big total on the board. I mean, 350 sounds decent enough, but you had the feeling that it was no more than par on the occasion.
Yeah, you get that feeling so often in the Championship these days in the first innings. I don't think, going back to last match where Gloucestershire were 187 all out, I don't think that was I think if you got 350 on that pitch, I think they'd have really felt that they were in a position to boss that game, because it was turning. Well, it turned more at the start of the match than it did at the end, as you see so often these days. Even when pitches are prepared to turn, it's not as though they do more as the game goes on. They either stay the same, or the heavy roller gets to work and they're made to be better for batting. But you know, a lot of games this season you feel as though 300 is only about par, and I've seen much to suggest that isn't the case with this one. So there's still a lot of work to do for Gloucestershire, and out comes Graham van Buren off the back of that 175, his second highest score for Gloucestershire, which is only beaten by the innings that he had against Derbyshire the previous year of 187. Facing Crane with a short leg in place, and there's a friendly delivery to get off the mark with. He'll be very grateful for that one. It's a full toss, outside leg stump, and paddled away down to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, that's the sort of ball you get occasionally from a leg spinner. They all bowl them, but just minimising those, which Crane possibly couldn't at Leicester. Found life difficult there. But he's got 1 for 14, so he'll be happy with that so far, overall.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the first bad ball that he's bowled, I think. Crane into Van Buren, who presented the bat towards that ball to start with, as though he were in about 3 or 4 different minds about where to play it, and fiddled it towards short leg.
It's a bit French cricket on the beach, that, wasn't it?
It's as if he was premeditating almost the forward defence, and then played it to the leg side. He goes back and chops this one towards backward point, and a good stop is made by Ingram. And there's no run, 144 for 3. There's always one fielder in every team that gets a louder shout from his teammates when he stops the ball, and that seems to be Colin Ingram.
Well, he is a senior citizen of the side. He
launching himself about.
He turns 40 very shortly, in a few days' time. Where are we? 3rd of July. When's that? Later this week, anyway. So yes, and probably wouldn't find himself at point very often, Colin Ingram, which is usually the preserve of Ben Callaway. So James Harris back for another spell, 0 for 26 off his 8 so far. 144 for 3 Gloucestershire, having been put into bat by Glamorgan, which didn't look an eccentric call by Sam Northeast, but you had the feeling that it was more because they'd rather be batting tomorrow than today, if you see what I mean, rather than any particular expectation of a lot of help from the pitch or the conditions today.
Yeah.
The cloud's reasonably high, the ball hasn't been swinging really at all.
And batting last, and you know that Gloucestershire are the side chasing you as well. You know that there's a chance that they might have to, if they get into that position, and there's an awfully long way to go before we get to there, but they might have to give Glamorgan something to chase, and then they're in a good position to capitalise.
Here goes Harris with 2 short mid-wickets, and it's driven on the bounce to one of them by Ollie Price, or Price OJ, as he is according to the scoreboard, and indeed the graphic on the screen.
Yes, unfortunately, Price TJ missing with a back injury.
Yes, Gloucestershire with quite a large seam bowling staff at the moment. As Harris bowls, it's hit down into the ground, and what's that come off?
It's hit into the stumps at the non-striker's end.
It was hammered down into the ground over a leaping Harris. Yes,
Didn't
you're
get
right.
a fingertip on it, but Van Buren hadn't moved anyway.
It's bounced somehow down into the bottom of the stumps. He couldn't have done that if he'd tried. 144 for 3. Harris in to bowl. Price on the defensive.
Yes, this is sort of Tavares-esque at the moment from Ollie Price, but he can't get out because they've just lost their 3rd wicket, so they just need him to stay there for now, and maybe Van Buren can be the one if somebody does need to move the board on. Van Buren is somebody that does like to play positively again.
In comes Harris. That is positively struck by Price through the leg side for 4 runs, bisecting the 2 short mid wickets and racing away for 4 to that probably the longest section of the ground. Leonard, the subfielder, retrieves it.
I did wonder whether the slight increase in pace from Harris and also bowling that more hard length, whether that might just allow Ollie Price an opportunity or two.
As Harris is in to bowl, that one's defended. 148 for 3. Mentioned Leonard, the subfielder. Is Tribe out there? Half that bang on the head earlier on.
He was out at
What's
deep
that?
square.
That might be him at deep square, yeah.
I
It's
don't
round about
think-
the same build.
I still don't think Van der Huchten's been on for a while. Is he?
Yes.
Oh, is he down there? There he is. Back on.
He is at mid-on. Perhaps Glamorgan just rotating it with people changing their boots. Harris bangs one in. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. It lobs through harmlessly outside off stump, and James Harris wonders about the unfairness of life as he goes back to his position in the field at the end of the over. 148 for 3. Van Buren has 4. Price has 24. And things ticking along rather slowly at the moment.
Yeah, I suspect that when Gloucestershire come to bowl, their attack is composed very differently to Glamorgan. So you've got the 3 young quick bowlers in Actor, Singdale and Bailey, and one way or another I think things are going to move a bit quicker when Glamorgan bat. There will be more opportunities to score as Crane continues and bowls full to Van Buren, and again it makes that really quite thudding noise off the bat as the ball goes to mid-on. Just heard that a few times. It's not that pleasant crack. Crane bowls and played along the floor, trickling away, won't even reach the mid-on fielder. And, I mean, you just don't get the feeling that it's particularly pleasant out there for the batting side as Van Buren drives. He was slightly out in front of that one, reaching for it, and it ends up going to cover where Kellaway does the fielding. It feels like the kind of pitch where if you were told you had to just survive as Crane bowls, played back to the bowler. You know, if you were in a position on, you know, even if this were the final day,
Yeah.
on this pitch, if you were told, right, you've got to bat out the day with, even 6 wickets or something like that, you'd actually say, yeah, there's a pretty good chance that that could be done. Crane in and bowls, and is he edged that one through the wicket-keeper? Yes, he has. He's gone, and that is a 4th wicket for Glamorgan. Crane has a 2nd, and Van Buren, that cut shot that brings him a lot of runs, has brought about his demise here. Again, just looked a little bit tentative and has feathered it through, and it's 148 for 4, and now Gloucestershire are in a bit of a pickle.
Yes, it may not sound too bad a match position, but runs are proving pretty difficult to come by, really, aren't they? With the ball feeling stodgy, and Van Buren just looking to step things up. And he'd had, 6 or 7 dot balls after getting off the mark. First ball, that one's turned quite a long way from Mason Crane looking at the replay. That one is spun quite sharply. It's a really good delivery to get rid of Van Buren.
Yeah, I mean, all his body weight was going back as he was trying to give himself some room, and then all of a sudden the turn meant that he was reaching for it somewhat. I think he realised he was done as he was playing the shot, but it was too late by that point, and a little edge and gobbled up. So Mason Crane 2 for 14.
The incoming batter for Gloucestershire is James.
Well, here's another man who knows how to score big against Glamorgan, James Bracey.
Well, he's pretty much picked up this season where he left off last season. 667 runs at an average over 60, a couple of hundreds. And in that last game against Derbyshire, you'd look at it and you'd think 47 and 43, but actually in the first innings he ran out of partners and was out trying to slog the ball over mid-wicket, and in the second innings it was an innings where after that big Bancroft-Van Buren partnership he was just trying to push the board along to try and declare. So actually both innings he got cut off rather. He's not going to have any such problems here to start with, being 4 down, but Gloucestershire need an innings from James Bracey. Crane into him, and this is touched around the corner but fielded at short fine leg, and that's a wicket maiden for Mason Crane. He bowled one delivery down the leg side to Van Buren, which was helped for 4 to the first ball to the right hander, but other than that his control has been excellent, and he's caused Gloucestershire as many problems as he did in the T20. It's 148 for 4.
Yeah, so expect plenty of spin bowling during the course of this match. Crane, Kellaway, if necessary. Carlson bowls a bit of off spin. Ingram's leg spin seldom seen these days. On the Gloucestershire side, of course, Murphy, Van Buren, Ollie Price, Miles Hammond, plenty of options there.
Wrist spinner though might just extract that bit more.
Harris bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through by Ollie Price, who was dug in for the duration. 24 off 92 deliveries to date. And the women's match, something of a fight back from Gloucestershire to reach 67 for 4 in 12 overs. Prathartha Reddy is 22 not out. Emily Keats 14. Harris bowls, hit to mid-wicket. Price pulls straight into the hands of Carlson, and it's 148 for 5.
Yep, it's happening again. It's what happened in the first innings at Bristol the other day. A good start, and then as things get a bit trickier with the softer ball, seemingly wickets start to tumble, and it's been a mixture of some a couple of decent bits of bowling, but a couple of pretty indifferent shots, really. I mean, that's a short ball that is quite hard to muscle away, because we've seen it time and time again. Batters aren't middling it out there. It's not the sort of pitch where you seem to be able to stand and deliver, and he's tried to belt that over the infield, and I mean he tried to stick it out, Ollie Price. He clearly wasn't feeling particularly comfortable out there, but they had to try and build a partnership. They had to have a couple of batters stay there, and now they really are. From a position at lunch of 90 for 1, looking as though they're having done all that work to get themselves into a strong position. They're throwing it away.
Gloucestershire is Ben Charlesworth.
Charlesworth in at 7 then, averaging just under 29 so far in this campaign. But it makes you wonder how you're expected to score runs in the middle overs with the Kookaburra ball. Leicestershire did it pretty well, to be fair, against Glamorgan, with first Budinger and then Ahmed really muscling it around. And Glamorgan couldn't keep control, but they certainly have today. Even that opening partnership, Phillips and Bancroft, never really got away. And it's both set batters, Price and Hammond, and Van Buren out in the space of 3 or 4 overs now, as Harris is into bowl. And there's an appeal from Harris. It looked as though it nearly bowled him. No shot played. Harris obviously... Now, was he appealing for LBW or caught behind there?
I have no idea. I think the ball may have had to have defied the laws of physics for it to be LBW, because
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure how it's falling.
I'm not entirely sure how it's missed the off bail as well.
It looked as if it was going to hit it.
Maybe it did flick the bail and he was appealing for caught behind, thinking it had hit something. Anyway, the bail remains in place. Charlesworth remains in place. And Harris bowls again, and no shot is played rather more safely this time to a ball that goes away outside the off stump. So 2 new batters yet to score, Charlesworth and Bracey. And this game is almost turned on its head in the last quarter of an hour, with 3 quick wickets falling for the addition of just 8 runs.
I'm just not sure I see Glamorgan's middle order doing what Gloucestershire's have done.
Harris bowls, Charlesworth covers up everything and defends.
Just especially with the rock of Ingram in the middle, that really was the main
Maybe
form of defence.
Ingram's used up all his runs for the week, maybe. That's what Gloucestershire will be hoping, having got 56 and 133 not out against Leicestershire. Harris in bowls. Charlesworth again covering up very correctly. Wicket maiden for James Bones Harris. He has one for 30. It's 148 for 5.
Yeah, there is only one column that's moving at the moment, from 140 for 2 to 148 for 5. And Bracey and Charlesworth, well, there's got to be a big partnership here. I mean, Zaman Akhtar's been in pretty decent form with the bat recently. Todd Murphy due in at 9, doesn't have a first class 50, and then Ajit Singh Dale and Archie Bailey. There's a lot riding on these two now, as far as Gloucestershire even getting up to 300. And from what we've seen, there's Crane into Bracey, who meets that one maybe just on the full, but strikes it up to mid-on for no run. From what we've seen, I don't think you'd even really feel as though you were particularly happy with 300 on the board. I know it's not been the easiest to score, but it's almost like a one-day game as Crane bowls and Bracey works at leg side for no run, where if you know that 300 is on the board, even if Gloucestershire get there, and that's a huge if at this point, actually you can afford to be a little bit more patient in a way, knowing that that's effectively the target. Crane bowls left by Bracey wide of the off stump. And, well, at least maybe this just makes the job of these two that little bit clearer, because it's not as though there's going to be a great deal of time taken out of the game with this innings at this point, so might as well just stick in there if possible, as Bracey plays in defence back to the bowler. I suppose you're waiting for
the
a very rare bad ball. I suppose you could be waiting for that. Yes, you could be waiting for the tee into. What's that? 5 and a bit overs away. Crane in, and Bracey along the floor, down to mid-on. There's no run again. Field all in very close. You're taking a bit of a risk if you're waiting for it and trying to hit behind square, so everything pretty much goes in front of square. Crane bowls, whipped away firmly. Back to Crane, ends the over. It's yet another maiden over. And have Gloucestershire scored since something like the 55th over? I'll have to look on the other website for the ball by ball.
Ball by ball stuff, yeah.
Would help if I was looking at the right game. So I didn't remember there being a single last over. Yeah, so we've gone maiden, wicket maiden, and then 4 balls into the 56th over. There was the last run.
Things going rather better for Gloucestershire women's side, as Harris bowls to Charlesworth, who's off the mark. Gloucestershire's first run for a while. 149 for 5. Gloucestershire women 88 for 4 off 14 overs. Reddy on 34 not out. Geach on 21 not out. 2 wickets to Tulloch, 1 to Katie Cobb, 1 to Nicole Reid.
It's too far off what Gloucestershire did in their last game. I'm not saying that 120, 130 would be enough, but their innings followed quite a similar pattern to that one.
Decent recovery. Harris bowls outside off stump. Bracey ignores it.
And Pratana Reddy, who had been opening the batting but dropped down to 5, seems to have found a home there. Top scored in that game at Canterbury the other day.
So be a double header, by the way, in a couple of weeks' time. Glamorgan against Gloucestershire. Commentary on the BBC as Harris bowls and Bracey defends it back down the pitch, and there is no run.
I have thought a couple of times during the day, though, it's probably a good job I say this with Edward Bevan out of the room, but what would the McCullum Stokes England side do on this surface? Because I don't think they would just be patting it back.
Harrison bowls and Bracey is forward. Well, yes, they'd either hit their way out of trouble or they'd be all out in the space of a session with everyone being caught mid-on, mid-off or something like that.
Because you don't see, the difference in Test cricket is that you've usually got that pace on the ball to work with, whereas here, for the most part, you don't. So what would they do in that situation?
Harrison bowls, left by Bracey, and that one just sort of dribbled through to Chris Cook, really. Barely got there on the second bounce. 149 for 5 it remains.
And again, Gloucestershire's attack will be very different. They will present that pace on the ball, even with the older ball, whereas Glamorgan have created the pressure and created the breakthroughs by just really giving nothing away.
As Harris bowls and beats the outside edge of Bracey's bat. Applause for Harris's over, single conceded. You're talking about people losing their action and long overs. Neil Thornycroft says he can remember Jeff Arnold, the Surrey and England bowler, losing his action in a Gillette Cup game, bowled 3 good balls in 13, and then they agreed he could stop.
Gosh.
Oh dear. It happened to the likes of Arnold, who was a respected test seamer of his side, of his time rather. 149 for 5 with 4 overs to go until the tea interval, of which Dr. Hignell speaks on the public address.
You still see Jeff Arnold every now and then. I think he does a bit of scouting for the England
So he's still
setup.
involved in the England
I think
setup,
so, yeah.
right.
I saw him at Bristol this
He's,
season, certainly.
Mature in years.
Here's Crane, 3 round the bat now for Charlesworth, who turns it leg side and slightly aerial for a moment, but it was well in front of square. Mason Crane's got the double teapot out, staring at Charlesworth, who was happy to roll the wrists on that and play it with the turn, but there are some eager hands awaiting on that leg side at leg slip and short leg. Charlesworth drives. Pleasant looking shot, but yet again there is no run up to mid-off. The trouble is, I suppose you back yourself almost into a corner here, whereas now that they've lost these wickets, as Crane bowls, Charlesworth reverse sweeps it for 4, so that sort of counteracts what I was going to go on to say, where if you play a shot and you get out to it, you become part of the problem, whereas those who've gone before have, to a certain extent, put Bracey and Charlesworth in this position, but Charlesworth happy to play the reverse sweep, and he hit it very well through point, and the 150 at last comes up for Gloucestershire. Crane bowls, he's gone again for the reverse sweep, and he's hit it straight to slip, but has that bounced? Now there's going to be a discussion between the two umpires. Glamorgan seemed convinced, Charlesworth absolutely convinced that it was not out, and Glamorgan clustered around the pitch, and I think it's going to be called not out.
There's no doubt about the ball carrying. It's whether he hit it down into the ground, I suppose. The replay might show us.
Gosh,
it's very difficult to pick that one up even on the replay.
He's trying to pick up where the ball is in time. Need to slow that right down. 153 for 5. Crane into Charlesworth, who drives into the ground, bounds up to mid-off, and there is no run as Van der Huchten fields the reverse sweep. Nearly saw the back of Ollie Price a bit sooner. And again, it goes back to what you're saying. It feels like they can't play any shot. Any shot could get you in trouble. Across his crease, Charlesworth steering the ball to safety into the onside, and there is no run. 153 for 5. There's a new ball due in 19 overs. So we've only just finished with this older one's middle ages.
Chris Cook is having a conversation with umpire Watts, which is interesting as Mr. Watts wanders off towards square leg. Well, if the umpire's in doubt, then he can't give it out. It carried, obviously, quite comfortably waist high to Carlson. It was just whether it was jammed down into the ground and bounced back up. And umpire decided he wasn't sure. And there you go. Harris into Bracey, yet to get off the mark, and still yet to get off the mark as he plays no shot. Bracey has now faced 13 deliveries. You were working away at the laptop to see if you can clicking to my right to see if he can slow it down sufficiently, frame by frame. 153 for 5. As Harris is in to bowl and Bracey is forward defending, no run.
He's got himself in such a tangle, but it's impossible to see whether he's, at least from what I've seen so far, whether he's
That's very
squeezed it
near
into
the ground, isn't it? Has he squeezed it into the ground or lobbed it up?
There's just something about it that... Does the ball have a bit of topspin on it? Because that's often what you use for the double bounce in tennis, isn't it? Has it got topspin on?
Harris bowls and Bracey swings wildly outside off stump. Well, it was there to be hit, I suppose. It was a wide-ish delivery, but Bracey didn't make contact. Well,
I think no matter how many times I look at it, the ball goes between the bat and the boot so that you can't see.
All a bit of a blur.
You can't see it bounce, but then you can't see it not bounce.
Harris in, bowls to Bracey, wide, smashed by Bracey, and at last he'll get off the mark with a quick single. He'll have to hurry as there's a shy at the stumps, the non-striker's end, but he is safely home. Bracey is finally off the mark from the 16th delivery he has received. And Callaway with a good three-quarter stop, really, because that would have sped away to the ropes had he not got something on it. 154 for 5. Harris in, bowls to Charlesworth, a short delivery down leg side. Probably there for the pull shot, but he didn't take it on.
Again, you just feel as though when you're so into your shell that, and also again because of the pressure that's now on these two, the weight of responsibility is on their shoulders as far as this total is concerned now. Just especially this close to tee, I think you just feel you can't take it on.
In bowls through outside off stump. No shot played. 154 for 5. Charlesworth has 5. Bracey has 1. The men out in the afternoon session. Bancroft leg before to Van der Hoogten for 50. Hammond caught it slip by Carlson off Crane for 31. Van Buren caught behind by Cook, cutting it Crane for 4. And Price pulling James Harris to Kieran Carlson at mid-wicket for 24. Since then, this pair have put on 6 in 4 overs.
Well, it's an outburst of scoring compared with what was going on before, and it maybe is just going to take a bit of a regroup and a re-strategise at tee. I can't imagine that Zaman Akhtar, who's due in next, is going to come out and not play shots, but then when you are the bowler that bats rather than the pure batter, it almost frees you up a bit sometimes. I think Crane to Bracey rolled back up the pitch, and there's no run. We'll be having tea basically bang on time once
Huzzah.
the next over's complete. It's 38 minutes to, and there's 2 overs to go. Crane bowls, Bracey back and playing that one from just off his stumps to cover. Again, Crane ever demonstrative when it comes to his bowling. Do you get that impression that he just believes he's going to take a wicket every ball? Why not at the moment? 2 for 18 in his 9th over. Crane wheels in, bowls, and Bracey drives and squirts it to mid-on. There's no sweeper out on the offside, so Crane's giving Bracey that drive against the leg break. Sort of took it on, but again nowhere near the middle of the bat. Crane in, flighter delivery, and that's well worked into the gap off the front foot by Bracey. He'll just take 1 as backward point sprints across. 155 for 5. A bit of a recovery continuing for Lancashire at Chesterfield, where Keaton Jennings is 92 not out. Chris Green has 35, 204 for 6, having been 44 for 4. And that pair coming together at 132 for 6. Crane bowls to Charlesworth, and this is played back towards the bowler. The football skills not quite working there for Crane to flick it up from his boot to his hand. Kent still going pretty well at Canterbury at 205 for 3. Ben Compton was dismissed for 66 from just the 145 deliveries. Crane in, across his stumps. Charlesworth plays it back along the strip. And 155 for 5. That's Crane's work done for the afternoon session. And Middlesex 214 for 2 against Leicestershire. Sam Robson 108 not out. Josh De Carey's made 76. And Max Holden departed 4th ball without scoring both wickets to Roman Walker.
So another over of spin for the final over before tea, which will be, well, 2 minutes late or thereabouts, which is a lot less than usual in the county championship. 3:40 it is nominally, but we have had 5 wickets, 4 of them in the afternoon session, plus a concussion check as well. Kellaway into ball, guided away by Bracey down towards backward point, no run. So Glamorgan at the moment with the short leg and the slip. Kellaway round the wicket, short of a length, steered away through the offside, just a single to Bracey as Harris is sweeping out on the cover boundary. 156 for 5. As in the women's match, which I've lost the page of, 109 for 5 Gloucestershire. As Charlesworth is on the defensive. You need a bit of context for that one, don't you? 18 overs gone. Reddy was run out for 39. Geach is 29 not out. Callaway bowls. Charlesworth forward defending. No run. Bracey 3, Charlesworth 5. The men out in the afternoon session. Bancroft for 50. Then Hammond for 31. Van Buren for 4. Price for 24. 156 for 5. But Gloucestershire have almost ground to a halt in the last hour of play. Callaway into bowl. Big appeal for LBW. Not given. Charlesworth survives the penultimate ball before tea. The replay shows that was a very good shout, really.
Is that just passed off stump? Is there anything I can think? It was back leg.
Callaway bowls. Charlesworth defends. He survives until the tea interval. 156 for 5. Bracey 3. Charlesworth 5. Gloucestershire have to find some means of momentum in this evening session. It's been a good session for Glamorgan. 90 for 1 becomes 156 for 5. At tea, we will take a beverage of some sort as well, and we'll be back with you just after 4 o'clock here on BBC Sport Online.
It's fine, I'll have plenty of time to do that. On the way back.
3 or 4 are small, maybe probably the same this afternoon. But that was low enough, stretch it up, I thought, where else could it go? It's got wisdom that I obviously haven't got. There we are.
I've got some latest scores and tea time scores from the other games taking place elsewhere today. We'll start at Bristol. The Vitality Blast Women's League 2 game between Gloucestershire women and Glamorgan women. Gloucestershire women won the toss. They elected to bat first in this 20-over contest. Currently in the 19th over, Gloucestershire are 111 for 5. In Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championship at the Utilita Bowl, Worcestershire are currently 248 for 2, that's against Hampshire. At Taunton, Somerset are 180 for 5 against Notts. At Hove, Warwickshire 213 for 4, that's against Sussex. At York, Essex are 161 for 1 against Yorkshire. And at the Oval, Surrey at 211 for 2, that's against Durham. In the other games in Division 2, at Grace Road, Middlesex at 217 for 2, that's against Leicestershire. At Queen's Park, Chesterfield, Lancashire, 208 for 6 against Derbyshire. And the tea time score from the Spitfire St Lawrence in Canterbury, Kent at 207 for 3, that's against Northamptonshire. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games. That includes the international T20 game here on Wednesday, the 10th of September, when England play South Africa. If you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available completely free of charge from reception. Reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's also where you can purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, owned by Missouri Sports, is open today. It will be closing just around about 5 o'clock. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and in the club shop you'll find a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, as well as Glamorgan replica kit and a range of recently published cricket books. If you're seeking refreshments, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget there's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks are also available for purchase from the mobile unit situated beneath the Caster Howell stand. That's at the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. And with high temperatures still prevailing, don't forget there are various water refill points around the stadium where you can recharge, free of charge, your bottles of water. A reminder, there's a members' forum tomorrow, the close of play. The forum is going to be held in the Pyramid Lounge. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is still open to be closing just after the tea interval finishes. If you haven't got time today, why not pop up tomorrow to look at some of the new displays, thanks to the very generous grant from the Welsh Government. The displays are in both English and Welsh. There's also a video which you can watch. And the memory match for this game is the Sunday League contest 50 years ago, when Majid Khan scored the fastest televised 50 of the 1975 season. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books, as well as old Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And amongst those items on sale are the newly published research monographs, the first one tracing the history of women's and girls cricket in Wales. Finally, a date for your diary. The next speaker in the very popular Walkers and Talkers initiative will be Terry Davis. You may remember Terry kept wicket for Glamorgan from the late 1970s until the late 1980s. He's subsequently emigrated to Australia and New Zealand, where he's become a very successful cricket and business administrator. Terry will be talking in the Museum of Welsh Cricket on Thursday the 10th of July. The Walkers and Talkers event starts at 10 o'clock. Tea and coffee plus light refreshments available from 9:30.
I made that thing like it just fell through the back of my phone.
Yeah.
Games in 22, they're all these like, it's like a corrugated plastic.
Oh, yeah.
Signs everywhere. So when we finished, they were like, oh, you can take these if you want wood. And I was like, well, maybe good for covers and stuff, and it's very easy to cut it.
Yeah.
Gaffer tape it together. So I made a couple of those just because
You go back to the good days where the plate puts up and you break into that puzzle.
yeah.
I've seen that in the soup. There's a couple of big, like just loads flat, like big shapes on it, so you can right around your arm. So because, of course, they've got eye tracking and eye detection as well, so it needs to be done and the sensors to be done. So you've got two so like
You can get you know, big tubes so you just look down.
not the easiest thing to move around though if you're doing
No, if
that
you're-
natural,
if you're-
if you're doing the swinging, if you're doing the paddling across the
You gotta move with one.
yeah, always need to fix it.
Well, I used to think it was too young.
Yes. Yeah, it's more spin ball, so it's so they look late, we have a flat 20 minutes once we use ball.
I know, yes.
I did think about it. Back on.
Do you manage with your van then, the security of your van?
I've got anything additional, so I think it's but I've never had any issues. Maybe because it's not the conversion more short after, I don't know.
I can't work out whether it was targeted because or whether it was because it easy to get away with transit. They didn't show any alarm systems. Got in through the lock and they were in the last one. So they obviously got in and started it with it by bypassing the alarm. So they were set to it. The new one, she's got that one, she's 25 plates. So it's already got a carbon bar on it. Stack. Tracking system. She's brought us to. She wants to have. She's on the weekend of wheel. Probably locks.
Yeah, it's the case of if you're only going in the house for 10 days, you put it on there for the time you leave it.
Another friend of ours had his van in the house, basically. He had his van done for him, so he's literally on the drive it, so he's in the middle of the day. So I'm upset about it, it's so good. You can only do a certain amount before it goes in. So you just got to keep doing certain things. You don't have to sensors on it. You put a steering lock on it. You've got the mobilizer on it. You've got a track on it. Realistically, anything, if they get away with it, then you don't have to clamp every wheel, train fuel. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah.
And he's quite practical too. He's like, oh yeah, you know, I can do it. It takes me about 2 hours to do it. Come to the ball, blah, blah, blah. He likes that. I had a lady walk past my house. I went to that trip. Oh, just to let you know, a few people back there now it's broken through here. So I was like, oh, right, okay. And normally I just park straight on the driveway. So the back gate. And a little bit. I just started reversing and like garage, so you could fucking get in a little bit. I have one box system, so there's a couple of things in that box. Try to find it's all underneath some again. You have to get into the box somehow. Yeah. I need to build a new thing about
Kids.
more kids.
No, no, it's a trouble. It's just.
And they bowled pretty well in the course of the afternoon, because Gloucestershire have slipped to 156 for 5, with Glamorgan claiming 4 wickets in the session. 2 of them went to the leg spinner Mason Crane, 1 apiece to James Harris and to Van der Hoogten. So they've come back into this game, Glamorgan, after Gloucestershire started well. The ball is getting softer and older and difficult to get away. Gloucestershire resuming after tea at 156 for 5. Please.
Welcome back then to Sapphire Gardens. It'll be Edward Bevan joining myself, Ed Seaborn, as the Gloucestershire innings resumes on 156 for 5 with Mason Crane bowling, and there's a boundary first ball after the tea interval as Crane just drops a little bit short and Bracey rocks back and cuts it away through the covers, and a boundary to take the score onto 160 for 5. So an immediate response, I suppose, to what was a real go slow before the tea break, as Gloucestershire lost 3 wickets for 8 runs in the space of 3 overs, and James Bracey and Ben Charlesworth, neither of them could really get the scoreboard moving in terms of the runs, as Crane bowls to Bracey, and that's worked into the onside for no run.
Is Bracey, was it me, but batting a bit low? 7? Used to be 4, didn't he? 4, 5?
Yes, well, his 6 has been his position for the last couple of seasons now,
right.
And this was something, as Crane bowls, it's driven, well controlled. There's nobody fielding at point because they've put the fielder back onto the offside boundary now, so just the 1 run, 161 for 5. Yeah, this was something that came about, I think, in 2022 to start with, when Dale Benkenstein was coach.
Well, I suppose it's an onerous job up and down all day. But,
yeah, that was the feeling, and he moved up and down the order about 2 or 3 times in that season, as Charlesworth is on 5, faces his first ball and defends it. And in the end, I think, to start with possibly reluctantly, because Bracey has always seen himself as a top order player, but I think he's now started to he's really settled into that role a little lower down as Charlesworth drives to
and
bid
didn't
off.
play, I noticed, in the T20 competition.
No, he I think it was a case that something probably needed to be switched up, and as Crane bowls over the wicket to Charlesworth, who turns
played
it into the
last year in
ground
the
for
final,
short
didn't
leg.
he? Yeah.
Yes, 161 for 5 at the end of the over. So the difference this year is that Gloucestershire, for their overseas player, have Darcy Short rather than Bo Webster, so they've signed somebody that bats in the top 3, and then James Bracey also batting in the top 3 with Bancroft and Hammond, and in the end it's been Bracey that's been the odd man out in terms of then having to move down the order, and then balancing the side differently. Gloucestershire have given the gloves to Bancroft, who has kept wicket plenty in his career, a bit less so of late, but
not quite as good, I don't think, as Bracey.
No, certainly not with the gloves.
No,
but it just allows them to maybe have a different balance. And actually, since they've switched Short and Bancroft about, that's when they've won their 2 games.
James Harris then to continue bowling round the wicket and bowls to Bracey, who defends out to cover. Yeah, I've seen him get lots and lots of runs batting at 5, 6. And noticing also, Ed, that he hadn't got a tremendous amount of runs. Perhaps he didn't like it. That's why I asked the question. Perhaps he was, because he's a very effective batsman. But, as you say, balance of the side. Harris wide of the crease, bowls. Bracey clips that away nicely on the onside, down towards fine leg. They'll cross for a single. And that's all they are going to get as the return comes in. Takes the score to 162 for 5.
Yeah, it was just one of those where something had to give. You'd lost 3, then 4, then 5, and it was on the 4th consecutive defeat where Bancroft took the gloves, and
There's Harris again. This time he bowls to Charlesworth, who goes back and plays it defensively back down to the bowler.
But just the whole lineup as a whole, pretty much. Ollie Price and Jack Taylor scored some runs in the first few games, but
Does Jack play
it does tend to start at the top.
Championship cricket, Jack Taylor?
No, he hasn't played since, I think, Cheltenham 2023, if memory serves.
Yeah. Halfway through this over, James Harris round the wicket, bowls, nice looking shot, but straight to Carlson at cover. And no run. Interesting dismissals. I wasn't on with you at the time. Ollie Price just stopped his shot. Now the ball stopped. Now this ball, the Kookaburra must have just given up and landed and came up slowly. But it was very odd, wasn't it? Having been there such a long time, he just paddled it to short mid-wicket. I couldn't quite believe it. As Harris goes in and bowled very, very wide, and that's not the best delivery we've seen all day. Short, outside the off stump, clobbered away for 4.
Yeah, I mean, the dismissals, in general, you almost have your heart in your mouth when you see a ball like that, thinking that there's a chance that it could bring a wicket.
Well,
Phillips strangled down the leg side to a ball way down there from Kellaway, the Ollie Price one.
Van Buren just prodded it.
Yeah, just hanging the bat.
Did him, I think.
Oh, well, Hammond just dangling it, caught it slip, and then Van Buren trying to cut a ball that turned away from him.
I don't think either of them read Mason Crane. As the next ball is a better delivery, which is driven back to Harris. That's the end of the over, and it's 166 partial recovery, 18 runs added between these two after those 3 wickets, as Ed said, fell for just 8 runs. It came as a bit of a surprise after the morning session when nobody looked in any sort of bother. At one stage, 97 for 1. But Glamorgan, must be said, have bowled well. there hasn't been a lot on offer for them. And the spinners, I think, probably play, on both sides, should play a large part in this game.
Well, Gloucestershire's are going to have to try and match what we've seen from Callaway and Crane so far. I mean, 3 for 69 between them on a day one pitch.
Which is not doing a lot.
No. Crane over the wicket to Bracey, makes room for himself, tries to thwack that one past the bowler, but Crane gets down, sharp off his own bowling, and there's no run. Callaway was tying things down from that river end, whilst the seamers could be cycled through from the Cathedral Road end. As Bracey goes back, tries to force it out through the offside, there's no run as the ball goes to mid-off.
I might have been tempted to start up with Van der Gooten after tea. Doesn't bowl a lot of overs. I know he's playing every game for Glamorgan this season.
Crane wanders in, accelerates, bowls, and no run there, as Bracey's sort of almost yorked by that one, really. There's a little bit more I mean, there's a danger reading too much into what 15 deliveries as Crane is in, and Bracey turns that one into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, but the dot balls have a different feel to them since tea, and I'm not saying that it's going to produce a big partnership, because it may be that it's too late, but there just had to be a regroup and a rethink. Crane in, and that's defended by Bracey to cover.
I think they've got to be selective and not sort of try and hit any ball which doesn't, just for the sake of getting some runs, because there's such a long time left in this game. There's no rain forecast for 6 months by the looks of it.
Crane in, and Bracey goes back and cuts it late, and that will go down to the boundary. So 170 for 5, went, I think, well past the slip fielder in the end, and there's a deep point, but that's on a short boundary which is basically parallel to the pitch, so it is very hard to run round and cut a ball off in that area. And Bracey has a couple of boundaries since the tea break. It's 170 for 5.
As Harris will continue, walks up briskly to bowl his 14th over, 1 for 37. That short pitch delivery with Charlie Price just tapped into Carlson's hands at mid-wicket, and here is Harris again, and bowls. Chorlsworth goes off the back foot, plays it out to cover. There's no run. His field, Harris's field, he has got 2 slips, and then a cover, an extra cover and a mid-off, a fine leg on the boundary, and then a rather straightish square leg to the right of the umpire, and then 10 yards to his right there is a man on the drive, and there's also a orthodox mid-on. As Harris round the wicket to the left-handers, comes in, bows to Charlesworth, who drive pleasantly but didn't really time it, and that, I think, tells you all about the ball, the Kookaburra ball, because we went into it, got his feet in the right place, head over, and hit it firmly, but it then sort of half trickled to extra cover. It must be infuriating for the batsman.
Feel like you're batting with a bat made of hollow tin or something. It just
against the soap. Piece of soap.
Just doesn't go anywhere.
Harris turns, comes in, round the wicket again, past the umpire, and bowls, and this is played up to mid-on. If you bowl a length or slightly back of a length on this pitch, I don't think you're going to be getting many runs. So you've got to be accurate, got to be disciplined. And that's for the main part, Glamorgan have been.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten going at under 2s, Andy Gorvin also under 2s. In fact, nobody's gone at
Harris
over 3.
Yeah, he's in the 3s, isn't he?
Just under.
Harris is coming over the wicket now and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump as it fizzles through to the keeper. One umpire puts two fingers up to his, and I mean that in the nicest possible way, to tell you before you jump to any conclusions that there are two deliveries left in the over. They all do it. Why don't they do it and there's one left?
I've seen them now doing the halfway signal as well, because it
does help
changed the umpiring school.
This is going to get 4 runs, but Charlesworth, he knew nothing at all about it. He was driving through the offside, a thick inside edge, missed the stumps, and went down to the fine leg boundary. Again, that tells you about the ball, because it didn't come on yet again. I suspect we'll see a couple of those during this game. 174 for 5, but they welcome nevertheless after that mini collapse. Well, not a mini collapse, it was a big collapse. 3 wickets for 8 runs.
Yeah, especially in the middle order. I mean, you finish off the innings like that, then you don't talk about it so much, but when it's some of your prime batters in the middle.
Absolutely. Harris bowls off the back foot up towards mid-off. That does conclude the over. That does say that one umpire was correct with the other, that there were only 2 balls left. Tim van der Gooten has replaced his headwear, and I suspect he wouldn't be doing it. No, he's thought he might go have a bowl at that far end, but I think quite wisely they keep in here with spin. Crane to continue with the figures 4-2 for 28. Always get a short delivery, don't you, from a leg spinner?
He's not bowled many.
No, he's been struck for a couple of 4s when he has pitched short. The Bracey's played him pretty well.
Yeah, he's got a bit of protection square on either side of the wicket as Bracey does go back and play a square drive, back foot square drive, single to deep backward, point 175 for 5. It was always one of the things when you're umpiring, especially when you're umpiring with, how can I put it, some of those who may have done their umpiring qualifications a little further ago. When are we going to signal 2 balls to go or 1 to go? Crane into Charlesworth, who defends to mid-off. They like you to do it with 2 to go, so you've got more time to correct it.
Yes, possibly.
Because, especially in first-class cricket, when they're all standing around at the end of the over, is it completed?
Yes.
Thank you, Nick.
That's Nick Webb, it's not me.
Crane bowls, that has been hacked behind square on the leg side by Charlesworth. He'll take 2.
Didn't read it, did he?
I'm not sure where that was aimed for, mid-wicket.
That could have gone straight up in the air.
Yeah, there's a thick inside edge, and 2 runs taken, 177 for 5. And he's twitching a little bit Charlesworth in a way that some of Gloucestershire's previous batters were, but he's still there somehow. Crane in, and that's turned leg side. Tumbling stop by Asa Try, but good to see that he is.
He's a good short leg
back
too.
There, yeah.
Very good at short leg.
Well, he took that blow off the sweep of Ollie Price. Seemed to be pretty much fine after that. Nice delivery from Crane, looped up there, inviting Charlesworth onto the front foot. He gets there, but even though nothing wrong with that defensive shot from Crane's point of view, just landing it, getting the batter to come forward, and then you can bring that outside edge into play, bit of turn and bounce, get it a bit higher up the bat. That's what he's looking for. That's a bit shorter and down the leg side, and it's off the glove of
the drop
Cook.
then?
I don't
think it was a drop.
I think he's just not taken it. There was a little bit of a yelp from a few around, probably just because of what we've seen from Phillips. Given that he was out in that fashion, they're starting to believe that every strangle could be out. But anyway, end of the over, 177 for 5.
We have a change of bowling at this end. Andy Gorwin, who has bowled very effectively, and he is coming to replace Harris, 1 for 41 of his 14, and Gorwin will replace, as I say, James Harris. And Van der Gooten is being kept, possibly for the tail. We shall see. And he is going to bowl. James Bracey, who is on 14. Charlesworth has overtaken his most senior partner. He's on 15. Not for 18 of 10 overs. Gorvin, in he comes around the wicket, bowls. Bracey plays it nicely off the back foot, but straight to Callaway at cover.
Well, that's your one ball to score off for the spell. It does feel a bit like that at this point. It may not be the case, but when you've got somebody who's bowled 10 overs for 18, I think about 7 or 8 of those came in 1 over.
Yes, you're right. 2.5 runs an over is the average for Gloucestershire, as in comes the next ball, and that's jabbed away. Comes in a little bit from outside Bracey's off stump, and he just guides it away to the gully.
5
one
maidens.
slip.
5 maidens out of 10.
Typical Corwin. The poor chap, if they changed the team and decided to play another seamer, it's always Corwin that gets the chop. Here he is, he turns round, comes in, busy cricketer, and bowls, and again it's off the back foot out to short extra cover.
I hope he doesn't take this the wrong way, but he does run in like somebody that is battling about a 50-mile-an-hour crosswind.
Yeah, little steps all the way.
Just leaning over as if he's at any moment he might be blown off towards cover.
Here he is again, then from our end, Cathedral Road end, and he bowls, and that's pitched on the leg stump, and driven out to the man saving one, who's Ace of Tribe at short mid-on. Are we looking for another maiden? 2 balls to go.
No ball. That's the other problem with it, you see, because you've got to make sure that you don't signal it too far out to one side, so that the scorers suddenly look up and think they've missed a no ball.
Penultimate ball. In he comes and bowls. That's a good length. As if it's not teasing, he's probing all the time.
Now the problem with one left is you're out.
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean that. Mind you, we saw, I think it was umpire Widdop in the last game.
Oh.
Gave somebody not out and then scratched his nose. Gave everybody in the ground a heart attack.
Last ball over, and that is another maiden over bowled. So that is 11 overs not for 18, doing the job that his captain wanted. Wickets falling mainly at the other end, and it will be Crane. Are we going to have a 6 o'clock finish? I believe we are.
Pretty close to, if not.
Unless the new ball might just roll us over a couple of overs. What are we looking at now? Oh, it's just doing 10 overs.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's why there's no Van der Gooten.
Well, they take it. Gloucestershire didn't take their new ball when they were taking wickets last match.
It all depends, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's definitely an argument for not taking it.
2 wickets fall now, and they just struggle against spin. We'll bring Callaway back, and as you say, keep on going.
It'll be one of those where you wait 4 or 5 overs, then take it, and the first 2 balls go for 4. As Crane bowls, this is clipped away, and I think short of leg slip.
Ingram,
as it's parried away, and Charlesworth takes another.
He's not reading
fortuitous run.
Charlesworth, he's not reading the leg spinner at all.
He's had an inside edge for 4 off Harris. There was another inside edge as he looked to heave Crane over the leg side, and then that one which was not edged but almost again helped straight into a close fielder's hands. 178 for 5. Bracey on strike, driving out through the offside. Again, there's hands on heads because they're feeling that Bracey's driven that on the up, but when he's right, he will square drive those and be okay. But
as he's not reading him, I'd be ready to put another man on the offside close in, just to keep him guessing.
Crane bowls. Charlesworth with a firm roll of the wrists on that one to try and whack it past short mid-wicket, northeast fields, and there is no run. It's great to see a leg spinner bowling a long spell and causing trouble. Crane in, that turns down the leg side, and this time Charlesworth doesn't play a shot to it, but to be honest, whether that's deliberate or not, it doesn't matter. It could be a wicket-taking delivery still.
Keeping the batsman thinking, is it?
Yeah. And also, if that's the googly, then all of a sudden maybe you do have to play, even though it's pitched on leg stump. Crane in across his stumps and out LBW.
Yes.
That just looked absolutely plumb from behind and slightly across. He just, as soon as he's missed that, he's gone back to a full delivery that's just straightened nicely, and it's 179 for 6, and the mini recovery is no more as Charlesworth departs, and unfortunately it looks as though it's history repeating itself from a Gloucestershire point of view with James Bracey at the non-striker's end. It's turned back. Well, I mean, I don't think it's missing, is it?
He knew, I think. He looked up immediately. But I kept on saying he wasn't reading him at all. You could sense that. So
I don't think they were picking Crane in the T20. So, yeah.
He's a good bowler. Well, he's played for England, albeit 1 or 2 games. One, is it?
Is he still? I think he is still one Test wonder, isn't he? The last game of the 17-18 Ashes, was it? Or was it the one before? Yeah, 17-18.
Well, he's bowled beautifully here, 3 for 33. And
it's the one before was Scott Borthwick, wasn't it? Twice in a row, England deciding to give a cap to a leg spinner at Sydney once they were already completely battered.
Yeah, exactly.
Out comes Zaman Akhtar, who together
he's not going to hang around normally when I watch him batting.
No, together with Bracey they did recover things a little bit at Bristol from 114 for 6 to 178 for 7, but again it only feels as though they're just bailing water out of a sinking ship, because this does not look like enough.
This inability to not to read Crane doesn't harbor well for them in the second innings. If it does, under the hot sun, deteriorate a bit. I don't think it will at all.
No, I don't think so either. But yes, and the other thing about the leggy is that you would think that they should almost now be coming into their own, given that you've got the lower order and the tail coming in.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's when it really pays off. So Akhtar facing his first ball. There are 2 slips and a short leg, and he inside edges that one, but along the ground, and it's stopped out at short leg. 2 from the over, but another wicket as Gloucestershire continue to somewhat subside from 140 for 2 and 97 for 1, 77 without loss before the lunch break, but the real collapse has been from 140 for 2 to 179 for 6.
Yeah, and Glamorgan have just picked up their second bowling point. Now this is the ideal combination as far as Glamorgan is concerned, because you've got Corbin, who you can't get a run off, basically.
Corbin?
Corbin, Jeremy, yeah? Yeah, quite. You can't get a run of Corbin, and he's doing his job, and then Crane is picking up wickets with some accurate bowling at the other end. And he will not be taking the new ball, as you rightly said, Ed.
Yeah.
If they keep on bowling like this.
No, I'd give the ball to Theresa May from the other end.
Here is Corvin and bowls. Stabbed away the offside backward to square. 179 for 6. Bracey's up 15. Much depends on him now, you would say. So, who do we got after this pair? Murphy, Dale and Bailey. But at the moment, it's Gorwin bowls down the leg side, clipped away. That might just run away for 4. It's a long chase. No, Crane's going to get there just inside. Yeah. Just the 2 runs. He's been bowling a lot, and then he charges up that boundary, and spirits are high, no doubt. But they get 2 runs, 181 for 6. Remind you of the people who have been dismissed today. Bancroft played well for his 50, as did Phillips for 38. Price in for a long time for 24. Hammond 31, Van Buren 4, and Charlesworth just out for 16 as Gorwin comes up and bowls, and it's beautifully taken outside the off stump by Cook, who has again come up to put pressure on the batsman.
Again, from Bracey's point of view, I mentioned those 2 40s, which both times he was somewhat cut off. There's got to be a part of him thinking, well, it's happening again, and then you maybe chase a ball like that wasn't really quite short enough to cut.
Yeah, I think if he's still there when the last man on number 10, he might chance his arm as he cuts nicely. I thought he'd cut nicely out to deep extra, but again, it's not timed at all.
But yes, in terms of the discussions of who to come, I don't think I get the impression there are probably more runs in Todd Murphy than he's scored in his career so far, if you see what I mean. I remember him looking in pretty good order in the Ashes, but his current numbers I'll get up in a moment.
Gorwin bowls, and it's defended in front of him by Baresi. Just the 2 runs from the first few deliveries, 1 ball to go, and Gorwin will want, yes, he's bringing his mid-wicket in, he's bringing his deep extra cover in, he'll want to keep Akhtar at the receiving end and see how he can deal with Mason Crane. He's taken 3 for 33. Gorwin bowls, he's done that all right, and there is no run as he dribbles out to Trabe short mid-on. Now then, what do you, as James Bracey, say to Akhtar?
I think he's
push forward and hope.
Well, I'm not sure that would be the greatest advice.
Oh yeah, he chances.
Push forward and hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, just make sure that if you're going to edge it, it doesn't go to one of those those people in the field over there. No, I think you're right. I think he's. To be honest, I'm not
you
sure.
You don't want to die
too
in
much
the hole,
this situation. No, exactly, and I don't think Akhtar will. I'm not saying that he's going to charge down and try and hammer him out the ground, but I don't think that Akhtar should be.
Well, if he does try that, I don't suppose Crane will be too bothered. Interesting. Let's see.
3 for 33 as Crane bowls to Akhtar, who steers this off the back foot to backward point. But he's not a. By the same token, Akhtar's not a. Just a thrasher and somebody who's out there simply to try and score a quick 20. He will feel that he can contribute more than that. Crane in, and he does go over the top, just about clearing mid-off. It's not struck particularly cleanly, and they turn down a second run. More good fielding, tracking back there. 182 for 6. So he did try to go over the top.
We know how he's going to play.
Yeah.
Second ball.
He's got a very good reverse sweep on him, does Zaman Akhtar, but you're quite brave to, even in this situation with a bit of licence, to bring that out. Crane over the wicket to Bracey, flighted ball wide of off stump, let go. But he's got a first class average of 23 and 3/4 as Akhtar, so it's not. So he's getting up towards the stage where you would say bowling all rounder with those sorts of numbers. Crane in now. Bracey plays late and delicately. Keeper will field where a silly point would be, but yeah, Todd Murphy due in next, first class average of 15, highest score of 41. As Crane
who does he play for?
Defended back to the bowler, Victoria.
South Australia.
Yeah, he's from. Well, I actually couldn't say for sure where he grew up, but I'm pretty sure he comes from inland Victoria and Murray River. Bounces and is just about dabbed past a diving slip to his left, and they can take one, and that will mean Bracey will keep the strike at the end of that over. 183 for 6. He was born in a place called Echuca in northern Victoria, so
Check that out.
long way away from Melbourne anyway.
It's a big country. Well, it takes longer to fly from Sydney or Melbourne to Perth than it would, I think, from going back, flying from here to Russia, back and back again. It's a 5.5 hour flight. Amazing.
Probably a bit less time in security though.
First ball from Gorman is defended by Bracey. 183 for 6. And Glamorgan will feel it's 3/4 of a day well done.
Yeah, well, I mean, everything was looking really very good for Gloucestershire at lunch. I'm thinking, you've got your...
Well, I thought it was a big one there.
And set, yeah, well, it looked as if it could be a long day in the field. There didn't seem to be anything in the pitch early on that would suggest we'd end up in this position.
Corwin bowls. Nice looking shot, but straight to Van der Houten, who's fielding at mid-on. Van der Houten probably glad of the rest he's having today, because he's bowled, as I said earlier, every game that's been played.
Be saved for the new ball now if they need it.
Well, there's a case, I'm sure the leg spinner would love the new ball. We'd get a bit of bounce, so that might come up. Him and Van der Houten. As Gorwin bowls, that's push forward up to short extra. Gorwin bowling his overs nearly as quick as the spinners, yeah?
Yeah, well, that's the other thing, isn't it?
And no runs coming off him.
I mean, Van der Houten doesn't hang about through his overs. Pretty business-like. It's only Harris who's got a longer run-up, really, of this attack. And it must also add a little bit to that feeling of relentlessness as far as the batting's concerned. They just had no let-up.
No. Gorwin bowls, and their over rate is +6.
Probably still increasing.
My word. Suddenly realise I haven't taken the wicket today. I haven't bowled very well, have I?
Well, I suspect you probably haven't gone for a huge number of runs.
No, I'm Gorwin today. James Harris and Van der Houten have a little chat over the head of Gorwin as he turns quickly, comes in, bowls to Bracey. Bracey turns this nicely up towards mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. That'll suit Gloucester because there's only one ball left to have a go at Actor.
Yeah, I mean, he isn't farming the strike, Bracey, but I think you'd still say at this stage that
he's got to stay.
The majority of deliveries that he can face is probably a good thing, but we'll see what Actor's decided. His recent scores: 20 not out, 32, 22 not out, 11 not out. So
that's not bad for a number.
Decent run.
Here's Gorwin, last ball of the over, bowls. It's driven nicely, straight to short extra. That completes another quick over. Just a single off it. 13 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 21. Excellent bowling, and Crane will continue at that far end. Now I presume he will continue at that far end.
Yeah, there's a little extra sense of frustration here, I think, because it's 2 games in a row where Gloucestershire have been playing the 2 sides directly above them, and yes, they could be talking completely differently if Gloucestershire had grabbed a couple of late wickets, got 10 and 11 out with a few overs to go, and we might not be saying this, but the batting points have felt quite important the last couple of games, and as Crane approaches, and a full ball. Bracey trying to hit that one firmly along the ground, picks out mid-on, and really it's the first couple of times that Gloucestershire have failed with a bat in the first innings this season, but against Derbyshire and Glamorgan, when ground needed to be made up, as this is played to short leg and there's no run, not only are you now probably chasing the game, but also you're chasing the table with 11 points between these sides coming in and 23 points behind Derbyshire. That draw, because of the batting points, cost Gloucestershire another 3 points in the table. Crane bowls full and wide, driven along the ground, no run again up to mid-off. So
it looks now as if Leicester passed the post, and you're looking for who's going to finish second, because it's a long way to catch up. They're about 30 points ahead, aren't they, of
33 ahead of Derbyshire and 45 ahead of Glamorgan. So basically 2 rounds in hand with only 6 to go in total.
Seeing the way they play, they invariably get runs. Although they might be getting a bit unstuck today.
Crane round the wickets as Bracey again tries to play that shot down to mid-on, but it's never going straight enough pace to beat mid-on to his right, and then you've got that short mid-wicket to try and beat if you go to his left. Crane in and dabbed defensively. Leicestershire not having it all their own way today. 256 for 2.
They put them in Middlesex, didn't they? They put them in.
Yes, they did. They stuck Middlesex into bat. Sam Robson 132 not out. Crane bowls, Bracey sweeps firmly, but there's a fielder out at deep backward square, so he's pretty much farmed the strike again. Again, I don't think it's intentional, but it means that Bracey will retain the strike on 20, 185 for 6.
Well, Glamorgan may not be, they are taking wickets, but they haven't taken wickets, for about a quarter of an hour. Won't mind, because there's no boundaries being struck, basically.
It's still been, 29 runs.
I think the last boundary was that inside edge for 4 from Charlesworth. Gorvin will continue. Busy little cricketer. In comes the first ball of the over, and it will get a chance for Gorvin now to have a go at Actor, because they're taking a single to the man at deep extra cover. As the run rate is as low as it was at any time, 2.4. Now, wicketkeeper Cook and captain North East are in discussion about what field to place. And he's decided that the captain is going to go to second slip. Ingram is at first. Well, he's not at second slip, he's more of a third slip. As he bowls, Actor comes forward. Nice long reach. And this is about discipline attack that I've seen most of the season, Nick Webb.
It's tidy, isn't it? It's being helped by the pitch, because there's a bit of turn for the spinners, and there is not a lot of the ball coming off the bat with any firmness.
Going in, bowls to Actor. Actor plays nice and straight up towards mid-off. Not in a bad position here, with 4.5 overs to go to the new one, and if Glamorgan don't take a wicket in that time between Gorvin and Crane, then they also have a fresh Van de Gooten, and possibly Crane to continue, or Harris. But it's Gorvin at the moment, in past the umpire again, bowls to Actor off the back foot this time, and shows no problems at all in pushing it up to mid-off. He's got a single, and he has 2 balls to face in this over.
This looks very much as though there will be a Glamorgan victory in the women's match. They Chasing just 115 to win, and they're 84 for 3 in the 12th.
Home and dry, just about. Gorman bowls to Actor, who drives again for the 3rd time this over, up to Van der Gooten. He's got a long reach. He's a tall man. And they are going to give him 1. Extra cover goes back. And Carlson did retreat, but not too far. Northeast takes himself out of second slip, but perhaps they aren't going to give him 1 after all. But deep extra cover did go back to the boundary. Corvin says, well, what's going on here now then? He wants to change. He wants Kellaway to come back into the gully. No, into short cover.
That's Kellaway's favourite position, isn't it? Square of the wicket on the offside.
That's the last ball of the over, and he comes balls to Actor, and Actor jabs forward, just a single. 14 overs, 0 for 22. Well done, young man.
Yeah.
Bracey is 21. Actor is 186 for 6. These two have put on just 7 runs. I thought they'd put on more than that.
It's a lazy Sunday afternoon, all right, as the Kinks would have it. 186 for 6, 76 overs gone, 4 till the possibility of the new ball. But with nothing much happening,
no.
do you actually take the new ball?
Well, yes, Gorvin hasn't made inroads. He's been very economical. Might be a case for a bit of Van der Gooten.
Crane bowls, and Bracey pushes forward. Just a short leg. There's a short leg, a leg slip, and a calcinet slip. Only needs a silly point to complete that.
Yeah,
pleasing little box around the batter. Crane bowls. Bracey deflects this one wide of short leg, and they'll go through for a single as it trickles down towards Harris at backward square leg.
That was the 65th ball that Bracey's faced. So he's playing very carefully, very, very watchfully. Well, now let's see what Actor will have a go here. Mid off, mid on, still up.
There's that's turned a mile. Actor stepped back. I think he went through with the shot and tried to force. Didn't make contact. So Crane is giving it a real twirl. And I suppose the Gloucestershire spinners will fancy bowling on this in their turn. As there's shouts of catch, but it hasn't carried down to deep backward square.
First bounce, isn't it?
Bracey swept away. Was it that little? I lost track of it with the
well placed
the window here, which is
ball into his field, isn't he?
He is. Bracey gets a single. Moves on to. Sorry, Actor gets a single. He moves on to 2. And the left-handed Bracey is on strike. Crane into bowl. Bracey forward, defending on the offside. No run. 188 for 6. I wonder if we'll see any of the tail-enders come in and try and throw the bat.
Well, as long as Bracey's there, he'll probably try and farm them.
Bracey faces up to Crane again and pushes forward. Oohs and ahs, but it was perfectly safely defended out on the offside. If when Carlson has to pack in playing cricket, I wonder if he'll have a career on the stage. You could imagine him in panto, couldn't you? Those exaggerated gestures and playing the crowd to a certain extent. Yes, there's something of the showman in him, isn't there?
What do I mean about that? £15, 15.
188 for 6. Bracey 22. Actor has 2.
And James Harris is wheeling his arms, so it might be a new ball. In what? 3 overs. Anyway, in lovely sunshine, in comes the first ball of the over to Actor from Gorvin, who defends, to Sam Northeast, who must be feeling pretty good at the moment, having put the opposition in and having them at 188 for 6. They look so comfortable at the 140 for 2. It's going to be very hot tomorrow, and Glamorgan will want to try and bat for most of the day if they can, and if they can take these 4 wickets. Actor waits, in goes Gorvin, bowls, jabs it away. There'll be runs here. There could be 4. I think there will be 4 down towards third man, and a first boundary for Akhtar. And as Ed Seaborn was saying, he's no mug with the bat. He guided that nicely down towards third man. Takes the score 192 for 6. A couple of seasons ago they'd have been thinking of a bonus point, but they'll have to get a few more. This is now 250.
We finally got used to it. They'll probably change it again soon.
Oh, they've got to do something. They've changed the ICC yesterday, the catching, the boundary, where you can't go like that now. In comes the next ball, and that's driven nicely up to extra cover for a singer.
Michael Neser responsible for that one, wasn't he, when he bounced around beyond the boundary and managed to palm it back in while staying out of contact with the ground at each jump.
I think that's all right. So if you cross the boundary, that's it. 6 runs. The ball goes over.
Yeah, it did seem rather counterintuitive, the way that was given out, even though it was within the laws at the time.
2 out on the hook. As Gorman comes round the wicket, bowls. Oh, and that dropped just short for Ingram. It's slip, I think.
Yeah. Well, the keeper's standing up, but Ingram's quite a long way back, and you'd think that Gorvin's medium pace is... I mean, he knows what he's doing, but from here he looks quite a long way back, given the pace of the bowler. Run rate under 2.5 runs and over now, despite that boundary.
Sad news from Northampton that Wayne Larkins has passed away. What an entertaining batsman he was. Not so very much entertaining against the opposition, but a great character, Ned. Age of 71. Went on to play for Durham towards the end. In comes Gorwin and bowls. Bracey defends. End of October. 193 for 6. Remember Glamorgan playing Durham at Hartlepool, and he was flying the Glamorgan attack to all parts. I think he got 140. Poor old Steve Barwick has taken the brunt of it, and Steve bounced him, and David Constant said, "That's your 1 for the over," and having hit Steve for 2 sixes in that over, Barwick turned to Constant and said, "Are you telling him he's had his quarter for the over? Are you telling me?"
Very good.
It was so funny.
193 for 6 elsewhere in Division 2 at Chesterfield. Lancashire are 251 for 7 against Derbyshire, with a century for Keaton Jennings and 62 not out from Chris Green.
Chris Green?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
As Mason Crane in some sunshine now. It's been mainly overcast, but sun's out as Actor squeezes one down to third man for a single. 194 for 6. Elsewhere at Canterbury, Kent going well, 261 for 3 against Northants. Half centuries for Ben Compton and Tuanda Mayeye.
Yeah, he's...
As Bracey jabs down on that one defensively, ball rolls out on the offside.
There's another one who was mentioned in dispatches yesterday about possible moving.
Okay. Leicestershire against Middlesex. Middlesex 2-6-3 for 3. As Bracey presses forward and defends back to Crane. Sam Robson got more or less half of them. 133. Josh de Kerr's 76, but a 3-wicket burst then from none other than North Walian Roman Walker.
He's having a game,
Bracey
is he?
is on the defensive, yes. Possibly first in the season, I believe, in the championship. So he's made the most of that opportunity with a quick burst there to check Middlesex's progress. As Crane with 3 still around the bat, bowls to Brace, who drives back to him, and there's no run. Glamorgan women in Bristol are just 11 runs short of victory now, with 104 for 3 in the 15th over, so plenty of time to spare. Beth Nellis, Loney from Warwickshire, and Charlotte Scarborough seem to be steering them home. Back on his stumps goes Bracey, and dug out in the end by Bracey. Applause for all concerned for a good over from Mason Crane, single off it, and to a certain extent good defence from Bracey to survive at 194 for 6.
I think now, I don't know what you would do if you were in Miss Northeast's shoes. 1 over to go. I think I'd get the new ball.
At the Cathedral Road end, Ben Calloway.
Will this be Ben Calloway? Will this be the sort of over before the new one?
Yeah, you suspect
or
so.
are we going to have all spin? Left-hander there to face an off spin.
Or do you take the new ball with the spinners? Bit of extra bounce.
Oh, absolutely, especially for a leg spinner. They love it.
Got the turn. I'd be inclined to leave Crane on, you know.
Yeah, and Calloway possibly. Let's see who he bowls here. Because Glamorgan, no worries about Gloucestershire getting away. Just accumulating in ones at the moment, and the odd 2. Calloway bowls, or about to bowl. Here he is. It'll be his 16th over, and bowls to the right-handed Akhtar, who jabs that away on the on-sides, right to the man at short leg, or boot hill, whatever you call it. We'll have to have a dart at a big hit. Calloway in, bowls, chipped away. Again, there is no run. It's a deep mid-wicket, a deep extra cover, and those are the outriders. Mid-on and mid-off are a quarter of the way back. Calloway tosses this one up, and he's gone for the big hit. He's probably going to get a boundary. Yeah, he does through extra cover. A shot like that, or 2 shots like that, might just persuade Northeast to take the new one. If I was in his shoes, I would bring Van der Gooten back with the new ball and keep Crane going. But what am I to know? Calloway in, bowls, ooh, that's short. But a good diving stop by the captain at short mid-wicket. Rattling through these overs. Just 16.2, and there's an hour left.
Yeah, it's likely to slow down, as you suggested, though, with the new cherry. Slightly, anyway, if they do bowl 2 seamers.
Van der Gooten gets through him pretty quickly. Round the wicket, he decides to go. Calloway bowls to Akhtar and pushes the ball back down the pitch. Last ball of the over. In comes Calloway and bowls, and this is played defensively by Akhtar. And we will soon know, because it will be. Where is Tim Van der Gooten going? Oh, I think
the umpire's waving something.
No, I think they're going to carry on with...
Oh no, is he just beckoning the subfielder on maybe? We're going to have some sort of break.
Well, Cook is standing up, isn't he?
Yeah, Cook looks as though he's going to continue to stand up. The break is actually for a drink for the batters, by the look of it. Oh, personalised service for the Gloucestershire batters. They get a 12th man apiece. Right. Was that wave of... I think that was just waving the 12th men on for Gloucestershire. Cook looks as though he's still standing up because he's got the...
The care is to continue.
Crane is to continue.
Don't disagree with that.
And
Callaway probably will.
is it going to be the old ball still? I didn't see a signal of the new ball, and it's usually announced as well.
Yeah.
So no new ball taken at the moment.
Well, when they're only going along at 1 or 2 and over, it's permissible.
Crane is into Bracey, who's back on his stumps defending. So it's make a note of that. 198 for 6 at 80. But not the new ball as such. 2 infielders still in terms of catches. Crane bowls. As squeezed by Bracey just wide of a diving short leg. It rolls away for a single. Crane causing all sorts of problems.
Yeah. Now, had he taken that, it would have indicated his decision, certainly.
So 2 slips in now for the right-handed Zaman Akhtar as Crane bowls and Akhtar is forward. Gloucestershire are 199 for 6 and struggling really with any sort of positive run rate as Akhtar clubs one for 4 through the leg side. It's a rare bad moment for Mason Crane, the leg spinner, who's got 3 for 44 next to his name on the scoreboard, and Glamorgan deciding not to take the new ball as soon as it was available because scoring has been so difficult for the visitors. Bancroft's 50, their top score. Gloucestershire 203 for 6. As Akhtar plays up to mid-off and there's no run. Again, things happen when I'm trying to deliver a 30-second report, as Edward will no doubt have experienced on dozens of times over the years. Crane bowls. Appeal for LBW. Umpire Watts is not convinced by the imploring of Crane, who was down on his knees begging for that decision.
Good over that, wasn't it? I know there was a boundary, but nearly had Bracey caught it short leg, and then that big LBW decision.
Didn't quite straighten enough, that. It was the googly, but maybe sliding down.
They can't... well, Bracey's rename, I think, but the odd one that he throws in. Good cricket to watch, this. Callaway to continue. Todd Murphy will be relishing the fact that it is turning a bit. No news in the Glamorgan overseas. I think I mentioned it this morning for the remaining matches.
Yeah, I suppose it's a while away, isn't it? The next block of championship.
Callaway bowls driven to short extra. No run.
And they've got Imad Wasim, of course, for the remaining T20 blasts, who's bowled pretty tidily so far.
Wide of the crease goes Callaway, and it's nudged away. Suppose the old boy doesn't fancy bowling, and he'd be useful on this today.
Yes, I'm told there's little realistic chance of Imad reappearing in the red ball stuff.
Callaway bowls. That's anticipated as it's paddled down to one fine leg by Carlson, who terrific chase and turn and return, and they only get 2 where possibly someone else of less fleeting of foot might have allowed them to get 3. 205 for 6. So this partnership just growing. 26 important runs. Down the other end is 16. As in comes Callaway with his off spin. A little bit short, but it beats Ingram at the backward point. It's a long chase for Crane, and it's going to be 4 runs.
Yes, Callaway today hasn't had quite the same tidiness as Crane. Just going for a few more runs, 1 for 55 now, with a couple of attacking shots in that over.
This might precipitate a new ball. In comes Callaway. That's driven out to deep extra cover. Crane returns. And this might nudge the captain to think, yeah, perhaps I will take the new one. It might just do a little bit for us. Akhtar will have 1 ball to negotiate. Round the wicket he comes, and that's played nicely, and he'll get a single out to mid-wicket. They're playing quite comfortably at the moment. You get the odd false shot, but not a lot. As the umpire, I'm looking at the umpires more than anybody now, for obvious reasons. They have, they might think, no, okay, let's give Crane another one. He's a long ball, and see what he can do. If not, perhaps I will summon my opening bowlers.
Some spectators, by the look of our screen, need a little more excitement to keep them
yes, lady reading a book,
interested in the action. Well,
you're coming to the cricket today, are we? Yeah, I'll bring my book then.
It has been that sort of day. It's still going to be Mason Crane.
Well, he did nearly get a wicket in the last over. Here he is.
Bowling from the River Taff end, and that's 4 runs. As Akhtar rocked back and punched it through the offside for 4. And Akhtar's relatively attacking approach is paying dividends at the moment. He doesn't look daunted by the mess that Gloucestershire had got themselves in.
Well, much needed too. If they can get up to 260, 270. It all depends really, I suppose, on these two.
That's driven back. Oh, it's got, I think, the fingertips of Crane. It stopped just inside.
Brilliant stop.
The boundary by Ben Callaway, chasing back to long off. I think that was off the fingertips of Crane, wasn't it?
Yeah. He touched something. He
looked like it.
Yeah.
2 runs to Akhtar.
Getting to play a few shots now is Akhtar. And back goes Crane, the fielder, onto the long off boundary Callaway.
217 for 6, and another big hit from Akhtar this time.
6, I think.
Drags it round over wide long on, stroke mid wicket, bouncing away for 4. It goes up towards the jellyfish stand in front of the scoreboard to our left, and Akhtar putting bat to ball.
Yeah.
He's almost at a run a ball now.
And he's probably thinking, well, the new ball is due. Let's try and get a few runs off the spinners. And he's done it well.
10 off 3 balls in this over as the game suddenly picks up in momentum. Crane in again to Akhtar, who forces that one into the offside. A scrambling stop by Colin Ingram at backward point. And it's the first dot ball of the over. So Glamorgan take out 1 close fielder. Tribe is wandering away to short fine leg for the top edge sweep possibly. Carlson remains at slip. 221 for 6. Crane in, bowls. Akhtar drives nicely through the offside. Will pick up just the single as Harris goes motoring round the outfield, disturbs a few pigeons, and a single is taken. 11 of 5 balls now. Double Nelson on the board. 222 for 6. Bracey 30, Actor 28. Actor just trying to change the momentum, the flow of the game. As Crane bowls to Bracey, who is going to remain defensive mode. He remains 30, 222 for 6, 83 overs gone.
Congratulations to the Glamorgan women's team who won their Vitality Blast League 2 game, defeating Gloucestershire women by 6 wickets. Gloucestershire made 114 for 8, Glamorgan 115 for 4.
Thank you, Dr. Hignell.
Gives you a chance to speak. New ball will be taken.
Top scorer Bethan Ellis with 25. Lauren Parfitt, the skipper, made 23. Charlotte Scarborough 21, not out. And
Here it comes.
No real issues for Glamorgan women, who's make it 4 wins out of 5, and Gloucestershire still stuck on 1 win. So finals day is possibly within their reach. It's the top
Returning to
2 of the 5 who go through in the South Group, and the finals day is at Northampton at the end of July. 222 for 6, and here comes the new ball.
The umpire waving as if he was acknowledging some cheers from the crowd. He turned to every part of the ground with a new ball in his hand.
Well, 24 have come off 3 overs since they decided not to take it.
Yeah, and Actor now is just 2 runs behind Bracey, who's had Actor's at 11 balls, Bracey's at 83. But Bracey's playing his part as James Harris will propel the new ball, and Tim van der Gooten changes his boots. He's got his bowling boots on now, presumably. No need for the umpires to tell them to hurry up, because they've got all the time in the world. They'll be thinking of possibly the first batting point at Gloucestershire, as Harris comes in and bowls, and that's driven firmly and intercepted there at mid-on by Andy Gorwin. We'll have an opportunity now with the new ball to try and make inroads. Two slips for this new ball, as in comes Harris and bowls to the right-handed Actor, who off the back foot plays a nice looking shot and gets 4 runs. Well, the new ball does go a little bit quicker and a little bit harder than the old ball, and that was demonstrated. And he has overtaken his partner. So an Actor, 32 to him, and the partnership now is worth 47.
It's strange how much cricket is a game of the mind, isn't it?
Absolutely. 226 for 6. 24 runs away from a batting point. In comes Harris and bowls, and this is firmly played up to mid-off by Actor.
The more credited middle order batters get in a right lather, and then the number 8 comes in and plays uncomplicated shots.
Yeah. Played really well. Harris turns halfway through his over and bowls to Actor. Actor again gets off the back foot and plays it to cover this time. Twelve overs remaining after this, or these 2 deliveries. Harris turns, comes in again, bowls to Actor. Actor drives. 4 more. He's playing this quite easily as Harris struck for a second boundary and has taken the score to 230. And he's on 36. Will he get a maiden half century? I presume it's his maiden. If he does, or this, what's his score? Nick will tell us when he gets his books out. Last ball, an expensive over here. In comes Harris and bowls again. Digs it in, but it's defended by...
No, 70 before this season. Is that
right.
still
70, yeah. Oh.
Scarborough 2024?
And all of a sudden, no demons at all in this wicket.
Strange, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they aren't
Very
really.
strange
It's just as
indeed.
you say, they got in such a knot in the middle order.
As Tim van der Hoogten is in, I've got a little bit of writing to do, so Fed can pop back for a while, and then I'll
Returning to bowl at the
give him another break, etc., etc., as we try and juggle resources. And I'm trying to do several things at one time. Tim van der Hoogten to bowl, and Ed Seaborn joins Edward Bevan.
Yeah, it's good recovery from this, and it was much needed by Gloucestershire. And you would think that it's still below par, 230 for 6 on this sort of pitch. I don't know if you agree, Ed, because if the middle order had played their part, they'd be going up 300 plus, as they should. But
Yeah.
well played to these two. As Tim van der Gooten prepares to bowl from the river end, and he's going to come round the wicket to James Bracey, who's on 30. He's in now and bowls the first ball, and that's driven. Now that's going to be 4 more runs down to the boundary and hit very straight. So the runs all of a sudden are coming a little bit quicker.
I mean, just the difference between the new ball and the old ball as well.
Yeah.
I'm
But not for long.
no, but you know, you'd never have been able to play that shot with the old ball. It would just have been clothed, trickle up to mid-on, or yeah, or that. Yeah, just hit it in the air. There would not have been the pace of the ball off the bat.
Loosener there from Van der Gooten as he comes in past the umpire yet again and bowls. That's a better delivery, which is nudged away, well fielded by Callaway. Initially, Parr parried it away, and they go through for a single.
I did quite enjoy the loud announcement around the ground that Glamorgan's women have defeated Gloucestershire's women. Anyway, congratulations to Glamorgan's women.
It's like an announcement that Andrew made when Marcus Labuschagne was going to play his first innings of the season when he got out for naught or something. And this ball is driven up to mid-on, and he said, and the next batter for Glamorgan is Marcus Labuschagne. As if he was introducing something in the big top. Come on, Marcus. Well, I'll just have a quick look at what he got.
Right, sort of in the left corner.
Andrew
Andrew corner even.
Andrew was taken aback. What's going on? Here's Van der Gooten bowls and is beaten. Good delivery, which passed the outside edge and went through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, I mean that's also what you'll get, isn't it? Whilst
Labuschagne came in for that first inning. Got Proctor bowled Conway 0.
Actually, that ball didn't do an enormous amount. It was just
play the wrong line.
channel, yeah. And well, he had a bit of a feel for it. Didn't quite get there, but didn't get the nick. But yeah, whilst you might get ball coming on to bat, might just be a little bit of movement out there.
Van der Gooten in again. Bowls, and that's off the edge, the big outside edge to the gully where it's fielded by Carlson. 235 for 6. Bracey 35, Actor 36. 179 for 6 when Actor joined. And it's been a very good partnership.
Yeah, and you're starting
46.
to think, well, if you can get another couple of 20s or something out of who's to come, might still have a total to bowl at.
Van der Gooten bowls and wafts again outside the off stump. And ended the over well. 235 for 6, 85 overs. And Glamorgan will be conscious they don't want to give away too many runs as they've done since that new ball was taken. There were 2 4s in Harris's over and 1 4. But that 2 good deliveries there by Van der Gooten had him groping.
Yeah, just a little bit of nibble away, but it was nowhere near the length to drive.
No.
However, it's got Actor to this point going for his shot, so I don't think he should shut up shop completely.
Oh no, because you might get an absolute beauty, and then, you know.
Well, they've got to. I mean, it has been a little bit of transferring some pressure back, because there does come a point when the fielding side thinks, right, we're through here, or we should get through. You start to have that mindset of, right, we've got to bowl them out for less than 220 now that we've got ourselves into this position. Then all of a sudden, a few shots later, and
yeah, exactly,
it's nudging towards 250. But if you'd have offered this position at the start, but as you said, it's so much of it is played up in the mind as Harris to Bracey in his shoulders arms. But the one thing this has allowed Bracey to do as well is just tick along at his own pace. It's taken the pressure off Bracey, and he's started to think, well, actually, I've got a partner here. I don't have to just
and he's got all the
change
time in the
play.
world, because our 6 wickets have fallen on the first day.
10 overs left in it after this one. Harris bowls, straying onto the thigh of Bracey, just gently turns it to a vacant square leg. Ambles through for a single, 236 for 6. There's an awful lot of 36s about, as Bracey and Actor both have that score. And for Actor, there's going to be a deep cover out. A couple of thunderous drives in the previous Harris over, and Sam Northeast is thinking a little bit about defence, as fine leg goes back as well. There's nobody square of the wicket immediately on the leg side. Harris bowls, and striking Actor on the pad, I think via the inside edge.
And going down. Other than that.
Yes. Didn't pitch outside leg stump. That would have been quite an impressive delivery from the right arm seamer over the wicket. Actor just off for a bit of a wander and a readjustment, as just in the last over and a half, Glamorgan have given him a few things to think about himself. 2 slips, Harris bowls to him, and one maybe just comes back a fraction into him. It's no run as he push drives it out into the covers. He's a tall, imposing figure at the creases, Actor, and
where's he from?
We've seen it when he
Pakistan?
No, he's born in Cambridge.
So parents obviously immigrants, or
Born in Cambridge, and went to school at the Purse.
At the
Purse.
Oh.
Harris bowls driven. That's a lovely shot for nothing, because mid offset straight and relatively deep. But yeah, he came through to Gloucestershire via the South Asian Cricket Academy. One of their graduates, sort of, I think, went there having trialled around various places and used it as a platform, as several people have done, including Aman Rao, who's on the ground today. He's part of Gloucestershire's squad as well, signed a rookie contract. Harris bowls edged and short of second slip. It's a good pick-up at second slip by Northeast, because that might have just squeezed through for a boundary if
you made the point earlier on, Ed, that the slips are standing a bit deep, and that might be the reason that a couple of chances that have gone down have dropped short. Because on a slow pitch like this, well, it's fairly slow, and the ball, even though it's new, is not going to fly anywhere. They may perhaps be well advised to come and stand up just a little. So a better over from Harris there.
236 for 6.
As it will be Van der Gooten to continue to bowl to Bracey, who has been there some time. He's faced 87 balls for his 36. Actor also has got 36, but has only bowled batted for 45 deliveries. Here's Van de Gooten, bowls, and that's played away onto the leg side, and there is no run. Well fielded there by Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, the first South Asian Cricket Academy graduate actor to play for the England Lions, so he's close to that setup, as is
That's why he's
Sigdale,
in.
who we'll see soon.
He's in the frame, possibly, as the gossipers would have us think.
Yes, quite.
Here is Van de Gooten bowls. That's turned away on the onside for a single. Pounced upon again by the effervescent Kieran Carlson. He moves on to 37 to Bracey, 237 for 6. A good day's cricket, I think. It's still, what we got? 9 overs and 4 balls left. Glamorgan striving for another couple of wickets before the close, and Gloucester hoping to keep the wickets intact if they can.
Certainly no question of a night watchman. That's taken out of the equation.
Van de Gooten comes in and bowls to Akhtar. Akhtar goes on the back foot and plays it up towards mid-on.
There's almost a little bit of a sense of relief when that's taken out of the decision making. Do you go for one or don't you? So I'm sure Todd Murphy will be padded up somewhere up there. Assume that's him on the far end of that group on the balcony over there. Not sure. Can't quite see from this distance.
Van de Gooten bowls. That's clipped nicely off his legs down towards. Might go for 4. Yes, it does. It evades James Harris's despairing dive. Just drifting down the leg side. It's clipped away for 4 by Akhtar, who's playing a very good innings here for his side. As the partnership now has moved on. It's from 179 to 240. 62, which is quite substantial. I don't think Glamorgan were expecting this. There's a word or two between Van de Gooten and his captain. And simply don't bowl down that line. Here's the next ball. That's hammered through mid-off, an extra cover in the gap. That's bound to be another 4, I would have thought. Yes, it is. Or has it stopped? No, it's pulled him just inside. Good chase. But nevertheless, 3 more runs to Akhtar. Is it fair to say he was outshining James Bracey?
Call him Zaman Wakhtar. Good grief.
Yeah.
What's that for a shot? He's tried to just stand and deliver Van der Hoogten back over his head. Well, if it worked fine, as long as he gets it over the infield, there's nobody there who can stop it.
Here is the last ball as Van de Gooten comes in, bowls, and this is turned away for another single. Are they think of a second? Yes, they are. In comes a Ralim return from Gorvin. He crossed for 2, and now just 4 runs needed for the first batting point. Glamorgan have 2 bowling points, but this is a good fight back from Gloucestershire.
It's just been a bizarre day's cricket, really, because whilst it wasn't serene progress from Gloucestershire this morning, it was serene in the sense of the fact there weren't many chances, not in terms of the scoring rate, which was never massively high, but 90 for 1 at lunch, and then the collapse either side of tea, well, mostly before tea, but losing what looked like the last specialist pair of batters pretty soon after tea. That just
you would
really
thought
seems to knock the
all
stuffing
out in Glamorgan batting.
Yeah, and just the pace of it as well, just control from Glamorgan even around the wickets, whereas it's been Gloucestershire in control for this partnership. This has been edged by Akhtar, and that has, I think, been put down, that one. I got the impression that one may have just carried.
It died again on Ingram.
It looked as if it was going to carry quite comfortably. I have to have a look at the replay there, but the body language especially is leading me to believe that one probably did just make it. Well, yeah, I think
Just about.
I think he could have just got his fingertips underneath it. So that may have to go down as a chance. 246 for 6. Harris in and bowls, and that will be off a cultured edge this time, and that will go for 4, and that is a batting point for Gloucestershire at 250 for 6. It certainly did not look as though that was going to be possible from 179 for 6, but a marvellous effort from
It is
Bracey,
very good
also
effort
from
indeed.
Actor.
It was 3 short of his 50.
Nothing wrong with that one, just allowed the ball to come to him and steered the ball away. He's played a couple of those as Actor, as well as the more belligerent shots. 250 for 6, Harris into Actor, who nonchalantly knocks it to mid-on and then goes off on another stroll to that vacant square leg area, so no run.
And the run rate is creeping towards 3. 2.86 for the first time today.
They're not looking too downcast, Glamorgan. I'm sure with 8 overs to go, I'd dearly love to break this partnership, as now Actor's got a fly in his eye as Harris is running in. Ugh.
It looks probably more like a bee who's running away.
Wafting away. Yeah. I like the wasp. Not the win and score predictor kind. But
well, that's the easiest job in the
familiar
world,
with those
I think, that
wasps
wasps.
at cricket grounds these days. Harris in now, flowing drive, but it's gone straight to backward point, and fielder has to hold on to that, because if he misses the shy at the stumps, the only thing that can get in the way is that cloud of pigeons who are pecking away at one of the practice pitches. Not quite as many birds on the ground as last round. That was extraordinary. Hundreds and hundreds of gulls.
They generally do come for their tea at around 6 o'clock.
They were there for the flying ants. Harris bowls and an attempted drive from Actor, and he's smacked that off an inside part of the bat into his foot, and there's no run. And Carlson's going to go and disturb the pigeons. They'll never go far though. Fly in a big circle and then go straight back to where they were.
Have an afternoon chat.
So an eventful over. Harris to complete it. Bowls now to Actor, and he steered that away past backward point, and that will probably have enough legs across the boundary rope as well. It does. Over it goes, and it's 254 for 6 and a 50 for Zaman Actor, his second 50 in first class cricket, and certainly I think his most valuable innings with the bat for Gloucestershire. His 70 came in a losing cause last year at Scarborough, which saved a bit of face, but this one could prove to be absolutely vital for Gloucestershire's
He
chances.
must have hit Harris down there today for about four or five fours down to third man. I know I'm always on about third man, but there's been and if you notice, he's opening the face and getting 4 every time. So why doesn't, and all of a sudden, Harris now has conceded 58 of his 17 overs. And as we know, the new ball has gone quickly. Van de Gooten start another over, and this is played up towards mid-off as the sun comes out for a lovely warm June evening here at Cardiff.
10 fours in that 50. So whilst it wasn't all crash bang wallop for sure,
No, he started sedately, and as
there was a bit of that in there.
it's an over from Crane he began to go.
40 out of 51 in boundaries.
There's Van de Gooten bowls to Bracey. Bracey guides that away. Actor wants to get down to quickly. He fancies this, he said. But he's sent back by his partner.
the way he was going at Van der Houten in the last over. But it's funny, so often you see it, and particularly in this country as well, maybe a bit less so if we played with this ball the whole time, but how often somebody just comes in with license as a bowling
Yes.
all-rounder or down at number 8 and is quite successful in a way that those above weren't.
Here's the next ball, which is left outside the off stump. Of course, we had Graham Wagg and Craig Metchter. They'd come in often when Glamorgan were about 82 for 5 or 82 for 6. And then Waggy probably get you 50 or 60, and Metchter would get you runs. It's so handy to have those all-rounders. But I'll never forget up in Guildford 4 years, or perhaps more than that, when Glamorgan were in grave danger of being bowled out for nothing. How many? 10? 10 years ago, as the next ball is played defensively. Waggy comes in and scores a double 100.
Gosh, I can vaguely remember.
11 sixes. Have you been to Guildford?
No, we Gloucestershire are supposed to be there. I was about to say we were supposed to be there this year, but anyway, perhaps we'll move on.
But the southern line goes up there, and the trains were in great danger to have been struck. Was it past the square leg boundary? In comes the next ball. That's guided away down towards third man for yet another 4. Well, I'm afraid Glamorgan deserve to concede boundaries like this if you're not defending the boundary. Well, they're just running away now.
There's plenty of flying sporting objects that can strike those trains. I guess there's several. I feel that every train line down there seems to follow about 5 golf courses.
Yes, it's a pretty little ground, and Glamorgan, against all the odds, won very, very comfortably. But it was a good trip, that. Last ball of the over. Bracey guides it, but this time straight to northeast. That is the end of the over, and then we have more fireworks here. I would be inclined to bring Gorvin on here because he does bowl straight, and Actor now is down to play shots, isn't he?
Yeah, it might be interesting to see what happens if you take a bit of the pace off that way.
But no, he's keeping Harris on.
Maybe a couple of overs more of Crane at the back end of the day.
Possibly.
Just ask the question, because it's one thing to play your shots when the end of the day is not in sight. Maybe they're not even thinking about that at all out there. Maybe that doesn't matter. They're just thinking in terms of putting runs on the board. But could just ask a...
Now there's a great discussion going on between captain and bowler here. Do you want a third man? He's pointing in that. Please put a third man in.
You shout down from the commentary box.
Where's Crane going? I think he is
going there.
It's the first time today.
Oh, yes, he is. Just for a moment I thought maybe he would stop at backward point, but no, he's going down there. They have to cut off that particular shot. So deep cover, deep third, fine leg. Nobody between that fielder and mid-wicket.
Battle continues as Harris comes in again. Oh, and that is it my go, your go?
I can't remember, to be honest. I think it's mine. It was flayed away into the covers for a single, but again they've got protection out there now, so only a single. Actor's swatting away with one hand in irritated fashion.
Well,
he hasn't whacked another 4.
Yeah, because the ball is not travelling.
259 for 6. The problem is now you start to get a little bit greedy if you're Gloucestershire, and you think, well, this partnership's actually already done incredible work for them. 80 they've put on for the 7th wicket, and Actor's got 52 of them. Over the wicket goes Harris and bowls to Bracey, who will not quite find the gap. Sprawling Gorvin will prevent even so much as a single in the covers. So the score remains 259 for 6. Lancashire continue their recovery at Chesterfield. It's going to be another frustrating day for Derbyshire, with Jennings making 106 and Chris Green, had to be careful with that one with Gloucestershire having had Cameron Green. Chris Green 85 not out as Harris is into Bracey, touches it into the offside. There's no run. Jack Blatherwick, one of my favourite names on the circuit.
Typical Lancastrian
32.
name.
Yes, it's great, isn't it? It could only be from up north with a name like that. Jack Blatherwick. It's 36 now. So 304 for 7 from 44 for 4 and 132 for 6.
Similar to this game. Well, no, it's not. It's better than the recovery there.
Harris bowls and a square drive into the ground, and rising up to stop that one above his head is Kellaway at backward point. There is
Just as well he was there, not Carlson.
Yes.
He'd been flying over his head.
Kent still going well at Canterbury, 307 for 4 runs for everybody. Nobody's got above 66 and nobody's got below 35.
Stewart got in yet?
No. I'm sure they'll still score 600 with Grant Stewart still to come.
They need a win, Kent.
Bell Drummond and Everson at the crease. Harris bowls down the leg side, clipped away for 4 runs. A fine leg glance from Bracey, and pretty easy pickings that. 263 for 6 as Bracey moves to within 3 of a half century. Just a little deflection round the corner. There's a fine leg in place, but it's a short boundary to the river. Short straight boundaries as ever at Cardiff, so once that got that gentle touch, it was going to be 4. 263 for 6 as the long shadows are cast by the evening sunshine. Did look as though this might be the best part of the day from the forecast. Last ball of the over, Harris bowls, width on offer, and that's crashed away through cover point. That's 4 more, and that is 50 for James Bracey. It looked as if he was going to run out of partners again, but he's found one in Zaman Akhtar, and he gets there with a trademark Bracey shot. And there's a vocal section of Gloucestershire supporters over at the far end who have been particularly acknowledged by James Bracey as he raises his bat, and it's 267 for 6 at the end of that over.
It hasn't been particularly good bowling, I'm afraid, from Harris since the new ball was taken, because he's been going for lots of boundaries. He's now gone for 67 in his 18 overs, and surely he should be thinking of Gorvin now, or possibly a spinner, because they'll walk in the dressing room and think, well, yeah, we were going well as a bowling unit, but it's been blown away. 267 for 6, having been 179 for 6 and 100 partnership nears. I think he needs a sweeper, yes, for Akhtar. He's putting a sweeper out, and it'll be Van de Gooten with 2 slips. Here he comes, coming in to bowl to the right-handed Akhtar. Bowls to him and nearly nicks that to the keeper. He's beaten him quite a number of times, but as we mentioned, it's not so much the deviation off the pitch, it's just pushing down the wrong line.
Yes, yeah. It's only done a fraction, but sometimes that's all it needs to do. Just ever so slightly held its line.
In comes Van de Gooten bowls. This time it's dabbed away down to fine leg for a single, which takes Akhtar on to 53. Bracey's on 51. 268 for 6. And I suppose at 97 for 1 and 140 for 2, Glamorgan will think 268 for 6. Yeah, job well done. But not when they were 179 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a few more loose deliveries since this partnership's established.
With the second new ball, certainly.
Certainly since then. I think, to a certain extent, Akhtar's come in and played some fantastic shots as well.
Certainly has. Van de Gooten bowls the left-handed Bracey, who plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. Just the 5 overs left after 6. I can't quite believe it's 5:45 only. No. Having been here this season till at one stage 10 to 7, 7 o'clock.
Do you feel shortchanged?
No, certainly not.
Thought perhaps not. No, I think you've certainly got your, well, if you have paid to come in today, your money's worth. If you're under 17, you'll have
certainly
hopefully, if you've found something to do through the mid part of the day, been excited.
Next ball again, gently off the pitch it's coming. And I don't think it's going to be particularly easy for either side now to get 20 wickets, unless we get some sort of... But you just don't know the way things have gone today.
No, who knows?
You know, this timing of shots on a slow pitch and this ball.
Yeah, we saw it last week as well. Derbyshire cruising at something like 314 for 2 in their first innings to 398 all out. It can happen.
Van der Gooten bowls, Bracey drives to short extra cover, and there's no run. Crane fields.
301 for 2 it was, if you...
Oh, no.
Exact.
Tomorrow morning.
That's completely oversold it now.
How often do you see the second morning when there's a partnership, the wicket falls first thing?
Yeah.
When they've got to restart.
It's been
probably
been sea ball, hit ball, to use that.
Gloucester would like
cliche.
this game to go on to 7:30 tonight. In comes Van der Gooten bowls, and a good delivery. Just a single off that over, pushes it away, and there's no run. And Govin is trotting in from third man, and it looks as if he is, yes, he's going to pick up the disc, and he is going to bowl 3 overs from this end, and try as he's done most of the day anyhow to put a break on things. And it'll be interesting to see how he bowls and how Actor deals with him.
Yeah, whilst we have this change of bowling, I do just want to draw everybody's attention to something on BBC Sounds, which you can access. I'm sure Glamorgan supporters will be more than aware as well of the sad passing of Sid Lawrence.
Oh, terrible.
Last round of matches this time last week. His death was announced from motor neurone disease, but there is a programme which, as I say, is on BBC Sounds, produced by Steve Kitchen from BBC Radio Gloucestershire.
Good friend of mine, yeah.
And in Sid's voice, it's called The Story of Sid Lawrence. It was actually recorded a couple of weeks before at a game at Downend Cricket Club between the Lashings and Lashings 11 and a Sid's All-Stars team, as Govin comes in and bowls to Actor, and this is pushed away into the covers for no run, but the likes of Courtney Walsh were there for that game. John Lewis, who's actually been doing a bit of work on the ground today with the Gloucestershire setup, I think he's doing a bit of bowling consultancy, and his son as well. Lots of interviews. It's really is worth a listen, and of course with Dean Wilson, who's co-written the autobiography, which is called In Sid's Voice. Govin bowls edged and short of first slip.
How many times?
Dives to his right and saves runs again, because there is no fielder down on the boundary.
But again, you see, he's deep.
Yeah, I think there he probably almost couldn't have got closer, but I don't know whether it's just a trick from here, but it does seem as though they are still standing quite a way back. Thick edge, hand off the bat, foot short, something like that. They come closer now. Govin bowls to Actor, who drives aerially, 2 bounces up to
going back to Sid, I met him a few times, got quite friendly with him. He was such a big giant of a man. Talking about giving 100%, as he did, and I well remember him bowling at Glamorgan many times. At close of play, he'd be in the bar buying a drink and having a laugh and a chat and a joke with everybody.
Govin in now, back of a length and dabbed away past backward point, but there'll be a boot there from Crane to stop it. Just the 1 run.
We all know how ill poor Sid had been, and it was also that emotional time when Gloucestershire won last year. Watched that, and it's very emotional. And I think it was James Bracey walked up to him, and handed him the cup. And although he had been desperately ill, it did come as a shock that he'd passed. We remember Rob Burrows, of course, Doddy, who lived for some time, didn't they? But poor Sid, in relation to that, went rather quickly, and it was a very sad time for everybody.
Gorvin into Bracey, opens the face and can't get it past Ace of Tribe, diving it.
I'm delighted my old pal Steve Kitchen has done that, and I'll try and listen to it. When BBC Sounds.
Yes, yeah. So as I said, it's called In Sid's Voice. The
When
story
is that?
of David Sid Lawrence. It's available
At any time, it
yeah,
sounds.
yeah. You can just
Great.
go on at any time and get that. It's
Yeah.
I say it's well worth a listen. It was recorded a couple of weeks ago, but some really fun memories, and of course Dean Wilson, who knew him extremely well, not just writing the book but before it, as Gorvin bowls, turn into the leg side, single out to deep square, 270 for 6 at the end of that over. Bracey 52, Actor 54. There are 4 overs left in the day. But yeah, as somebody who knew him very well, and obviously felt it was very important to get that story down, and as he said, Sid wasn't somebody that went hunting for the limelight, but at the same time he felt rightly so that there was a story to be told, lots of stories to be told.
You couldn't help, unless of course you were 22 yards away, you couldn't help but like Steve, but you wouldn't really relish him because he was quick.
Yeah.
My word, he was quick.
And I mean, just that visual of him coming at you with all those arms and legs flying at you as well. It wasn't a comfortable action.
Injury then, I didn't. As first ball were next over, is bowled by Van der Gooten and pushed forward. When he broke his knee, apparently it was awful. The crack could be heard around the ground.
Yeah.
But no, it was a sad time. Yeah, the cricket world has lost some big people in the last year or two. Here is Van der Gooten, bowls, driven with ease, now playing so much confidence of these two, but there's no run. 270 for 6. Run rate threatens to reach 3, 2.92, and indebted by no small means to Mr. Akhtar, who is 54 not out.
Bracey's 114
52.
this session, I think.
Yeah.
Not quite over yet. 114 for 1, so 90 for 1, 66 for 4 in the afternoon, and then 114 for 1 so far in the evening.
Van der Gooten decides to go over the wicket. And Bracey takes a new guard, rehearses a 4 defensive push as he waits now for Van der Gooten, who bowls to him, and he has played that out into the gully, fielded there by Carlson.
At some point we're going to have to do the James Bracey dance before coming on to commentate.
He dance, is he?
Well, it's the sort of waggling of the hips and the stepping from side to side. I'm sure it's a patented move, just to get his feet moving, and then when he goes out and keeps, my back would talk about a crack. You could hear my back clonking if I tried to do what he does before he starts keeping, stretching that out on the ground. Goodness me.
Van der Gooten bowls, and a gentle push there out into the covers. They'll be thinking, 3 overs left, yeah, let's play for the morning. We've done our job, and let's hope to carry on. Get that second point, possibly a third, and that will be a very, very big recovery. Well, that is the beauty of this game that we love so much. Van der Gooten, 5th ball of the over is left outside the off stump, goes through to Cook. Wonder what North East feels about his insertion. I suppose he feels all right.
Yeah, I should think he feels if Morgan bat well in reply, even if Gloucestershire do get over 300, then it takes a lot for Gloucestershire to win the game from there, and they probably feel that Gloucestershire might feel they do have to win the game given the position in the table we've talked about earlier.
Last ball of the over. It'll be a maiden if it's not scored off, which it didn't. End of the over, 270 for 6. You see, Glamorgan got 353 last week in their first innings, but Leicestershire got 5, 7, 6 for 7 and put huge pressure when they had Glamorgan at 32 for 3, and then we saw 100 apiece to save the game from the Messrs Northeast and Ingram. So they can seesaw one way or the other. But I don't think this is a particularly fast-scoring pitch with this ball.
No, as we've been mentioning, there is going to be more pace on it from the bowling in the second innings with Glamorgan's first innings with Actor and Singdale and Bailey. So I'm going to have to get it right. But I think at least what this partnership has done is it's meant that Glamorgan are going to have to bat well to build what looks like a match-winning lead. Anyway, Gorvin goes in and bowls down the leg side to Actor, who doesn't get anything on it, and Cook goes across to take, still standing back. You know, it's going to take Glamorgan going and scoring 400 to build a really daunting lead, and of course,
got to try and bowl his side out then.
Yeah, which is so often the tricky bit. But who knows how this pitch will play a day of hot sunshine tomorrow. Gorvin into Actor, who plays softly in defence into the offside, and it's certainly been a little bit of a gear shift from Actor since he's reached his 50 and the overs have started to tick down. He's thinking about tomorrow a little bit as well as just this evening. I'm sure if a bad ball comes along, he'll think about trying to put it away, but
since Gorvin's come on, stemmed the flow.
He's done a really important job today, even if he's not taken a wicket. 29 runs conceded in his 17th over. Gorvin bowls, and this is driven past backward point. There'll be at least 2 here. Has it got the legs? I think it doesn't. Sliding effort from Crane. They'll still pick up 3 as the running is completed. 273 for 6 as Actor is on to 57, and it'll certainly be an innings which will be enjoyed by those Gloucestershire supporters that enjoy those highlights packages, because there have been plenty of shots that have been worthy of the highlights package. And not to forget what Bracey has done on 52, but he's needed that company at the other end to get there. Gorvin bowls and a forward defence from Bracey.
Could easily run out of partners the way things were going.
If it was going to happen.
Yeah.
He could have run out of partners in the 30s and 40s the way it was going. Looked as if that was going to happen.
No, he's played well. He's stabilised the innings, and in comes the perfect partner in Actor, who was attacked with relish.
14 deliveries potentially remaining to negotiate. In goes Gorvin, bowls and passes the edge of Bracey. That's a beautiful ball, which is just pitched up, given the chance to do something. And Gorvin is cutting a frustrated figure, because even though he's only gone for 32 runs today, you feel that the job that he's done for the bowlers at the other end, that he should have a wicket, but
yeah, he's done his job, and the other medium pace have been quite innocuous, really.
We haven't seen Zainul Hassan since his first spell of the day. Close slip as Gorvin strays onto the pads, but gets away with it as Bracey picks out mid-wicket. There is no run, 2 overs left, 273 for 6.
Where are Gloucestershire in the table? I meant to look this morning.
At 4th.
4th. How many points behind Glamorgan?
They're 11 behind.
So they would dearly love a win here.
Yeah, and they've also got Derbyshire to think about, 23 behind them. Everything could get extremely tight if Lancashire were to beat Derbyshire, and then Gloucestershire's next opponents would be Lancashire, so there's still a lot of
it could change the
ground that could be made up either way.
Yeah, except for Leicestershire. I think Leicestershire should be. They're a well balanced side. They always get plenty of runs, so I can't really. It'll be a fight for second place, basically, because they've only got to draw a few games and get bonus points, haven't they?
Yeah.
Penultimate over of the day, and it'll be bowled by Tim van der Gooten, and he's bowling at Actor. and he comes and bowls. Akhtar gets right behind that, and he's not going to play any attacking shots, you'd think, toward this stage of the day, with just 11 balls left. And the time, I can tell you, is 6 o'clock.
Wow.
Thank you, bowlers.
Yes, well done, Glamorgan. See again, Kookaburra ball, great for over 8s. Nobody talks about that.
273 for 6. In comes Van de Gooten, bowls, and this is chipped away down the leg side. They'll just take the single as Harris fields on the long leg boundary and returns. Nick Webb will join me for the last 10 balls.
Or relevantly, the BBC Radio Wales update.
Right, that's
Which-
at 6 o'clock.
Just in probably less than a minute, or around about a minute's time from now. So I might have to cut across you.
We shall hear it in our earphones.
Hopefully.
Here again is Van de Gooten over the wicket. Comes in and bowls, and this is pushed back down the pitch, and there's no run. Gorvin 17 overs for 32 runs. That really is excellent containing. Van de Gooten 17 and a half overs, 1 for 44. Crane has taken 3 wickets. There's been 1 for Harris, but he's been expensive, and 1 for Van de Gooten. Well, there's a third slip coming in. Glamorgan hoping to snatch a late wicket. Here is Van de Gooten bowls, and this is pushed away down to deep extra cover. Hassan will field, and they cross for a single.
It's been an extraordinary pattern today, hasn't it? Because Gloucestershire so clearly won the first session and the last session, and Glamorgan so clearly won the middle session.
Exactly.
Fluctuating fortunes, one of my favourite radio phrases.
Beautiful, beautiful evening here. A lovely sight. Sun shining on the cricketers. As in comes Van de Gooten, bowls to Akhtar. Akhtar appeals for Abdul. He's out. So they've got the wicket they wanted, and that makes it 7 down. And the last thing that Gloucestershire needed, but he fatally played back, and it looked adjacent. And that is a boost for Glamorgan.
The man actor was LBW to Tim Van de Gooten for 58.
And well, he played. He faced 67 balls, played some attractive cricket, and has brought Gloucestershire back into the game.
Yes, quite a quick rewrite time, I think, for my report for the BBC Sport website. Not sure that we are going to have a radio update now, unless it appears in the next 30 seconds. And that, off the 95th over, of course, means that Gloucestershire do have to send in another batter. And, well, it's a tail ender anyway, so little little talk of a night watchman. The Aussie Todd Murphy is down to appear next in the batting order.
Do you know, I think he walked without looking at the umpire there.
Virtually. I think at 4 minutes past the hour we'll decide there's not a radio bulletin coming, so I'll hand back to Ed Seaborn for the final couple of deliveries.
She'll call for you if you need it. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, well, I'll pretend I'm Nick Webb.
I could do that, I'm sure.
Blow for Gloucestershire, wasn't it, after such an excellent partnership?
Yes, Nick's come on and just done a minute-long spell there and done his worst.
My first of the day. Give me a chance.
Yeah, no, it was, and
excellent.
It's just a shame, just because of the fact that Akhtar was having to play differently because of the close of play. You sort of think if he'd just been able to carry on his merry way, then who knows how far he could have got.
That, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, there's one ball left because Basie would probably try and play the maiden out, although he might give it at the number 9. As That partnership, incidentally, worth 94 very valuable runs. As Van der Gooten has taken now 2 wickets and will look for his third. He's got 1 ball at Todd Murphy. Then he comes and bowls to him. And, that drop. How many balls have dropped short of slip today? I've lost count. Why haven't they learned by now? Surely. It must be half a dozen. And that would have gone straight into Slip's hands.
I mean, there's quite a stagger on them as well, isn't there? But I mean, they're all falling short by about the same amount as well.
Goodness me. And,
I get that there's a certain distance close that you can't stand in case there's one that's hit off the back foot and then you've got no reaction time. But most of them have been off the front foot and have fallen that distance short.
Forget which game we were here, but it's so similar, and then first slip went much further up, and the 2 other slips stayed where they were. Which obviously, if he comes off the edge, it goes quicker rather than sort of the middle of the bat and you're back catching it.
There's almost an argument actually for putting the first slip on in front of the keeper on the stagger rather than behind, because you never see anybody do that, do you? I don't know. Last over, Gorvin into Bracey, who drives out through the covers, and that will be at least 2 if they want it, and they do want it. Murphy will sprint to the non-strikers end. They were just jogging to start with, but as you say, terrific fielding from Carlson. Who else out at deep cover? He's everywhere. 277 for 7. Bracey to 55. There's an argument there for James Bracey to have just taken the 1 and got to the other end.
Yes, I thought he might do it.
But anyway,
how many games has Murphy played?
In terms of Gloucestershire, or
no,
overall?
this season.
This is his second.
Yeah.
Signed for the 4 games with the Kookaburra. In goes Gorvin and bowls. Bracey tucks it into the onside, and there is no run. So he'll play the 2 games at Cheltenham as well.
4 games and away they go.
Yes. Overall, it's his 35th first-class match. 24 years old.
Yeah.
So I suppose by Australian standards, that's actually quite a lot of first-class matches for somebody who's only 24, especially as a spinner.
Exactly.
They don't play so much over there. Gorvin in now, and roll of the wrists to send it to mid-wicket.
But I suppose if you're sitting back and giving a summary of this day, I think I would start by saying honours even, that cliche. After what's happened, after the good start, after the slump, after the recovery, both sides will say, yeah, happy with that. They haven't run away, say Glamorgan, and we've fought back, say Gloucester.
Yeah, well, it's certainly changed the narrative given the way it's happened, I guess, hasn't it? Because if it had been an end-of-day collapse where Gloucestershire had been heading towards 400, it would feel completely different, because it was basically a 100-run partnership that changed things. Gully comes in now, Gorvin into Bracey, and across his stumps, playing the ball defensively to mid-on. 2 deliveries to go.
Good day's cricket, certainly.
If Bracey were to go at the end, might just change things a little bit. So important couple of deliveries, because Bracey can still marshal the tail here. I mean,
exactly.
You've got if everybody plays to their averages, I guess thinking in those terms, if you get a 15 and a 12 or 13 from Singh Dale, we don't really know too much about Archie Berry's batting because he's barely got the chance. Gorvin bowls cut away, pass backward point by Bracey. They will take 1, and Bracey stumbles a bit, but they're going to come back for a second run. He has to hurry, but the throw goes into Murphy's end, so he's also got to get his skates on, but they're back for 2. And it's 279 for 7. That was an eventful bit of cricket.
Yes.
Second
with 1
last
ball
of the day. Don't do that to me at the end of the day. Carlson hurling the ball from deep backward point to the non-striker's end. And so Murphy has edged 1 ball, and that's all that he's going to have to face today. Gully's coming even closer. Last ball of the day, Gorvin into Bracey, who works it into the onside along the ground, and that ends the day at 279 for 7. James Bracey finishes 57 not out. Half centuries for Bancroft, who made 50. Actor, who made a terrific 58 to counter-attack after Gloucestershire had lost their way very much so in the middle part of the day and in the middle part of the order. But a good evening and a good morning, counteracted by a excellent afternoon spell from Glamorgan, where they kept things so tight, gave very little away, built the pressure and got the rewards. And it's an intriguingly poised game after day one.
Yeah, very entertaining game, although the run rate was under 3 throughout the day. It's been entertainment and been nip and tuck for the last couple of hours, and Glamorgan will be thrilled to have got that last wicket, and equally thrilled will be Gloucestershire, of course, because they recovered from 179 for 6, nearly made the 100 partnership, and 94 run partnership. Bracey is still there. As Ed has just mentioned, he'll get the tail to be obdurate, and he'll farm, and he could perhaps get up to 330, 340, and that'll be challenging. But look forward with great anticipation for the next couple of days. It could go either way. I know that's rather a cliche, but I hope you've enjoyed our transmission today. And from me, Edward Bevan, from Ed Seaborn, and from Nick Webb, a very good night, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Good night to you all. No star.